It's a mine. The great Qin people are mining here, Murin gasped, his eyes showing undeniable shock. Harbara's gaze fixed intently on the dark ore being transported out of the mine. Look at the color and weight of that ore. It must be high-quality iron ore. They both understood what this meant. A busy, actively mined iron mine deep in the border mountains. What would this mean for the border army of the Great Qin? What kind of threat do they pose to the Northern D? They dare not stay long. Each moment they remain increases the risk of being discovered. Let's go. Harbalara quickly made a decision and signaled to retreat. We must return immediately and report everything here to the captain of the 100 Rides. On the rugged mountain path where the Black Wind stronghold is located, the smell of blood and gunpowder mixed together, making it very unpleasant. Song Inian stood on a slightly higher rock, with a few dark red spots on his dark robe. His face was cold and stern like cold iron as he looked down at the battle below. His personal guards and soldiers were working in groups of 3, working together to clear out the stubborn bandits. The fight was more brutal than he expected. Ganwen led a few archers, firing 3 rounds of composite bows. The long range and powerful quickly took out most of the bandits on the fortress wall. The bandit leader was instantly furious and led his men to attack all at once. However, when the bandits rushed into the ambush and fought hand-to-hand, Song Inian immediately sensed something was wrong. These bandits were surprisingly brave and fierce. Even when surprised, they remained calm and organized during the charge. Their fighting style even seemed to have the shadow of military formations. Especially the bearded bandit leader and a few of his top men, their skills were even more impressive, far from ordinary mountain bandits. The composite bow lost its advantage in close combat, and the fight quickly turned into a fierce melee. These bandits were all desperate fighters, and the battle became very intense and difficult to distinguish who was winning. Prince. These ruffians are acting strangely. Ganwen cut down a bandit trying to sneak attack him and, panting heavily, retreated to Song Inian's side. Song Inian's eyes were cold. He saw what was happening. Many of these Black Wind stronghold bandits were actually soldiers who had defected from Yanmen Pass. Catch the thief. Catch the leader first, Song Inian said coldly, fixing his gaze on the bandit leader who was fighting wildly in the crowd. Use crossbows to clear the people around him. Ganwen ordered the archers, who shot precisely, taking down the guards around the bearded bandit leader one by one. Just as a gap appeared around the bandit leader, Song Inian moved. He swiftly rushed out, drawing his long sword in a cold arc, aiming straight at the bandit leader's head. His speed was so fast that only a shadow was left behind. The bandit leader was also skilled. At the critical moment, he suddenly turned around to block the attack. Clang! The 2 blades clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. The powerful force made both of their arms go numb. Dog official. You're asking for death. The gang leader, the boss, had bloodshot eyes and shouted angrily as he swung his sword to fight back. His sword moves were bold and fierce, with strong force and quick strikes, showing a straightforward and aggressive style. Song Inian didn't fight him head-on. He moved quickly and lightly, like a ghost, aiming for the key points and weak spots. He made no unnecessary moves. Every attack was deadly and fierce. They fought fast, exchanging over 10 moves in a blink. Suddenly, Song Inian showed a flaw. The gang leader seized the chance and slashed down with his sword, shifting his weight forward. In that moment, Song Inian's eyes flashed with cold light. He sidestepped to avoid the sword and quickly stabbed with his long sword. The tip of the sword precisely pierced into the gang leader's chest, going straight through to the hilt. The boss froze, eyes wide with disbelief, looking down at the sword handle stuck in his body, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Song Inian twisted his wrist, pulling out the sword and splashing a rain of blood. The boss staggered and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The boss is dead. Fight them all. With the boss dead, the remaining bandits panicked. Some fought desperately. Others tried to escape. Leave no one alive. Song Inian wiped the blood off his sword, his voice cold and without warmth. Soon, on the hillside and in front of the camp gate, all around were fallen bodies, blood staining the rocks red. Arrows from composite bows scattered everywhere, many still deeply embedded in bodies or wooden walls. Song Inian stood beside the boss's body, looking over the messy battlefield. He showed no joy of victory, only cold and deadly seriousness. He knelt down and carefully searched the boss's body. Soon, he found a small black iron badge from the clothes close to the body. It was engraved with a strange totem that looked neither like a goose nor a horse. He clenched the iron badge tightly in his hand, feeling its coldness deep in his heart. Someone in the court was corrupting the army and poisoning the soldiers' minds. Count the battlefield, treat the wounded, cut off all heads, and build a memorial in the capital, he ordered coldly as he stood up. Search all the property inside the camp and take everything. A man with his hands tied behind his back trembled when he heard the words, build a memorial in the capital. His eyes turned red instantly, and a vein bulged on his forehead. He struggled fiercely, like a wounded beast, and roared at Song Inian. Dog official, what else can you do besides wielding your sword against your own people? Build a grand fortress. Haha. Such bravado. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily, do you think we want to become bandits? Do you think we want to be bloodthirsty thieves? It's you, the court, for forcing us. When we fought bravely at Yenmen Pass against the northern barbarians, where was the military pay? Where was the food? We were injured and had no proper medicine, only able to watch our brothers die from wounds and pain. The court's rewards and silver were taken away layer by layer, and we couldn't even afford a new pair of shoes. He stared fiercely at Song Inian, full of deep hatred and unfairness. Why is it that those corrupt officials in the capital live in luxury, while we at the border have to eat sand and risk our lives? Is our life so cheap? If you have the guts, go fight the northern barbarians. All you do is show off to us, the people pushed to the edge of survival. What kind of skill is that? Dog officials. Listen, today you kill us, but there will be retribution someday. This world will eventually push everyone to the breaking point. Haha. He looked at the corpse of the leader and suddenly burst into a wild, desperate laugh. The surrounding soldiers, especially those from the border army, slowed their actions unconsciously after hearing this accusation. Their faces showed complex expressions, some even instinctively avoiding eye contact. Song Inian stood still, expressionless, listening to his accusations and curses. His stern face showed no emotion, only his fingers subtly clenched tighter. It wasn't until the bandit, exhausted and gasping, finished shouting that Song Inian slowly spoke. Are you done? The man, panting heavily, glared at him fiercely, as if trying to tear him apart with his gaze. This isn't a reason for you to loot supplies and kill officials, causing chaos, bah. The bandit spat at Song Inian. Gonwin reacted quickly and slapped him. Your Highness, I will take this person away. No need, let him speak. Song Inian raised his hand to stop him. The beaten bandit, blood at the corner of his mouth, didn't care and turned to glare fiercely. You corrupt officials only know how to spout these hypocritical words, don't you? Song Inian's dark eyes looked like they were soaked in cold water. He slowly spoke, the hardships of the border army and the corruption of the court, I know all about them. I also know that most of you in the Blackwind village are deserters. The bandit was so angered by his words that he burst into a loud, wild laugh, tears in his voice. You know nothing. Do you know what it feels like to watch the northern barbarians' horses crush your home? Do you know what it's like to see your parents' and children's heads cut off and their bodies displayed in the city square? We fight on the front lines, risking our lives, while you corrupt officials enjoy yourselves in the city. You can't even protect a small village. Why do you have the right to criticize me? Yes, you're right about everything, Song Inian said sharply, his eyes burning. But when you plunder those villages, did you see the fear in the villagers' eyes? When you killed the officials guarding the grain, did you think about their families waiting for them to return? When you stole their goods and food, did you consider how this is no different from the northern barbarians stealing from your village? What you're doing now is no different from the wolves of the north you once fought against. Of course it's different, the bandit shouted angrily, trying to hide his fear. In Song Yinyan's eyes, he looked more contemptible than the northern wolves. You think the world is unfair, that the court is corrupt, so you give in and join the chaos, turning your blades against those weaker than you? If everyone acted like you, driven by personal grievances, this world would already be on Earth. What you do today isn't resistance, it's creating greater injustice. It's aiding the wicked. Song Yinyan stepped closer, ignoring the anger in his eyes. His voice was low, like a judge passing sentence. Your grievances should be shouted at those who can listen, and your anger should be directed at those responsible. Not here, venting your petty, corrupted hatred on the people and land you are supposed to protect. Every word he spoke was like a dagger stabbing into the bandit's heart, twisting cruelly. The redness in his eyes faded, leaving only hollow, defeated emptiness. Thoughts of the villages they had looted and the innocent soldiers they had killed flashed through his mind. The excuses he clung to, the reasons he felt forced to act, were ruthlessly torn apart and shattered into pieces. He collapsed like a pile of rotten mud, supported by his guards, with unfocused eyes. Song Yinyan no longer looked at him and ordered, "Take him away." Then he looked at everyone else. The words just now were not meant for him alone. Besides the guards he brought, some of the soldiers were also former border troops. I know many of you are injured, and perhaps you also feel wronged inside, having been exploited by higher-ups or witnessing unfairness from the government. When he said this, many people immediately looked up, including the bandits who were. A flicker of emotion appeared in their eyes. Could Prince Yu, a noble member of the royal family, truly understand the bitterness in their hearts? I came to Ningzhou also to clear out these problems. He then changed his tone, but because of that, we must be clear about who we are fighting against. Ganwen stepped forward first, kneeling on one knee before Song Yinyan to show his loyalty. Your Highness is right. If we fall into evil because of our own grievances and turn our blades against those we are supposed to protect, how are we different from the barbarians we fight or the corrupt officials in the court? We will listen to your Highness's teachings. The guards all knelt down with Ganwen. The soldiers also quickly knelt. Song Yinyan's tone softened a little. Everyone involved in this crackdown, whether soldiers or officials, will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver after returning to the city. For those who cut off 3 or more heads, an additional 5 taels. Wounded ones, besides the silver, the palace will pay for the best doctors and medicine to ensure they recover. As for those who unfortunately die, he paused, their families will receive double the usual pension, and the palace will give an extra 50 taels to care for their children and elders, so they won't have worries about the future. 10 taels of silver is enough for most guards to support themselves for half a year. Wounded soldiers will be treated with the best care, and families of the fallen will get extra support. They had only destroyed a bandit camp, yet the rewards were beyond what they had ever imagined or dared to hope for. Long live the prince! Thank you for your grace. We swear loyalty to the prince. After checking the battlefield, Song Yinyan stood alone at the gate of the camp, gazing into the north. The night wind carried a chill, lifting the corner of his black cloak. Holding the iron badge in his hand, a gloomy cloud covered his brow. However, what was more urgent at the moment was the supply of grain at the border. Counting the days, the border stockpiles are probably running low. The northern barbarians are acting up, and the weather has suddenly turned very cold. If the soldiers' stomachs are empty and they have no warm clothes, even the strongest defenses will be useless. Prince, what should we do next? Qingyu stepped forward to ask. Return to the city. Song Yinyan turned around. Leave the aftermath to the city guards. Travel light and go back immediately. In front of the government office square in Anding City, it was bustling with people. Behind a simple wooden desk, several clerks were busy, sweating profusely, with stacks of registration papers piled high. A long line of people stretched out, winding all the way to the distant street corner. The queue was mixed with all kinds of people from different walks of life. They were all attracted by the promise of 3 meals a day, full and satisfied, for enlisting. Name? Place of origin? Age? Have you learned martial arts? Wang Ergu, from Hejian Prefecture, 19. No martial arts. but strong. Can carry heavy loads. Next, Li Taiju, 22, learned some boxing from a courier master. Some guards allowed those registered to try lifting a stone weight or demonstrate a few moves. Too skinny. Next, arms are weak. Not suitable. Legs are unsteady. I can't stand properly. How can you serve? You come here. Try cutting the straw. With force. Haven't eaten? Next, Zhou Maokai stood on the steps outside the government office, watching the scene before him, rubbing his temples constantly. This elimination rate was such that only 1 or 2 out of 10 could barely be used. Looking at the situation, how could they fill the gaps in city defenses? Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves caught his attention. Prince has finally returned. The sky outside the frontier was like a child's face. Just days ago, the sun was scorching, but overnight, a cold front swept across the wilderness. The wind howled fiercely, temperatures dropped sharply, and their breath turned to frost. In the general's hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as the dark clouds pressing down on the frontier city. The fire in the coal basin crackled, and Chen Hongfang frowned, staring intently at a grain stockpile record on the desk. Several of his deputy generals and officers nearby also looked serious and silent. General, the officer in charge of supplies, spoke, breaking the silence. He licked his cracked lips and said with difficulty, "Coolies stored grain. Even if we cut the daily ration by 20%, it can only last 20 days at most. The forage is even more scarce. The war horses are already thin and hungry. If this continues, I'm afraid." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what it meant. Without enough food, the horses will starve, and this mountain pass will be useless. Prince, before you left, you promised that after returning to Inding City, you would do your best to gather supplies quickly. Why is there no news yet? Not even a word has been sent back. This remark was like a needle, piercing through the fragile trust. Everyone's faces grew even more grim. Humph. General Jiang Xiu scoffed disdainfully. Officer and has been here for so many years. He doesn't know what's happening in Ningzhou or in Ding City. Don't you know? That imperial decree clearly shows someone in the court targeting Prince Yu, giving him a difficult problem, making things hard for him, and saving us from paying supplies. Huh, what a clever plan. And we, the defenders, are just pawns. Yes, if even the court is slow to send supplies, how capable can Prince Yu be in Ningzhou? The promise to gather supplies might just be empty words to soothe the people. Are we just going to wait here to starve and freeze to death? Officer and suddenly stood up. As the chief in charge of supplies, he was very upset when he saw the grain in the storehouse decreasing little by little without replenishment. His emotions flared. If the prince can't do anything, he shouldn't have given us false hope in the first place. Now the North Diao people are stirring, the weather is getting colder, and we're almost unable to hold our swords. How can we defend this pass? Watch your words. Chen Hongfang's sharp gaze swept over Officer. The prince has his difficulties and considerations. As border generals, we have a duty to defend the land. Complaining endlessly won't solve any problems. Officer held his chin high, his chest rising and falling fiercely. He stared at General Chen for a moment, then finally sat down heavily, fists clenched tightly. Chen Hongfang rubbed his pounding forehead, showing signs of exhaustion. He looked at the flickering charcoal fire and spoke in a low voice. "King Yu's promise, we should wait a bit longer. Maybe there will be delays on the way. I have sent 3 urgent reports to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue." At this moment, a scout captain hurried into the hall. He didn't have time to salute and said urgently, "General, the scout horse from the front reports that the northern tribes are frequently moving troops and supplies. Many grain, cattle, and sheep are gathering in the autumn pastures south of Yin Mountain. Their scouts are also becoming more active, and we've had several small clashes with them." Just as I thought, Chen Hongfang stood up, his face turning pale. "They are planning to attack during the harvest season. General, we can't wait any longer," another officer, and said anxiously, "We must prepare early. If the northern tribes really advance, with our current supplies, we can't defend the pass, and our soldiers might lose morale. Everyone's eyes focused on General Chen Hongfang, waiting for his decision. With no food supplies inside and enemies outside, it was almost a hopeless situation. Chen Hongfang walked to the window, gazing at the vast, bleak land beyond the pass. He remained silent for a long time. The cold wind blew his white hair, and his figure looked very heavy. After a while, he turned around, a determined look in his eyes. "We can't wait any longer. Commander Jiang, send someone immediately with my token to nearby counties to borrow grain. Use any method necessary. Take as much as you can. Tell the officials that if the border falls, the next will be them." That. The soldiers around were stunned. "General, this might not be proper. If the censor reports this, I can't worry about that now," Chen Hongfang interrupted firmly. "I will take full responsibility. We can't just watch our brothers starve and let the northern tribes break through our defenses." Commander Jiang looked deeply at Chen's back, feeling a rebellious thought rise but suppressing it. The commander-in-chief had made his decision, and he said no more. Chen Hongfang turned to the scout. "Send 3 times as many scouts. Keep a close watch on the northern tribes' movements. If there's any sign of trouble, light the beacons immediately." "Yes, I obey." At the command, everyone began to move quickly, though the heavy pressure did not ease at all. Everyone knew that borrowing grain was only a temporary fix, not a lasting solution. Chen Hongfang sat back in his seat, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. His eyes fell again on that troublesome supply ledger, and his brows furrowed tightly. Outside, the sound of hurried hoofbeats and the guards' questioning voices echoed. Moments later, a messenger rushed in, his face filled with disbelief and excitement as he shouted, "Report, General. From Ningzhou, there's a huge convoy approaching. They carry the banner of Prince Yu's residence. The guards say the princess herself is escorting the supplies and weapons to support the border." The entire hall fell silent. All the officers stopped what they were doing, their faces full of shock and doubt. Chen Hongfang stood up so quickly that he knocked over the chair behind him. "What did you say? The princess of Prince Yu? Supplies and weapons? Where are they now? How many?" "There. They're just 10 miles away. The line of carts seems endless, full of food and weapons." "So many?" The messenger stammered, too excited to speak clearly. For a moment, General Chen was stunned. Then, a light of renewed hope shone on his weathered face. He strode toward the door, his voice filled with emotion. "Quick! Follow me to welcome them. Hurry!" Wei Yunyan stood at the front of the carriage, gazing into the distance at the grand outline of Yanmen Pass. The cold wind lifted her pale cloak, making it flutter loudly. So this was the ancient border fortress? Her brows tightened slightly. From the direction of the pass, clouds of dust rose as a long line of dark-armored riders charged toward them. The formation stretched far, their momentum strong. Such a large cavalry force. Had something happened at the border? Had the northern tribes attacked early? Or was there another reason? Riding at the front, Zhuaruizhe raised his hand. "Stop the convoy. Guards, form up. Stay alert." The convoy halted at once. The well-trained guards quickly gathered, drawing their swords and readying their bows, forming a defensive line. Qin Yu and his team swiftly surrounded the supply wagons, ready for any danger. The smoke and dust grew closer, and I could see the worn marks on the enemy cavalry's armor and their weathered faces. A fierce and powerful aura approached, creating a strong sense of pressure. At the tense moment, the aggressive cavalry stopped their horses just a short distance from the convoy. Leading them was an old general with white hair and beard. Despite his horse not having fully stopped, he quickly dismounted with agile movements that didn't seem like those of an old man. He strode forward confidently, taking a few quick steps, and loudly asked, "I am General Yanmen Pass, Chen Hongfang. May I ask if the Princess Yu is here?" Hearing this, the tense atmosphere among the soldiers eased. Zhuaruizhe dismounted and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, General Chen. We are here led by the Princess Yu, bringing supplies." The soldiers behind him heard this clearly and looked at the carts behind them, their faces showing surprise and excitement. It's really supplies. Help has arrived. The fortress is saved. The soldier following behind. And Kanjun was so excited his eyes shone brightly. He stepped forward quickly. Chun Hongfang knelt on one knee on the spot, voice choked with emotion. I, on behalf of everyone at Yanmen Pass, thank the princess. The cavalry behind him also dismounted and knelt down together. Thank you, princess. Wei Yunyun hurriedly got off her horse and approached Chun Hongfang. General Chun, please get up. All of you soldiers, please rise. Protecting the border and defending the country is your duty. I shouldn't be so formal with you. Chun Hongfang stood up, quickly wiping his face with his sleeve, and asked, Your Majesty, why didn't the prince come? What about the situation in Inding City? General Chun, don't worry. The bandits outside Inding City are very active. The prince went personally to deal with them. These supplies were prepared in advance by him. Considering how important the grain supply at the border is and fearing delays in the battle, I took the initiative to them here. Chun Hongfang expressed his respectful gratitude, but inside, he was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. After the Prince Yu returned, he was not unaware of what was happening in Ningzhou. He had also secretly inquired. The news said that the Princess Yu was extraordinary. She had created a water purification device to solve Ningzhou's yellow water problem. She personally supervised relief efforts for refugees, calmed the unrest, and led efforts to control the locusts. He had initially thought these stories might be exaggerated. A woman from the inner court, what could she really do? Most likely, Prince Yu didn't want her to overshadow him, so he spread her fame to the princess instead. But now it seems that the princess consort Yu can directly command such a large amount of grain and supplies beyond Prince Yu. Her power must be quite significant. He turned to the side and made a respectful gesture. Your Grace, traveling by carriage and horse must have been tiring. It's truly hard work. I have prepared some simple wine and food inside the pass to welcome you and wash away your fatigue. The military camp at the border is tough, so please do not mind the humble offerings. Wei Yunyun nodded slightly. General Chun, your kindness is appreciated, but I must decline. Please lead the way. Chun Hongfang ordered a nearby soldier. Hurry and ride fast to catch up with Captain Jiang. No need to borrow more grain. Wei Yunyun looked around at the busy soldiers and the tall city walls, feeling deeply amazed. Suddenly, a system voice sounded. Current location, Yanmen Pass. Would you like to check in? Check in, she silently replied. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host receives blueprints for a large, efficient coal stove and 10 matching coal molds, plus 1,000 high-quality coal blocks as a gift. Note: the stove's design has been improved, with heat efficiency far surpassing current-era stoves. It uses less fuel, retains heat longer, and is especially suitable for large-scale heating in cold regions like military camps and guard posts. The molds allow quick production of standard honeycomb coal. The system became more generous. Wei Yunyun felt happy inside. After coming here, the only time she received double rewards was on the first day of crossing over. All subsequent check-ins only gave one item. If it was just a blueprint, there would be no physical object. If there was a physical object, there wouldn't be a blueprint. Recently, the temperature dropped sharply, and this item was truly a lifesaver in the snow. Yanmen Pass is cold and harsh, especially in winter, making heating a big problem. With this honeycomb coal, not only could the soldiers' living conditions be greatly improved, but the saved firewood money could also be used as military funds. Grain supplies were being transported in carts into the huge, but usually empty warehouse. And a military officer, along with a few clerks and experienced quartermasters, held ledgers, trying to suppress their excitement as they began to count. However, the more they counted, the more their expressions lost control, from initial joy to shock, and finally to disbelief and horror.
This
entire cart is filled with fine rice.
top-quality rice.
One old quartermaster exclaimed, trembling as he grabbed a handful of shiny, plump grains. He could hardly remember the last time he saw so much fine rice. Military officer. Over here, 2 more fine rice. Exactly 10 carts. And over here, dried meat and salted fish. So much. Oil.
Oil.
Many jars. The exclamations kept coming, constantly hitting Sanjuan's ears. He trembled as he counted with his abacus, sweat on his forehead. Not from exhaustion, but from shock. He had thought that Prince Yu sending enough supplies for a month or two was a great favor.
But now,
the mountain of grain and food pouring into the warehouse far exceeded his expectations. Quick. Recalculate. Separate all types. And Kanjun rushed to the grain pile, personally checking in disbelief. Half an hour later, a clerk brought a preliminary inventory to Kanjun, his tongue tied. Sir. The initial count shows that just these rice supplies are enough for our entire army to eat for over a year.
And
over 70% of it is refined rice. What he didn't know was that the original grain supplies collected by Song Enian were only enough for 2 or 3 months. 70% of the refined rice came from Wei Yunyun's granary. If it weren't for fear of being too obvious and the lack of manpower for transport, she would have taken even more. Over a year? Over 70% refined rice? And Kanjun snatched the inventory, his eyes wide like bells. He repeatedly checked the figures, his fingers turning white from gripping so tightly. He felt his heart almost leap out of his chest. This wasn't just a timely help. It was like moving a mountain of grain directly to Yanmen Pass.
how?
How did they do this? This move was too terrifying. Forget Ningzhou. Even the Ministry of Revenue in the court probably couldn't allocate so much refined rice. Unless Prince Yu had looted all of Ningzhou and the entire prefecture's granaries. Just as he was beginning to calm down from the shock of the grain, and Kanjun quickly led people to count the weapons and armor that had arrived. Nice sword. The edge. This armor's thickness and flexibility are much better than what we have now, and these arrowheads, they're really finely made. After counting the number of swords, and Sanjuan's tone carried a hint of regret. There are only 800 swords and 200 sets of armor. That's too few, he said, touching the cold weapons with a sigh. If only we had 3,000 to 5,000 good swords, 2,000 sets of armor, and hundreds of strong bows, our border soldiers' fighting power could increase by at least 30%. We would have more confidence when facing the northern barbarians' cavalry. Weapons are good, but unfortunately for such a large border army, quantity is still very limited. We can only prioritize giving them to the elite soldiers and scouts. Hurry! Don't just stand there. All into storage. Register and record. Assign people to guard in shifts every 12 hours. General and shouted loudly. Although he felt a bit disappointed, the situation was much better than he expected. A big smile spread across his face, impossible to hide. With these supplies, this winter, they could stand tall and no longer feel anxious. Inside the main command tent, the lights were bright. Although Chun Hongfang claimed simple food and light wine, it was actually the highest standard available at the border. Wei Yunyun sat alone, with Qing He and Chun Shui standing behind her. Zhuaruasia, Qin Yu, and several guards from the royal palace also sat nearby. Chun Hongfang and some key generals from his team were present. Your Majesty, you truly saved us from an urgent crisis at Yanmen Pass. We are deeply grateful. I would like to toast you again, Chun Hongfang said, raising his cup. Wei Yunyun nodded and took a sip, saying lightly, General Chun and all the soldiers guarding the border have worked hard. I only did a little, which is what I should do. Zhuaruasia sat at the lower seat, also raising his cup, but his brow twitched slightly. He personally guarded the convoy, and along the way, he felt more and more something was wrong. The number of grain carts and the marks they left on the ground far exceeded what they had counted at departure. Especially the proportion of rice was ridiculously high. He roughly knew the storage in the royal warehouse and knew it couldn't be so extravagant. He became suspicious but didn't speak out because of a situation. Qin Yu ate happily and chatted enthusiastically with the border guards nearby. Suddenly, the tent flap was torn open forcefully. Soldier and rushed in, face flushed with excitement, some rice husks in his hair. He ignored etiquette, and directly threw himself into the tent, bowing heavily toward Wei Yunyan with a loud thud. His voice was full of joy. "Princess, your Majesty's grace, I have just finished counting everything. Grain supplies. Grain supplies." Everyone inside the tent was stunned by his sudden outburst. Chen Hongfang frowned and scolded. "An army officer. What kind of behavior is this? Speak slowly." An army officer took a deep breath. "There is so much grain. Fine rice. A lot of fine rice. Enough to feed my entire army for more than a year." He paused. "And dried meat, clear oil. I have never seen such good military rations." He then tried to bow again.
What?
"Enough for a year? All fine rice. How is that possible?" All the border generals stood up in shock, looking at an army officer with disbelief, then glancing at Wei Yunyan. Chen Hongfang also looked at Wei Yunyan in surprise. He knew there was a lot of grain, but he never expected it to be this much. Could that rice feed 100,000 soldiers for a year? Wei Yunyan herself hadn't thought about it. She didn't have much understanding of these things. At first, she just wanted to avoid waste. The empty royal residence and government granaries, as well as all the miscellaneous shops, had been filled with supplies. When setting out, she took advantage of the unlimited storage in the granaries and kept adding supplies until the last second. She remained calm, gently setting down her wine cup. "An army officer, please rise. No need for such formalities. Fellow soldiers, there's no need to be surprised." She smiled slightly, calmly shifting the blame onto Su Wenyuan. This supply of grain did not entirely come from the royal residence and Ningzhou. It was also thanks to a generous grain merchant from Jiangnan. When Ningzhou faced drought and food shortages, he was willing to sell large amounts of rice at fair prices. This batch was also donated out of gratitude for the loyalty and bravery of the border soldiers. Jiangnan is known for its abundant fish and rice, and the major grain merchants there indeed control large reserves of food. After all, besides the prosperous Jiangnan, it's hard to think of anywhere else that could supply so much fine rice at once. The border generals who hadn't seen an army officer's grain count with their own eyes immediately believed her. That's how it is. Many thanks to the kind merchant from Jiangnan, Chen Hongfang's shock eased slightly, replaced by curiosity and gratitude toward the Jiangnan kind merchant. This kind merchant from Jiangnan truly has a heart as vast as the sky. He looked at Wei Yunyan seriously and asked, "May I inquire about this merchant's full name? Once the current battle eases, I will report to the court and request recognition for his kindness. If possible, I would like to thank him in person and toast him 3 times. Other generals in the tent also agreed. "Yes, Your Majesty. Such a righteous merchant deserves our respect. Please, Your Majesty, kindly share his name." Wei Yunyan secretly smiled, but kept a polite smile on her face. "General Chen and the soldiers' kind thoughts, I will surely pass on. The merchant's surname is Su, and his name is Wenyuan." She paused, with a hint of regret in her tone. "However, this person is naturally indifferent, not seeking fame, and does not like to get involved in official affairs." He repeatedly asked not to make his donation public, wishing only to quietly help the soldiers at the border. "I also appreciate his sincerity." After several discussions, he agreed to accept some funds, which is quite rare. He once said, "Those who defend the borders for the country are true heroes. A small amount of money and grain is nothing. I only wish the soldiers to be warm and well-fed so they can fight better." Therefore, he probably will refuse any official rewards or thanks in person. Chen Hongfang and others looked at her with admiration and a bit of regret. That's how it is. Impressive. Not only wealthy but also broad-minded, humble, and admirable. Since that's the case, we will respect his wishes. But this kindness will be remembered by our army forever. Chen Hongfang clasped his fists. "If Your Majesty meets Mr. Su in the future, please convey my deepest thanks on behalf of all the soldiers at Yanmen Pass." "Of course." Wei Yunyan nodded with a smile, smoothly changing the subject. Her gaze shifted to the cold wind outside the hall, and she casually said, "Now that it's late autumn, the cold outside the pass is harsh. The soldiers are on night duty, which must be very difficult. When I arrived, I saw that the camp still mainly used firewood for heating, which costs a lot and is not very effective." Chen Hongfang sighed. Your Majesty is right. Buying and transporting firewood is difficult, and the strong wind outside the pass makes ordinary stoves hard to last. But we, the rough soldiers, are used to it after all these years, so it's not a big problem. Thinking she might be cold, Chen Hongfang signaled a soldier to move a coal stove closer to her. Wei Yunyun casually said, I happened to learn about a heating device called a honeycomb coal stove. Its structure is clever. It uses less coal and heats well, making it suitable for the barracks and sentry posts. If the general thinks it's useful, perhaps the method of making it can be shared. Chen Hongfang and the other generals looked at each other with puzzled expressions. What is this? They had never heard of it before. Usually, for warmth, people use charcoal basins or heated beds. What new thing could this be? And since it was spoken by a pampered princess, it sounded like a fancy gadget from a wealthy household, probably showy, but not practical. A deputy general stood up and couldn't help but speak. Your Highness, forgive me. I don't doubt you. It's just that the cold border is harsh. Ordinary charcoal basins can't be used outside, and inside the tents, the smoke might bother the soldiers. Plus it wastes firewood and charcoal.
This
Honeycomb coal stove, can it really be better than the old methods? Your Highness, you may not know, but the wind outside is strong, and keeping warm is very hard. If we use less coal, the fire might not be strong enough. None of them had seen this thing before, and they worried that the princess was just being kind but suggesting something unrealistic. They had just sent supplies and weapons over, and it wouldn't look good for them to lose face now. Chen Hongfang considered and said, Your Highness cares about the soldiers' warmth, and I am grateful. But this new stove might be complicated to make, and its effectiveness is uncertain. She observed everyone's reactions calmly and said, I understand your concerns, generals. But words are empty. Seeing is believing. She then turned to Chunxue behind her and softly gave an order. Chunxue was puzzled. Did the carriage carry this thing? But since the princess said so, it must be there. Maybe she just hadn't noticed. She quickly left the hall, and after a moment, returned with 2 guards carrying a somewhat heavy cast-iron stove and several black, round-hole coal cakes pressed into shape. Everyone put down their wine cups, their eyes drawn to this strange object. This is the honeycomb coal stove. And these are the honeycomb coals. Wei Yunyun stood up, walking to the stove and demonstrating. She placed 3 honeycomb coals into the stove, lit them with a fire stick, covered it with the lid, and adjusted the vent at the bottom. The stove didn't produce much smoke, but the walls quickly started to heat up visibly, and a wave of warmth spread out. It was much hotter than a charcoal basin of the same size. And by adjusting the vent, they could control the fire's intensity. As she demonstrated, she explained, this stove has a special design that allows the coal to burn completely, so it uses about half as much fuel as normal stoves. The heat is more concentrated, and it protects against wind and rain. Placed inside the camp, it produces much less smoke than a charcoal brazier, making it safer. This honeycomb coal is made by compressing coal powder mixed with yellow earth and other materials. It is easy to make, and I have brought the matching molds and tools. As he spoke, the temperature in the hall quietly rose a few degrees. The deputy general, Lu Pingkuan, who had just expressed doubt, now stared wide-eyed. He couldn't help but lean closer, feeling the intense heat, and muttered, This thing is really warm. And it doesn't produce much smoke, half the coal? Can it be pressed into shape? If that's true, it could save a lot of money on buying charcoal. It could help many brothers avoid frostbite. Chen Hongfang stood up, took a few steps to the coal stove, and reached out to feel the heat. He then carefully examined the clever design of the stove and the coal cakes, and suddenly turned around to bow deeply to Wei Yunyun. Your Majesty, you are truly... I don't know how to thank you. This thing is like a divine tool for our army. Its usefulness is probably equal to 10,000 shur of grain and supplies. The winter in the northern border is extremely cold. The soldiers are stationed here year-round in this harsh land. They mostly wear old cotton-padded jackets that have been patched many times. The cotton inside has long since become hard and clumped, making it difficult to resist the biting cold. Many soldiers can only stuff dry grass inside their clothes to keep warm. Every year, they suffer from new frostbite on their hands, feet, ears, and nose, with some wounds festering and oozing pus. The people of the Northern D often launch large-scale attacks during this season. The soldiers have no choice but to drag their frozen, hungry bodies into battle, facing the wind so cold it could melt, fighting against the Northern D cavalry. Princess Yu took out this device, meaning that this winter the soldiers no longer have to shiver in cold tents. The sentries no longer need to worry about freezing stiff, and the wounded can be better cared for. This can greatly preserve their fighting ability and reduce non-combat losses. Wei Yunyun quickly asks Wa Ruasia to help the person up. The general is being modest. It's just a clever device, but if it can help, that's enough. The plans and molds will be handed over to the general tomorrow. The general can order craftsmen to copy and promote it as soon as possible. Yes, the humble servant, thank your majesty once again on behalf of all the border soldiers. Outside the command tent, a long line was forming at the weapons distribution point. Next, the third team of the armor camp, the small flag leader, Wu Xiao, the quartermaster, shouted loudly as he handed out weapons. A figure stepped forward. He was not very tall among the soldiers, but his build was strong, and his step steady, giving off a sharp and fierce aura. The quartermaster looked him over, nodded, and from behind, carefully took out a sheathed waist knife, handing it to him. Brother Wu Xiao, this is yours. It was sent by the Princess Yu, made of good steel. That's all we have. Priority is given to you frontline elites who often fight close combat. Be sure to use it carefully. Wu Xiao extended her scarred hand to take the knife. The sheath was simple, and the weight and feel in her hand were very different from her usual standard military knives. Actually, her real name was not Wu Xiao, but Wu Xiaoxiao. At birth, her bones were larger than those of most girls. Her parents worried she would be too strong and rough to marry well, so they named her Xiaoxiao, hoping she would grow small and delicate. But unfortunately, that hope was disappointed. Since she was young, she was stronger than most children and often went hunting in the mountains with her parents and the hunters. Her family's life was relatively stable, aside from frequent scoldings and restrictions on her going out. Until the day she sneaked out over the wall, when a group of North D barbarians invaded their village, slaughtering her family. She narrowly escaped while hunting in the mountains, but when she returned, she found only scorched earth and her relatives' remains. After burying her family, she dried her tears, put on her father's clothes, her hair, and blended into the crowd being conscripted. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I've been stubborn again. I will avenge you. After joining the army, driven by hatred and fierce determination, she repeatedly fought her way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Because of her achievements, she was transferred to the armor battalion, becoming a small flag bearer in the frontline unit. She pushed her thumb against the trigger, and with a soft whoosh, the blade slid out of its sheath. Its cold light reflected her calm, icy eyes. The blade was extremely sharp, with fine patterns faintly visible on its surface, radiating a chilling, killing aura. The waiting soldiers around immediately looked at her with envy and gathered around. Brother Wu, this knife looks like a treasure. Wow, the shine and the edge are much better than my broken iron piece. Commander Wu is one of the best in close combat in our team. With this good knife, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Next time we charge, those North D dogs will have a hard time. Wu Xiaoxiao closed her sword, her fingers gripping the handle tightly. The rough cloth wrapped around the grip fit her palm perfectly, creating a strange sense of connection. She could feel that this was a real blood-drinking blade. The quartermaster, who was in charge of weapons, also smiled and said a few more words. Wu Xiaoqi, I heard about the last duel. You used that old, dull sword to cut through 3 North D dogs. Well done. This new sword is sharp and tough, not easy to dull, just right for someone like you. Keep cutting down those North D dogs. The phrase, cut down those North D dogs, hit her deep inside. Her hand clenched the sword handle even tighter. She looked up, her eyes crossing the crowd, and gazed toward the north. She softly responded, At dusk, the guard posts at Yenmen Pass, like usual, prepared to serve dinner. Smoke rose from the cooking fires, but most soldiers looked indifferent, simply holding their bowls and chopsticks, walking toward their food stations. It was usually just porridge that reflected their shadows, or coarse grain cakes that hurt their teeth. Having a piece of pickled vegetable was considered a rare treat. However, today, the quartermaster in charge of distributing food had a hint of uncontrollable excitement on his face. A large wooden barrel was brought out, and as the lid was lifted, an unprecedented aroma of rice swept through the camp. No longer the stale smell of moldy old rice. Wu Xiaoxiao and her group, passing by, froze in place. They sniffed hard, doubting whether they were imagining things from hunger. Then, they saw a shocking scene. Inside the barrel, it was no longer murky porridge or dark grains. It was piled high with white rice. The color, aroma, and quantity of the rice were things they had only seen in dreams. On the other side, in another pot, large chunks of dried meat and boneless salted fish could be seen.
This
is an old soldier next to Wu Xiaoxiao's group, trembling with his lips. The quartermaster, a rough man who usually cursed a lot, was now red-eyed and shouting loudly. "What are you all standing there for? The princess you sent us grain. Top-quality rice, dried meat, enough to fill your stomachs. Today, everyone can eat their fill. This is the grace of the general and the princess." While cooking, the quartermaster and his men had originally planned to make thick porridge. Looking at the bright, clear, high-quality rice grains, the leader still kept telling them, "This rice is very precious. When cooked into thick porridge, one person can have 2 more spoonfuls, enough to stave off hunger." Many of them had never eaten refined rice porridge before. But the princess used sent someone to tell them to eat well and fill their stomachs so they could regain strength and defend the border. All the rice was steamed into plain rice. They wanted every soldier to fill their bowls with this white rice until they were full. "Princess Yu," Wu Xiaoxiao whispered softly. They knew that today's supplies and weapons were being delivered, but they didn't expect the food to be so good. Maybe it was just for today. Such a large group of brothers couldn't eat like this every day. But that was enough. Refined rice. And meat. Lots of meat. Am I dreaming? When Wu Xiaoxiao received her meal, the soldiers distributing the food saw her new sword at her waist and deliberately scooped her an extra bowl of meat. They smiled and said, "Strong and brave like Wu Qizhong, you need to eat more. Only when you're full will you have the strength." Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the overflowing white rice and shiny meat in her bowl. Her nose tingled, and she quickly looked down. The soldiers held their bowls and ate eagerly, enjoying a meal they rarely had in their lives. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent sound of a metal gong exploded in their ears. At the same time, a messenger rushed into the camp, shouting loudly with all his might, "Enemy attack! The Beatty tribe is invading! All soldiers of the Jia character camp, gather immediately." Quickly, the sound of bowls and chopsticks dropping to the ground followed one after another. Beatty dogs. Of all times, the food they just ate seemed to turn into raging fire of anger instantly. They didn't bother to pick up their fallen bowls and utensils, nor did they have time to wipe the oil from their mouths. They rushed to their tents to grab weapons and armor as fast as they could. Wu Xiaoxiao reacted the quickest. As soon as the gong sounded, she moved like a startled leopard. She set her half-eaten bowl of rice on the ground, her expression instantly gone, replaced by cold, killing intent. She grabbed her sword nearby and immediately entered battle mode. "Team 3.
Follow me. Hurry."
She ordered her 10 soldiers. The brothers who had just been eating together quickly armed themselves and moved closer to her. Next to the main command tent, inside a clean camp tent, Qing, he was helping Wei Yunyan take off her cloak, while Chun Shui brought hot water to assist her with washing. The urgent sound of a gold bell made the 3 of them stop their actions. "What's happening outside?" The guard at the door, Zhuoruasia, immediately replied, "It's the alarm for an emergency assembly, probably an enemy attack." Wei Yunyan quickly walked outside the tent. "Get the horses ready. Go see what's happening. Your Highness, you must not." Jiang, the officer who was brought back, blocked at the door. Your Highness, it's chaotic and dangerous outside right now. Arrows can be unpredictable. Please stay inside the tent. I have sent extra guards to protect this place and ensure your safety. Wei Yunyun kept walking, her tone firm. Staying inside the tent doesn't guarantee safety. I want to see the battle myself. Your Highness, your body is precious. You can't risk going into danger. You are here to the supplies, which is a great favor to us. If anything happens, how can I explain to the prince? General Chun is commanding from the city wall and can surely repel the enemy. Zhang took a step back, still blocking her path. If I don't know the real situation at the front, how can I judge if the supplies and weapons are enough? How should I plan the support? Do I just sit here and wait for news? Wei Yunyun looked sharply at Zhang. Move aside. I know what I am doing. I am just going to the city wall to watch the battle. Please, Your Highness, don't make things difficult for us, Zhang said more firmly. Zhuoruasia looked at Zhang, hesitating. Your Highness, please do not risk yourself. Qing He and Chen Shui hurried forward, each grabbing her sleeves from opposite sides. Your Highness, swords and knives are dangerous. It's too frightening. Yes. Your Highness, if anything happens to you, how can we live? Wei Yunyun's gaze swept over the worried faces in front of her, knowing they truly cared about her safety. She took a deep breath, calmed her urgency, patted Chen Shui's hand, and spoke more softly. I know you're worried about me, but don't worry. I will be fine. Then she looked at Zhang. I just want to see the battle myself, to sense the strength of the enemy's attack so I can understand the situation. Today, if you can stop me now, will you also bind me and take me to a safe place if I face a greater danger in the future? He looked again at Zhuoruasia. Lieutenant Zhua, on our way to Ningzhou, we encountered many dangers. You know, I need to see for myself. This last sentence was full of meaning. Zhuoruasia remembered the strange object she showed him. He reluctantly stepped back and promised with clenched fists, I will protect your majesty completely. Wei Yunyun didn't hesitate. She tightened her cloak and walked past Captain Jiang toward the outside. Under the moonlight, inside the Northern D camp, Wuzhu was using the tip of his sword to trace a rough animal hide map on a coarse wooden table. Have you confirmed everything? The sergeant in charge of scouts nodded heavily, his eyes shining with greed. Yes, General. The news brought back by Halabala and Mu Ren is absolutely reliable. They risked their lives to bring it back. Deep in the Black Mountain Range, less than 100 miles from Yanmen Pass, the Dakian people found a rich iron mine.
They are mining it now.
Our people saw it with their own eyes. That mine is no small operation. High-quality iron ore is very important to the Northern D, who lack iron resources and still use bone arrows and bronze weapons. It's like a treasure given by the heavens. Another general licked his cracked lips and hurriedly said, General, what are we waiting for? Gather the warriors and attack directly to seize the mine.
Fool.
Wushu glared at him. He sharply pointed his sword at the location of Yanmen Pass on the map. Attack directly? Look at this position. It's right under Yanmen Pass. If our army moves, old fox Chen Hongfang will notice. When their reinforcements arrive, we might not only fail to seize the mine but also escape with our lives. He paused, then pointed his sword at Yanmen Pass, his eyes flashing with fierce anger. So, this attack on Yanmen Pass is not a real attack, but a feint. A feint? The generals were stunned. Wuzhu slammed his fist on Yanmen Pass on the map. And we must hit hard. Hit truly. Make Chen Hongfang and all the defenders at Yanmen Pass believe we are risking everything to break through. He looked toward the dark south outside the tent, his tone firm. As soon as the fortress sends out an alarm, the defenders will never dare to split their forces. At that moment, the general planned to personally lead a team of the most elite 1,000 soldiers, bypass the fortress defenses, and directly attack the heart of Black Mountain through a hidden path near Eagle Sai Ravine. He looked over everyone in the tent with a fierce gaze. Our goal is not to break through Yanmen Pass, but to quickly raid that mine. Kill all the Han craftsmen and guards. Steal all the ore and iron tools we can. For what we can't take, burn their mines and furnaces completely. We must not let the Han people safely get that mine and make more weapons to fight us. In this battle, the real fight is not at the gate, but in Black Mountain, stealing and destroying their mines. Everyone in the tent suddenly understood, and their eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. Great General, yes. Destroy their mine, let them work in vain. Wu Shua stood up, his strong figure casting a shadow in the firelight. Send the orders. The Vanguard Battalion will attack Yanmen Pass with all their strength. Make sure the momentum is strong. Drums must beat loudly, shouts must be fierce, and archers must not hold back. Let the Han people think our main force is all out, and we will fight to the death. Yes, the messenger hurried out. Wu Shua put on his iron helmet, grabbed a wolf fang club, and sneered. Everyone else, follow me. May the long life heaven bless us. This battle will make the Han people suffer deeply. On the city wall of Yanmen Pass, the battle was fierce. The attack from the Northern D army was like wave after wave, endless. Arrows whistled through the night sky, hitting and knocking down defenders one after another. Ladders were repeatedly placed against the wall. Northern D soldiers with curved blades in their mouths climbed up fiercely, fighting hand-to-hand with the defenders. Chen Hongfong, with his beard and mustache bristling, armor stained with blood and dust, stood at a dangerous battlement, shouting hoarsely, "Left flank! Drop the rolling logs! Quickly! Right flank! Shoot at their ladder bases with the crossbows! Spearmen, go up! Stab those Northern D dogs off the wall!" The defenders, just finished their meal, were full of energy and high morale, fighting desperately. Rolling logs and stones crashed down, screams and clashes deafening. On and below the city walls, corpses piled up, blood flowing between the bricks, filling the air with a heavy smell of blood and gunpowder. Under the careful protection of Zhuoruasia and Commander Jiang, Wei Yunyun stood at a safe observation point with a good view. She quickly noticed some unusual details. Although the northern barbarians' attack looked fierce and they sent many soldiers, their main cavalry group stayed outside the range of arrows and did not really engage in the siege, which is a tiring battle. General Chun, she suddenly spoke. Chun Hong was busy giving orders and turned around when he heard her. Look here, she pointed behind the northern barbarian army formation outside the city walls. The main cavalry hasn't moved, and although there are many foot soldiers attacking the city, they seem exhausted and hurried. Their banners change often, but I haven't seen the elite troops from the royal court. This attack seems loud but weak, probably not their real plan. Chun Hong looked carefully as she pointed, and his experience as a veteran made him notice something was wrong. The northern barbarians' tactics seemed fierce but strange. What do you mean, Your Majesty? He asked. Fake strength, pretending to attack to distract us, Wei Yunyun said with a frown.
Shennon nodded.
They must have another plan, maybe trying to lure us out of the city for a field battle, or something else. Commander Jiang looked around the battlefield and suggested, in that case, General, why not attack instead of defending, to weaken their morale? Both Chen Hong and Wei Yunyun looked at him. May I select a brave and skilled 100 soldiers to attack? Not many, just 100. When their next attack is repelled and their formation is scattered, we can strike suddenly. No, Chen Hong immediately refused. Sending out 100 soldiers is almost like sending them to die. Wei Yunyun thought for a moment and said, General Chun, maybe we can try this. The 100 soldiers won't fight head-on. They can carry fire oil and target the ladders and siege machines, setting them on fire. Jiang hurriedly added, Exactly, sir. Since the northern barbarians don't truly want to fight to the death, they will likely relax their guard over their equipment. The chance of success is high. Even if they fail, losing 100 men is manageable. Chen Hong hesitated, then nodded and warned, Commander Jiang, be careful. If it's impossible, retreat immediately. Yes, I obey, Jiang said, bowing and leaving. Wei Yunyun turned to Zhuoruasia and said, Zhuoguard, take a team armed with composite bows to support Commander Jiang. But what about the princess? Zhuoruasia immediately frowned when he heard this. I am on this city tower, which is relatively safe, and General Chen is here to guard. How could it be easily lost? The attack on Captain Jiang is very important. We need strong archers to block the enemy's counterattack so we can destroy their weapons and retreat safely. Zhuaruizhe knew he couldn't stop the princess once she made a decision. He could only look at the guard Sun Li behind him and say, "Be sure to protect the princess's safety." Then he turned and hurried down the city tower, gathering 50 soldiers equipped with composite bows. They took a good position on the side to shoot from. He drew his bow and aimed it outside the city. Wei Yunyan suddenly felt the area around her become empty. Only Qing He, Chen Shui, and a few guards like Sun Li stayed close to protect her nervously. Chen Hongfang noticed what was happening and quickly sent a small team of shield bearers to strengthen the defense of the tower where Wei Yunyan was. During the fierce fight at the battlements, a swift and fierce figure caught Wei Yunyan's attention. This person's sword skills were sharp and precise. When a brave North D bandit appeared, he was cut through the throat with a tricky upward slash. Another bandit tried to climb using his companion as cover, but was cut down by a backhanded sword strike and fell screaming. This person used the advantage of the city wall to avoid the slash, blocking with his sword to reduce the force, then seized the opportunity for a deadly strike. His movements were almost instinctive, like a natural battlefield sense. The section of the city wall he was on had become a deadly zone that was hard to cross. What surprised Wei Yunyan even more was that, even in the middle of fighting, he remained calm enough to command a few panicked soldiers nearby. Left side, stab. He not only stabilized a small section of the defense line but also boosted the morale of the surrounding soldiers. Wei Yunyan slightly turned her head and asked, "That person fighting so bravely and still able to command his troops, who is he?" A personal guard sent by General Qin looked in the direction of her gaze and immediately recognized him. He replied, "Your Majesty, his name is Wu Xiao. He is a small flag leader in the Jiazi camp. He is a brave soldier, especially skilled in close combat. Usually silent and reserved, but whenever there is a battle, he always rushes to the front and has many kills."
Wu Xiao.
Wei Yunyan silently remembered this name. Such talent placed as a small flag leader seems a bit underused. At this moment, the 100-man team chosen by Captain Jiang had already gathered. With a command, under the cover of archers and crossbowmen, the side gate was opened, like a tiger rushing out of its den. "Charge!" Captain Jiang led the way, shouting loudly as he rushed toward the enemy siege equipment. The Northern D people clearly did not expect the defenders to attack at this time, and they were caught off guard. "Fire arrows!" Ziz Luo seized the moment and ordered sharply. A dense rain of arrows was shot precisely, knocking down many Northern D soldiers trying to block Captain Jiang's team. The continuous arrow barrage effectively suppressed and isolated the enemy. Captain Jiang and his men took the opportunity to charge forward quickly, nearing their target. Oil jars were thrown with great force, smashing onto the wooden siege machines, breaking apart and spilling black oil everywhere. Torches were thrown out, and with a loud bang, flames instantly erupted, engulfing several ladders. Thick smoke billowed, and the fire blazed high into the sky. The city walls erupted with thunderous cheers, boosting morale. The Northern D soldiers quickly reacted, more of them howling as they rushed in from both sides, trying to extinguish the fire and encircle this daring small team. Ziz Luo's archers faced increased pressure, desperately blocking the incoming enemies. Captain Jiang and his men fought fiercely with the attacking Northern D soldiers while continuing to set fires. They fought and retreated, and the situation suddenly became very dangerous. Just at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred at the part of the city wall that Wu Xiaoxiao and others had previously defended so strongly. A small group of extremely fierce Northern D soldiers launched a fierce attack, opening a gap at a battlement. 4 or 5 Northern D warriors howled as they jumped onto the city wall, swinging curved swords wildly to kill the surrounding defenders, trying to widen the breach. "Close the gap," Chen Hongfang shouted loudly, leading people rushing toward that area. Wu Xiaoxiao, who was closer, moved even faster. Seeing the gap open and her comrades being cut down, her eyes flashed with blood. Not only did she not retreat, but she charged forward to meet the fierce Northern D soldiers. Her sword drew an arc, precisely blocking a curved sword aimed at a fallen soldier. With a quick slash, she cut off the Northern D soldier's wrist at the root. Amid screams, she kept moving swiftly, dodging another horizontal slash and stabbing her sword into the enemy's waist. Her movements were as fast as lightning, fierce and ruthless. The other two North D soldiers saw this and shouted angrily as they charged at her from both sides. Wu Xiaoxiao remained calm under pressure. She used her sword to block one attack and cleverly tripped the attacker, causing him to lose his balance. At the same time, she used her body as cover and endured a slash from another enemy. The blade struck her shoulder armor, and she seized the opportunity to finish off the fallen enemy with a quick strike. In just a moment, she had killed 3 of the 4 North D soldiers who had entered the city, using her fierce and swift fighting style. The last soldier was so shocked by her fearless attack that he hesitated. The nearby defenders quickly rushed in, attacking him with their blades and killing him. The gap was immediately closed. Wu Xiaoxiao leaned on her sword, gasping heavily. A deep wound, clearly exposing bone, was bleeding heavily from her shoulder armor. Yet she seemed to feel no pain. Instead, her cold, bloodthirsty eyes scanned the area below the city wall, watching for any enemies trying to climb up. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Chun Hongfang, who was rushing over, saw her brave and impressive defense clearly. He praised, "What a fierce warrior." Wei Yunyun's gaze also shifted to her. With a slight movement of her mind, she used her sleeve to hide her hand and took out a small vial of healing powder from her space. She handed it to a nearby soldier. "You, take this and give it to Wu Xiaoqi. Tell him it's the best healing powder from the army. Let him treat his wound quickly to prevent infection. Don't make it public, just deliver it." The soldier hesitated for a moment, then respectfully took the vial with both hands. Injuries during battle are common. The princess even personally gave medicine to a low-ranking soldier. He didn't dare ask more and replied softly, "Yes, Your Highness." He then hurried toward Wu Xiaoxiao's position. Chun Hongfang also arrived at the gap, looking at the bodies of the North D soldiers on the ground and the quickly reinforced defenses. His gaze fell on Wu Xiaoxiao's still bleeding shoulder, and he frowned.
How are you? Can you hold on?
Wu Xiaoxiao heard this and immediately straightened her body, trying to hide her injury. Her voice was hoarse, reporting to the general. "It's just a superficial wound." "No problem." Wu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, looking at the delicate small bottle, which was very different from the rough medicine she usually saw for wounds. A hint of doubt flashed through her mind, but the intense pain from her injury and the dizziness from blood loss made her unable to think clearly. She took the bottle silently and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." Chen Hongfang also thought her cleverness was from her subordinates, so he didn't think much and urged, "Hurry up and bandage it." "The situation here is temporarily under control." Wu Xiaoxiao no longer insisted. She clenched the small bottle of ointment and went to the temporary wounded area. She found a quiet corner, refused help from the military doctor, and insisted on applying the medicine herself. She gritted her teeth and carefully poured the powder onto her wound. A cool sensation instantly covered the burning pain, and the bleeding slowed visibly. This medicine was truly amazing. It was much better than any other ointment she had used before. Meanwhile, outside the city, Commander Jiang, protected by archers led by Zue Zhe, with the remaining dozens of soldiers, abandoned the burning siege equipment and the corpses on the ground, successfully retreating inside the city gates, which slammed shut behind them. The attack had achieved its goal, but at a high cost. The battlefield temporarily fell into a brief stalemate. The Northern D people retreated temporarily because their equipment was destroyed. Inside in Ding City, the recruitment of city guards and officials continued for several days and finally came to an end. Qingyu walked over to Song Yinian with a serious expression. "Sir, those traitors from the Northern D, who provided information about the cavalry infiltration after verification, seem to be telling the truth. Are they confirmed?" Song Yinian looked up, a sharp glint appearing in his distant eyes. "Confirmed." Qingyu nodded firmly and presented a secret report just received. According to their coded signals, fresh horse hoof prints and a small hidden camp were found in the designated river valley. More importantly, in their coded instructions, it seems they discovered the iron mine at Black Mountain. Send troops immediately, Song Yinian stood up. Gather all the personal guards, and then withdraw 500 soldiers from the city defenses. After half an incense stick, set out to support the Black Mountain mine. But, sir, those soldiers were just recruited. Their fighting strength might be. Song Yinian shot a glance at Qingyu. Qingyu immediately shut up and bowed, stepping back. Outside the Black Mountain mine, Chen Feng stood behind the fortifications, holding a blade, with a grim expression on his face. The guards behind him were all injured now, leaning on the makeshift defense built at the cave entrance to hold on. Outside the defense line, the dark mass of North D cavalry surrounded the mine, launching wave after wave of attacks. The elite guards of the prince's residence numbered only about 200. Facing enemies 10 times their size, they suffered heavy casualties. The defense line was broken several times, but each time, they managed to push the enemies back with their bodies. The area at the cave entrance was filled with the bodies of both sides, blood staining the black ore. The craftsmen hid deep inside the cave, trembling with fear, as the air was thick with the smell of blood and death. Lord Chun, we can't hold the right side much longer. A bloodied guard staggered over, one arm hanging limply, clearly broken. Chen Feng looked around. Fewer than 100 brothers remained standing, all wounded, exhausted, and out of arrows. The North D soldiers' final charge was ready, and Wu Shuo was smiling fiercely as he waved to give the order. A wave of despair grew in Chen Feng's heart. Every time the princess faced danger, didn't she have warnings and plans in advance? Why this time? No, according to Zhuoruasia, since the princess valued the mines so much, she should have prepared. Maybe she didn't expect the real troublemaker to be the North D scoundrels. He took a deep breath, a look of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He couldn't let these North D beasts destroy the mine. Clenching his sword, he shouted at the guards nearby, "Brothers, the princess has entrusted the mine to us. We'd rather die than fail her mission. Today, we fight to the death. Kill one, and it's worth it. Kill two, and we profit. Follow me." He was willing to abandon the defense and lead the last of his men in a final counterattack, risking everything. The remaining guards were inspired by his resolve, howling like beasts, ready for this last fight. Suddenly, a piercing horn sounded from the side and rear of the North D army. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble slightly, like distant thunder rolling across the land. Chen Feng and the others froze, including the North D soldiers preparing to charge. Chen Feng looked up and followed the sound with his eyes. He saw the flank of the North D army, shrouded in dust and smoke. A large black banner fluttered in the wind, embroidered with a fierce character U. Under the banner of the Great Banner, Gan Wenxuan's black-armored cavalry led the charge, riding straight ahead like an arrow shot from a bow into the enemy formation of the Northern D army. Behind him, the royal guards and soldiers surged forward like a mighty flood. "Your Highness, the reinforcements have arrived." The remaining guards could hardly believe their eyes, then erupted into wild, joyful shouts. "Your Highness is here. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have come." The miners, who had been ready to fight to the death in despair, suddenly became highly motivated, as if injected with adrenaline. Chen Feng pointed his sword at the side, where the Northern D army was caught off guard by a sudden attack, and shouted with all his strength, "Brothers, the prince is here. Break out with me. Cover the prince." Song Yinian led his troops without stopping, but still arrived a little too late. "Everyone listen. Form a charge. Break through the encirclement of the mine. Fight your way in." Song Yinian drew his long sword, pointing it at the smoky, chaotic minefield. Gan Wenxuan led his elite guards like a sharp blade, quickly tearing through the outer defenses of the Northern D soldiers. However, behind them, only newly trained soldiers followed, dressed in ill-fitting armor, trembling with their weapons, faces filled with fear and confusion, pushed forward by the crowd. The sudden appearance of fresh troops caught the Northern D off guard, causing a brief moment of chaos in their lines. But these were the elite soldiers carefully selected by Wu Shua, and they quickly responded, launching a counterattack. The Northern D soldiers, like sharks sensing blood, swarmed forward wildly, breaking the reinforcements' formation. The 500 men who had been hastily brought onto the battlefield immediately found themselves in hellish chaos. Lacking combat experience, they were overwhelmed by the fierce charge and skillful mounted archery of the Northern D soldiers. Their formation was shattered in an instant.
Ah!
My leg. Help! Don't come near, mother. Many new soldiers hadn't even seen the enemy clearly before being cut down by whirling blades or pierced through the chest by precise arrows. Bodies shattered, blood and limbs flying everywhere, staining the dark land a terrifying dark red. These young men, who had been farmers or assistants just moments before, were now falling like wheat cut down in fields. The brutality of war was laid bare before them, suffocating in its rawness. Amidst chaos and slaughter, Li Taiju clutched his waist knife, his palms sweaty with cold sweat. A fellow villager who had been joking with him just moments ago was easily decapitated by a North cavalryman, blood and flesh splattering his face. Extreme fear seized him, almost making him turn and run. But another thought suddenly appeared. He must not run. Running would only bring a quicker death. His life had been saved by the prince and princess. Otherwise, he might have already starved or died of thirst when he was a refugee. The prince was fighting desperately ahead. How could he escape? You North dog. Li Tieju's eyes turned red. Instead of retreating, he charged at the cavalryman who had just killed someone. His movements were clumsy and unorganized, driven only by reckless strength and instinct. The North soldier was caught off guard by this seemingly frightened foolhardy man and hesitated. In that moment, Li Taiju collided with the horse's side. The horse reared up in pain, neighing loudly. The North soldier on the horse was caught unprepared and nearly fell off. Li Taiju ignored proper fighting techniques. He swung his waist knife wildly at the horse's belly and legs. The soldier hurriedly shifted his weight and swung his curved sword at Li Taiju, but because Li Taiju was so close to the horse, he couldn't strike effectively, only opening a deep wound on the soldier's back. The pain fueled Li Tieju's ferocity. He grabbed the soldier's swinging arm and, with his other hand, slashed fiercely at his face.
Bang!
A dull sound. The North soldier's face was bloodied, and he fell from the horse. Li Taiju gasped for breath, blood pouring down his back. Looking at the twitching enemy on the ground and the frightened, fleeing horse, he was stunned. He had survived? And he had killed a North soldier? Before he could think further, enemies charged at him again. Li Taiju instinctively dodged with his knife. He grabbed some dirt and threw it into the enemy's eyes, fighting back with brutal, bloody methods. Though he kept getting hurt and his movements were awkward, his desperate determination and sudden flashes of cleverness allowed him to hold his ground in the chaos. He even managed to take down 2 North soldiers by accident. His performance quickly caught the attention of the palace guards. That new recruit has such a tough life. During a brief lull in the battle, Song Inian looked across the fierce battlefield and noticed Li Taiju, covered in blood, acting wildly like a mad tiger and fighting in strange, unpredictable ways. Although his fighting skills were rough, his bravery and quick thinking were especially valuable. However, the overall situation remained grim. The new soldiers suffered heavy losses, and the personal guards were trapped by enemies many times their number. Just as Song Inian was about to order a retreat and tighten the formation, on the side of the battlefield, where archers were responsible for long-range attacks, suddenly came a series of sharp, cracking sounds.
Bang!
The composite bows, after continuous heavy use, could no longer hold. Their limbs broke, and parts flew everywhere. Because composite bows can shoot 3 arrows at once, they broke, their long-range firepower suddenly dropped sharply. Prince, the bows. The bows are broken. Wei Yunyun's earlier worries finally came true at this moment. Wu Shua immediately noticed the decrease in arrows. The already unfavorable situation worsened quickly. Song Inian and Ganwen exchanged a glance. Ganwen instantly understood his meaning. Capture the leader first. Both of them spurred their horses forward, like two sharp arrows shooting out of a bow, one to the left and one to the right. Ignoring the chaos around them, they headed straight for Wu Shua, who was at the center of the enemy's main force. Protect the prince! Qingyu shouted in alarm, trying to follow with others, but was held back by the rushing North D soldiers. The two of them tore through the enemy tide, opening a bloody path. Swords flashed, and many North D cavalry were knocked off their horses. Wu Shua also quickly noticed these two reckless men daring to charge directly at him. Coming to die on your own, just in time to save this general trouble, he sneered. He swung his Wolf Fang club, leading a few brave warriors to meet them. Song Inian's long sword clashed with Wu Shua's Wolf Fang club, sparks flying. Ganwen charged from the side, slashing at Wu Shua's ribs, but was blocked by surrounding North D soldiers and engaged in a fight. As their blades crossed, Ganwen knocked away Wu Shua's curved sword, then kicked the horse's belly. The horse reared in pain, and Ganwen seized the opportunity, slashing with his long sword, killing one of the enemies. He turned his horse around and shouted loudly, "You North D dogs, venturing deep into Ningzhou's territory, do you really not know what death means? When reinforcements arrive to encircle you, none of you will be able to walk out alive." Wu Shu forcefully pushed away Song Inian's sword, sneered, and his rough voice was full of disdain. Reinforcements?
Ha ha ha. Dream on.
Your main forces are on the northern front, too busy to help. Where would reinforcements come from? Song Inian's heart sank. Has a battle broken out at Yanmen Pass? Is the convoy she was escorting safe? Thinking about the journey to Ningzhou, she seemed to sense danger ahead of time. Her worries turned into a strange sense of trust. Normally, the Northern D army wouldn't attack Yanmen Pass at this time. They probably sent scouts to find the mine, planning to destroy and loot it, pretending to attack. They want to distract the cavalry on the front line and then send some of their cavalry into the mine area. Thinking of this, Song Inian's sword became even sharper, forcing Wu Shu to defend himself while loudly saying, "Who is still dreaming big? You think pretending to attack Yanmen Pass will win? The Northern D army has already retreated. Maybe your information isn't very accurate." Wu Shu paused, his fierce face showing surprise and suspicion. What? Yanmen Pass was defeated? That can't be. In that moment of distraction, Ganwen saw an opportunity. He jumped from his horse, threw himself forward, and like a cannonball, collided with Wu Shu, knocking him off his horse. They fell heavily to the ground, rolling and fighting. Wu Shu was incredibly strong and struggled fiercely, but Ganwen held his joints tightly, making it hard for him to move. The nearby Northern D soldiers saw this and shouted in shock, rushing forward to rescue him. But how could Song Inian let them succeed? Her sword flashed like a silver storm, protecting that small area tightly. No one could break through her sword barrier. Ganwen used all his strength, knees pressed against Wu Shu's lower back, drew a dagger from his waist, and pressed it against Wu Shu's throat, shouting sternly, "Move again, and I'll end your life." The cold blade pierced the skin, and the threat of death finally made Wu Shu, proud and arrogant, stop struggling. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief and humiliation. "Everyone stay still. Otherwise, I will kill him immediately." With their commander captured, the Northern D army's attack suddenly slowed. All soldiers hesitated, afraid to move forward. Song Inian held a sword to protect Ganwen in front of him, coldly saying, "Let your people put down their weapons and step back 100 steps." Ganwen's knife was pressed tightly against Wu Shu's throat. Wu Shu clenched his teeth, reluctantly shouting a few words in Beatty language. Beatty soldiers looked at each other, then dropped their weapons and slowly retreated. Yanmingwen, the next morning. System, check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has received 100 bottles of disinfectant alcohol, 100 bandages. System, have you upgraded? Why are there more items now? No, the check-in items are. All right, I know what you're going to say. She interrupted the system, turned over, took out 2 large boxes, and placed the disinfectant alcohol and bandages inside. Then she called Chuanxiwe and Qinghe, took the boxes, and headed to the wounded camp. She lifted the curtain, and a strong smell of blood and herbs filled her nose, with constant groans. Military doctors moved among the wounded, all looking tired and hurried. "Greetings, Princess." The doctor passing by the door saw Wei Yunyun and quickly saluted. The wounded soldiers struggling to stand up to salute were gently stopped by her eyes and gestures. Just as she was about to ask Chuanxiwe to give the items to the doctor, the tent curtain was lifted again. Chun Hongfong, dressed in military uniform and looking tired, followed by Captain Jiang and several soldiers. "Your servant greets the princess." He saw Wei Yunyun at the door and looked slightly surprised, saying, "Why is the princess here?" "This place is dirty." Wei Yunyun frowned and disagreed. "The soldiers fought bravely in battle. Where is the dirt?" She then asked, "General, why aren't you overseeing the city wall? Is there an important matter here?" Hearing this, Chun Hongfong lowered his voice. "Your Highness, the Beatty attack seems fierce but is actually strange. Their troop rotations are frequent, and although their charge is fierce, the forces are not the elite royal cavalry, but rather some tribal soldiers with slightly inferior equipment and chaotic tactics. Yesterday, Your Highness mentioned they might have other plans. I came here to check on a few seriously wounded scouts and verify the situation." Wei Yunyun's mind raced quickly. Ningzhou's city defenses are strong. If the Beatty elites are not here, where could they have gone? To nearby prefectures? Food supplies? Previously, the North D deserters colluded with bandits to loot grain and supplies. It was easy to find out about the distribution of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and grain seeds in Ningzhou's counties. However, they could only secretly send small groups of people. Dispersing to different places to steal grain would require a large army. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her face changed slightly. Maybe their goal was never just to break into the city. She didn't directly share her guess. Chun Hongfong nodded and said, "Such a reckless attack might be to hide their true main force, to attack elsewhere, or they might be waiting for an inside helper, or counting on the city's food supplies being poor, causing the soldiers' morale to fall." Behind him, Officer Zheng quickly said, "General, we must send more scouts immediately to expand our search area, especially toward the supply routes and nearby fortresses. Inside the city, we need to clean up again and prevent spies from working inside and outside together. Also, the guards on the city walls should rotate and rest, stay alert, and not be worn down by this tired troop tactic. Then, Officer Zheng, I leave this matter to you. Send double the scouts. Expand the search area by 30 miles, especially along the supply routes and mountain passes nearby. Report immediately if there's any movement. Increase patrols inside the city by double and carefully check suspicious people." "Understood. I will follow orders." Chun Hongfong finally relaxed and said to Wei Yunyun, "I also need to visit the injured soldiers, especially the scouts who risked their lives to send back news. Would you like to come along, Your Highness?" "Exactly why I came, General." "Please." They both headed toward the camp. Originally, Wu Xiaoxiao was pretending to rest against a tent pole. When they approached, she opened her eyes and quickly stood up. Her movement pulled at her wound, causing her brow to furrow slightly, but she still stood straight, clasped her hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, General." "Greetings, Princess." Wei Yunyun turned her head and looked at her shoulder, which was bandaged tightly. She immediately remembered that this was Wu Xiaoqi, who had performed so well yesterday. No need for formalities. "You're injured. Sit down and talk." Wu Xiaoxiao still stood there, lowering her head and saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I am fine." Wu Xiaoxiao heard this and showed no expression on her bronze-colored face. Her voice was calm and humble. "Your Majesty, you praise me too much. Guarding the city is my duty." Chun Hongfong recognized her as well. "It's you. Yesterday, you did very well. If you hadn't blocked the gap in time, the consequences could have been terrible. You are brave and decisive, good qualities. The situation was urgent then, and I had no time to think.
I just did my best.
Many soldiers in the army are braver and better fighters than I am, so I don't deserve such praise. Seeing her calm and modest attitude, Chen Hongfang felt even more pleased. Merit is merit. I always reward fairly. Rest and recover from your injuries. Once you're healed, you will be promoted to a higher position. Our camp needs brave and strong people like you. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Does the general mean to transfer her to his side? No, that would mean fewer chances to go to the front and fight the northern enemies. She clasped her fists and firmly refused. Thank you for your kindness, General. I am very grateful. But I still want to stay in the Jiazi camp. Please kindly allow it. Chen Hongfang's expression darkened, surprised by her refusal. Many soldiers under him desperately wanted such an opportunity, yet Wu Xiaoxiao was so straightforward in declining. Really?
Why?
In my camp, we all fight enemies and make achievements. There are more chances for that. Wu Xiaoxiao looked up, her eyes burning with a nearly stubborn fire. General, I joined the army not for fame or reward, but to avenge my family. The northern enemies destroyed my hometown and killed my parents and relatives. This hatred is unforgivable. The Jiazi camp is always at the front, fighting the most enemies. I just want to stay in the front line, kill more of those northern enemies, and use their blood to honor my parents in heaven. Please understand, General. Her eyes showed pure hatred. Chen Hongfang suddenly understood where her extraordinary bravery came from. He was silent for a moment and sighed. Many soldiers in the army have a deadly hatred for the northern enemies. He wondered if they would ever be able to drive the northern enemies out of the border in their lifetime. He spoke gently. Since you have made up your mind, I won't force you. But your achievements must be rewarded. Wu Xiao, listen to my orders. Wu Xiaoxiao immediately knelt on one knee. I am here, sir. You protected the city wall yesterday with great courage, leading the troops bravely. I promote you to be a captain, still under the command of the armor battalion. Once you recover, you will immediately take your post, leading your soldiers to fight the enemies. Not only to avenge your family, but also to bring justice for the countless innocent people of Ningzhou who suffered. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, he clasped his fists tightly and said excitedly, Wu Xiao obeys the order. Thank you, General. I will not let you down. I will shed the enemy's blood to honor my family. After the promotion order, wounded soldiers nearby looked at Wu Xiaoxiao with envy. Congratulations, Captain Wu. The armor battalion is amazing. Congratulations. Everyone around cheered and congratulated. However, Wei Yunyun noticed that Wu Xiaoxiao looked down, revealing a small patch of smooth, delicate skin at the back of his neck, quite different from the roughness of his face and hands. Quietly, Qinghe, who had been following behind, leaned in and whispered something into Wei Yunyun's ear. She then looked back at Wu Xiaoxiao, her doubts growing but her face remaining calm. Turning to Chunxue, she ordered, hand over the items to the medical officer. The military doctor took the box and opened it, looking puzzled at what was inside. Wei Yunyun pointed to the alcohol in a jar and the bandages, explaining, this is strong liquor and medical bandages. The strong liquor is unusual. It's very potent, much stronger than ordinary drinks. A wise person advised me that using it to clean wounds can effectively remove evil toxins and foul air, greatly preventing infection and decay. I call this disinfection. Using alcohol for disinfection? The old military doctor's face immediately showed surprise. His eyebrows furrowed deeply, and he shook his head instinctively. Your Highness, forgive me for speaking frankly. Alcohol is very strong. Using it to clean wounds might do more harm than good, causing more pain to the injured. And I've never heard of alcohol being used to ward off evil or toxins. This doesn't seem logical. I fear it might be. Based on his many years of medical experience, he doubted this method. Nowadays, alcohol is mainly used internally to invigorate blood or in rituals. Using it directly on bloody wounds sounds unheard of. It seems more like nonsense than a proper treatment. If it weren't for the fact that you are the princess of the Yu Kingdom, I might even dismiss this as absurd. There may be pain, but compared to wounds rotting, high fever, or losing one's life, temporary pain is nothing. If the medical officer is unsure, they can try comparing with a few minor injuries. Seeing is believing. She looked at the injured soldiers groaning inside the tent. Now is a time of war, with many wounded. If we can save more brothers from suffering decay, any method worth trying should be considered, right? Chen Hongfang remembered the coal stove the princess had shown earlier. At first, he was doubtful. Based on what he knew about the princess over the past 2 days, she probably wouldn't suggest something pointless. So he said, "Dr. He, why not give it a try?" The old military doctor saw that Wei Yunyun's eyes were firm. The general also spoke up, making him hesitate. The princess is very important and seems not to need to speak on such matters. Her words are reasonable, and any way to save more lives is worth trying. He clenched his teeth and bowed. "Your Highness, with your kind heart, I will follow your orders and give it a try." Wei Yunyun saw her goal was achieved and, thinking about her earlier guess, wanted to leave first. Her gaze naturally shifted to Wu Xiaoxiao, who was standing up. She noticed a trickle of blood from her wound. Wei Yunyun said, "Captain Wu, your wound has reopened. Your promotion is good news, but your health is the key to fighting. If you trust me, use this strong alcohol to disinfect and rebandage it to avoid hidden dangers." Her eyes lingered meaningfully on her bleeding shoulder for a moment. Wu Xiaoxiao, hearing this, instinctively tried to cover her shoulder wound. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will obey." Wei Yunyun nodded slightly, said no more, and after saying goodbye to Chen Hongfang, she turned and left the wounded camp with her maid. Back at her residence, before she could change out of her blood-stained clothes, Zhuoruizha hurried in, looking anxious, holding a small bamboo tube. "Your Highness." He presented the tube. The prince's messenger pigeon just arrived. Wei Yunyun immediately took it, removed the wax seal, and pulled out the rolled-up letter inside. Familiar handwriting appeared before her, but the content made her heart sink little by little. The letter mentioned that the mine had been attacked by elite cavalry from the Northern D tribe. Although Song Enian arrived in time and captured their leader, the newly recruited soldiers lacked real combat experience and suffered heavy losses when facing the Northern Nomad cavalry. Next, she asked about the frontline battles and when she could return to the city. Wei Yunyun held the letter, her fingertips feeling cold. She could imagine the fierce fight at the mine and those new soldiers. She took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions rising inside her. Now was not the time for regret or sadness. She handed the letter to Zhuoruizha beside her. Zhuoruizha quickly read it, his face turning pale. He suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice filled with guilt. "Your Majesty, this is my fault. I should have stayed at the mine. If I had been there, maybe I could have saved more of my brothers. Please punish me." Qin Yu, who was about to come in to supervise Wei Yunyun's practice, saw this and glanced at the letter in Zhuoruizha's hand. Seeing the content, he looked worried but still tried to comfort her. "This isn't Zhuoguard's fault. The northern nomads sent their best cavalry, attacking quickly and carefully planned. Even if you were at the mine with only 200 guards facing 1,000 elite cavalry, the result probably wouldn't be much different. Now that the prince has captured the enemy's leader, that's a great success." Wei Yunyun looked at Zhuoruizha kneeling and apologizing, then gently reached out to help him up. "Get up. Qin Master is right. This isn't your fault. The northern nomads have been planning this for a long time. Even if you stayed at the mine, it would only be one more person fighting bravely. From this, it seems their attack on Yanmen Pass was a false move. Their real goal was to distract the front line and launch a surprise attack on Black Mountain Mine. Now that their plan has been exposed and the commander captured, this vain attack probably won't last much longer." She then ordered, "Zhuoruizha, tell General Chen everything about what the prince's letter said."
Yes.
Zhuoruizha responded and stood up. She turned to Chuanxiwe, saying, "Prepare immediately. We leave at once and return to Ending City." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qin Yu also cupped his fists and said, "In that case, Your Majesty, I will go now to inform the team to prepare for the return journey." The carriage sped along silently. When the familiar city walls came into view, Wei Yunyan finally relaxed her tense heart. The check at the city gate was much stricter than usual. The soldiers guarding the city looked serious, as if facing a big threat. Her eyes scanned the soldiers, and a familiar figure caught her attention. Li Taizhu was standing beside the gate, carefully checking the identities of passing people. He had a fresh, fierce scar on his face, running from his brow to his cheek, still healing. His left arm was hanging in a cloth sling across his chest, clearly injured. When he saw Wei Yunyan's carriage, he paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly gave some instructions to the soldier next to him, then strode toward the carriage. Despite his injured arm, he tried to stand straight. He knocked his fist on his chest armor in a formal military salute. "Greetings, Princess. Welcome back to the city." Wei Yunyan's gaze stayed on him, pausing at his injured arm and scarred face. Her eyes showed concern. "What happened to you?" Li Taizhu smiled kindly, but his tone was proud. "To tell you, Your Majesty. A while ago, the government was recruiting soldiers and I signed up. I didn't expect to be chosen. When the North D invaders attacked the mine, I followed the prince's team to support our brothers there." His loud voice made a few soldiers nearby look at him with admiration. "I was lucky. I took down a few North D soldiers, but I also got cut a few times. The prince said I did well, and since I was injured, he told me to come back and guard the city gate as a small squad leader. I can rest and also do my part." Wei Yunyan nodded. "In the battle at the mine, you all did well. You must recover well. The city gate will need your care in the future. Who cares about being a hero or not? If it weren't for Your Majesty's kindness, I might have starved to death long ago. Now I have a chance to serve you and the prince, and even fight some North D dogs. That's not a bad life." Wei Yunyan looked at the fierce scar on his face and his injured arm, feeling both touched and a little sad. These simple villagers, after receiving some kindness, were willing to risk their lives in return. She paused, then asked, "Is the prince inside the city now?" Li Taizhu immediately replied seriously, "Yes, Your Majesty. The prince returned from the mine the day before yesterday and has been handling military affairs at the residence. He hasn't left the city today, so he should be there now." Wei Yunyan nodded. "Good, I understand. You should do your duty diligently but also take care of your health. Safe travels, Your Majesty." Li Taizhu straightened his posture and saluted again, watching the carriage enter the city.
Wow.
"Brother Taizhu, I didn't see that coming." A soldier nudged him lightly with his elbow, winking. "Not only do you dare to fight the Northern D cavalry with a sword, but you can also talk to the princess." "Exactly. I heard it myself just now. The princess asked about your injury and even praised us as heroes. You're impressive. This time, you've made a name for yourself in front of the prince and the princess. Not just a name." Another soldier came over with an exaggerated expression. Brother Taizhu was personally praised by the prince as doing pretty well. After getting hurt, he was immediately promoted to squad leader. "When we get ahead, you guys can count on us to help you out." "Yes, yes. Squad leader Taizhu, don't forget us who stand guard together." Everyone chattered, teasing but mostly showing envy. Li Taizhu awkwardly waved his still movable right hand, denying repeatedly, "Come on."
What are you talking about?
"Just good luck. The prince and princess are kind and considerate. They care about my injury." The more he explained, the more his brothers laughed happily. Li Taizhu was helpless and could only put on a serious face, loudly shouting, "What are you all doing here?
Go to your jobs."
No need to guard the city gate anymore. Check carefully. If spies get in, the prince will skin you alive." He tried to sound commanding, but his flushed face and the sparkle in his eyes betrayed his excitement. The soldiers chuckled and dispersed, returning to their posts. The carriage slowly stopped, and the curtain was gently lifted by spring snow. Wei Yunyan leaned out first, seeing Song Yinian standing quietly in front of the mansion gate, dressed in a white brocade robe, his sleeves fluttering softly in the breeze. His dark hair, like ink, was tied with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands loose at his temples, highlighting a handsome face like a painting, with a noble and distant aura that seemed to command life and death. Everything around seemed to fall silent naturally, leaving him standing alone, ethereal and detached, like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. For a moment, she was stunned, as if seeing him for the first time in white clothes. Just as spring snow was about to help her out of the carriage, a figure moved faster than her. A pair of long, jade-like, slender hands reached out in front of Wei Yunyun, making a gesture to support her. Spring snow suddenly paused, and she instinctively took a half step back, lowering her head and holding her breath. Wei Yunyun's eyes suddenly widened. Was he going to help her? The prince himself was lowering himself to do so. His calm and natural posture showed no sign of humility, but rather a noble dignity that left no room for refusal. She hesitated for a moment, but quickly returned to her normal composure. After all, they were in front of many people. Since he had already reached out his hand, refusing would embarrass him. She lowered her eyelashes, hiding her thoughts in her eyes, and gently placed her hand on his palm. Their fingertips touched, one warm, one cool. A strange tingling sensation spread through her body. With his strength, Wei Yunyun lightly stepped down from the carriage. She steadied herself and softly spoke, trying to pull her hand back. Song Enian did not let go. Instead, he turned and walked toward the house with a firm step, his pace carrying an undeniable authority. Behind them, Chuanxiue and Qinghe quickly exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of suppressed amusement in each other's eyes. They quietly fell back about 10 steps, following from a distance, not daring to disturb. Wei Yunyun was a bit confused by his sudden intimacy. She could clearly feel that he was emitting a different aura than usual. When he led her all the way to the backyard, she finally couldn't hold back and stopped, forcefully pulling her hand away. "Prince, what's going on?" Song Enian also stopped and turned to face her. His deep gaze fixed on her tightly, a dark current flowing beneath his eyes. "The badge I gave you is for your convenience in the city, not for you to stay outside the city for long, or even to go alone to the front lines." "I'm not going alone." Wei Yunyun immediately interrupted him. "There are guards. Chuanxiue and Qinghe are with me, and hundreds of palace guards and bodyguards are following. How can you call that alone? Yanmen Pass is dangerous. As the princess, I have the ability to help. How can I just sit at home?" "Have the ability?" A flicker of unease flashed in Song Enian's eyes. His tone unconsciously grew harsher. "This is a battlefield. Swords and blades have no eyes. The Beatty are fierce. If anything goes wrong, do you think you can be completely safe? Do you know I heard at the mine that Yanmen Pass was attacked and that being around so many men every day, no matter who you are, will inevitably lead to criticism." Today, when I saw her, Song Enian's gaze was very different. I thought it was because she had just returned from the dangerous border area, and I was worried about her safety. But I didn't expect that he was worried about something else. She couldn't help but frown. "I am in the military camp, doing my duty to protect the city and its people, and I have no guilt. The soldiers are fighting bravely, yet you are worried about trivial gossip? Trivial? What is the front line like?" His voice was deep and angry. "A bunch of men in the camp, and you alone, mingling with thousands of men every day. Do you know what that looks like?" She suddenly looked up. "In the camp, I see brave warriors who are determined to fight to the death against the northern barbarians. At that moment, I didn't think about whether they were men. I didn't think about whether I was a woman. All I thought about was that they are heroes of Dakian. They are fighting to defend Dakian, and I want to do my best to help them. Why does it become inappropriate when it comes to you?" She rarely spoke so fiercely and seriously in front of him. Song Enian stared at her in shock, feeling angry. Clearly, it was her fault, but now it sounded like he was the one being unreasonable. "No matter what, I hope such incidents won't happen again." Song Enian's forehead veins throbbed, and his voice lost its usual calm and composure. He was anxious, worried, angry, mixed emotions he couldn't quite express. He didn't know what to say or how to resolve it. Wei Yunyan also felt a surge of anger in her heart. What kind of incident is the prince referring to? Is it about transporting supplies and weapons to the border? Or about arguing with the prince? Song Yinian was taken aback by her words. He had never heard a woman speak to him like this, nor had he seen anyone justify a woman entering the military camp so confidently. Wei Yunyan took a step back, her tone colder. I have always acted openly and honestly, and I am not afraid of what others say. If the prince is worried about rumors, I will be more careful in the future. I did it for you. Wei Yunyan smiled softly and said, I didn't think things through properly, and I made the prince worry about me. I feel ashamed for this mistake. Please, your highness, take back the order. She bowed slightly, but the order she handed over slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground, brushed aside by her skirt. Song Yinian stood frozen in place, feeling a cold emptiness spread from his palm to his chest. Chen Shui and Qing he watched from afar, their smiles stiff on their faces. As the wind blew through the backyard, only cold, broken shards of light remained on the ground. Neither of them dared to bow or greet. They hurried past Song Yinian, chasing after Wei Yunyan. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, locking Chen Shui and Qing he outside. Chen Shui raised her hand to knock, but Qing he quickly grabbed her arm. Let the lady be for a little while. Chen Shui frowned, but Wei Yunyan leaned against the cold door, her chest rising and falling rapidly. A feeling of sadness and disappointment surged inside her. She whispered, this time going to the border is very dangerous. I thought he was urging me to return quickly to Inding City because he was worried about my safety. But I didn't expect he was worried about losing face for the prince's house if I failed, she sighed softly. She had been too naive, thinking that after experiencing so much together over the past few months and facing life and death crises several times, Song Yinian would see her differently. But in this ancient world, deep-rooted ideas are not so easy to change. She had wanted to learn more about his experiences at the mine, to ask how he managed to fight against many enemies and successfully capture the Northern D general. She thought he cared about her and had many questions to ask. But in his eyes, everything she did during this time seemed less important than the potential scandal of a woman wandering in the military camp. A deep sense of helplessness and loneliness welled up inside her. After a long while, she slowly walked to the table and sat down, gazing out the window at the familiar courtyard scenery, her eyes somewhat vacant. Her anger gradually faded. For her, in this ancient society where women had no status, being able to get along well with Song Yinian was the most important thing. Today, she had become flustered and argued with him because of his misunderstanding. That was unwise. From another perspective, her trip to the border was mainly to deliver grain and weapons, but it also clearly went against the expectations of women in this era. Thinking of this, she rubbed her forehead and smiled bitterly. Maybe it's because Song Yinian usually doesn't set high standards for herself, so she mistakenly thought that everything she does is trusted and allowed. In the end, she couldn't really blame Song Yinian. She took a deep breath, and her eyes suddenly became clear. Right now, instead of being angry with Song Yinian, it was more important to solve the urgent problems. Whether it was the weapons and medicines at Yanmen Pass, or ensuring the food and warmth for the people of Ningzhou. She stood up and went to the desk, organizing the current situation and thinking about her next steps. Thoughts about the royal treasury, usable resources, and potential sources of income flashed rapidly in her mind. Friendly reminder: the host has not checked in today. The system's electronic prompt sounded gentler than before. Congratulations, the host has received 100 power pills, defective. She opened the information panel. Power pill, defective after taking. It takes about 6 hours for full absorption. It permanently increases the user's basic strength and stamina. The effect varies by person, better for those with average or weaker constitutions. Side effects: diarrhea, fatigue, and hunger. During the effect, the user must consume much more food and water than usual to restore vitality. Otherwise, it may damage the foundation. Note: this is especially effective for those with average or weak physiques, with limited benefit for those with excellent foundations. This effect, although not as good as the powerful pills she previously took, was still quite useful. And the side effect was simply becoming a big eater. With these power pills, a bold idea suddenly formed in her mind. These power pills, mainly effective for those with average or weak constitutions, could be given to the injured new soldiers in this battle. She wondered how effective it would be. Those new soldiers who currently lacked strength, but might have potential, seemed the most suitable. Wei Yunyun calmed her mind, picked up her brush, and began writing one by one. Song Enian lowered her gaze, slowly bent down to pick up the badge, and turned to walk toward the front yard. Her entire body exuded a terrifying pressure, and her cold aura now seemed to carry the frost of the coldest winter. Everyone along her path held their breath and bowed their heads, afraid to meet her gaze. The sound of the dungeon door opening startled Wu Shu and made him look up. Song Enian slowly walked in, expressionless. The cold, killing intent radiating from him made Wu Shu feel a sudden chill. Wu Shu tried to cover his unease with sarcasm. Before he could speak, Song Enian suddenly raised his hand and struck him hard in the stomach. Wu Shu hunched over sharply, the chains binding his limbs clanging loudly. It felt as if his internal organs shifted instantly, and the intense pain made him lose his voice. Song Enian said nothing, his cold eyes fixed on him. Then he delivered another punch to his ribs. Wu Shu felt as if he heard the sound of bones breaking. The dungeon echoed with his suppressed screams and the dull sounds of fisting flesh. After a while, Song Enian finally stopped. Wu Shu hung on the chains like a broken rag, breathing heavily. Song Enian took out a cloth, carefully wiping the blood on his hand. After cleaning his hand, he casually threw the cloth in front of Wu Shu, turned around, and left the dungeon without a word. He leaned against the soft couch in the study, playing with the badge on his chest, feeling restless. Qingyu tiptoed quietly to the corner and carefully lit a calming incense. "How is she?" Song Enian's deep voice sounded. Qingyu immediately responded, choosing his words carefully. "Master, the princess has left the estate. Just when you went to confront that Northern D general." But he didn't say the next part. His grip tightened suddenly on the badge in his hand. "Does she still have the mind to go out?" Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then bravely spoke up. "Master, I have something to say. I don't know if I should. Based on my understanding of the princess these past few days, she is not someone without sense." Qingyu spoke cautiously, glancing at his master's face. The princess's whereabouts were almost always entrusted to him. He believed he knew both masters best. The empress cares about the people, and she is usually kind to her servants. Everything she has done in Ningzhou is for the good of the palace and the region. The princess is different from ordinary ladies in the palace, and you, master, while giving her authority, also try to restrain her with normal rules. But I'm afraid that might be counterproductive. Perhaps the empress does not lack affection for the lord, but simply dislikes his methods? Upon saying this, Qingyu immediately lowered his head. The study was silent, only the gentle smoke from calming incense rising and the soft tapping of Song Enian's fingers on the edge of the soft couch. "I understand," he said. Qingyu let out a breath, bowed, and then left. Outside the courtyard, he called a young servant. "Go, call a doctor to check on the prisoner. Make sure he doesn't die. The Lord's strikes were heavy, and the Northern D general still needed to be kept alive to change horses. If he died, he wouldn't be worth much." Inside the city's new soldier camp, newly recruited young men were practicing stabbing and cutting under the shouts of their instructors. In the tent, Wei Yunyun was talking with the camp leader, Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng held a training guide written by Wei Yunyun herself, and his brows were furrowed tightly. "What kind of things are these?" "Gather at the third watch of the morning. Rest for 2 quarters after meals before starting the obstacle course." "What are trenches, high walls, and net walls?" "Group combat drills." Without real weapons, how can soldiers develop courage? And these exercises, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups. I've never heard of such things. The night emergency alarm? Isn't that just trouble disturbing sleep? How can soldiers train properly the next day? The more he looked, the more obvious his dislike became. These methods were very different from the traditional military training he knew. To him, these activities seemed strange, useless in actual combat, and overly harsh or even childish. He put down the manual, clasped his fists, and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive my bluntness. Your regulations may seem strict, but they are actually showy and ineffective. The key to training soldiers is discipline and obedience. Using swords, spears, sticks, and fighting on the battlefield is fundamental. These activities, running, jumping, climbing, are like playthings, useless in real combat and only waste soldiers' strength and delay proper training. And this night assembly call, completely unnecessary. Soldiers need enough rest to stay strong. Your Majesty, I appreciate your concern for the army, but training is no child's play. We should follow traditional methods and leave such matters to us rough folk." Wei Yunyun had already expected him to oppose. These training methods were ahead of their time and naturally questioned. She calmly said, "Commander Zhang, I know you have your own training methods after many years in the army, but training still needs to keep up with the times. You say these exercises are useless in real combat, but I ask you, on the battlefield, do soldiers only stand still and slash? Is long-distance marching necessary? Is crossing trenches and low walls needed? Can soldiers still wield weapons when exhausted? Can they react instantly when attacked at night?" A series of questions left Zhang Meng speechless. He hadn't thought about these things before. Wei Yunyun continued, "Carrying heavy loads builds endurance and marching ability. Obstacle courses simulate the complex environment of the battlefield. Group fights train teamwork and adaptability, not just fighting bravely. Those unfamiliar exercises focus on the soldier's most basic but vital core strength. As for nighttime drills, they train emergency response. Do you think the northern barbarians attack only when we are awake and well-fed?" Zhang Meng suddenly remembered the new soldiers who had just joined the army and were forced to face northern barbarians, losing more than half. What the princess said seemed to make sense, but he still looked stubborn, holding his head high, and said, "What the princess says makes sense, but who can guarantee these methods are effective? If the soldiers are ruined, the responsibility—" "I will take responsibility," Wei Yunyun cut him off firmly. "Commander Zhang, how about this? Select 50 new soldiers and train them with my method for half a month. At the same time, select 50 others and train them with your method. After half a month, the two groups will compete. They will compare endurance, speed, strength, and even small team battles. The results will be clear. If my method is not better than yours, then we won't mention this again. But if it proves effective—" She looked intently at Zhang Meng. "Would you help to gradually implement this in the new soldiers' camp?" Zhang Meng looked at the document titled, "Rebellious and Unorthodox," in his hand and hesitated for a moment. He didn't believe these strange methods would work, but since the princess had brought it up, refusing again would be inappropriate. Moreover, testing with just 50 people for half a month is not a big problem. He clasped his fists and said in a deep voice, "All right. As your Majesty commands. I want to see what amazing things this new method can do," so Ruiz volunteered to stay behind and help Wei Yunyun practice this new training method. Although the Black Mountain Mine has already been managed by Song Indian soldiers and General Chen Hongfang has sent 1,000 soldiers from the border army to assist, he still felt guilty and wanted to do something to make up for it. Wei Yunyun decided to go with him. Now she has her Master Qin's teachings, has practiced the system's mental techniques, and is incredibly strong. As long as she doesn't act recklessly, she should be safe. Not long after leaving the new soldier camp, Qinyu hurried over, looking a bit anxious. "Your Majesty." Qinyu quickly approached, pulling out a familiar, delicate purple sandalwood box from her and offering it with both hands. "The prince ordered me to give this to you." Her eyes fixed on the box, but she didn't take it. Her tone was calm. "What does this mean?" Qinyu kept her hand extended. The prince said, "What he gives cannot be taken back. Please keep it safely, Your Majesty." Spring Snow and Qinghe, who were nearby, looked at each other happily. Spring Snow couldn't help but whisper, "Your Majesty, it's clear the prince cares about you." Chunyu's eyes flickered as she continued. "The prince also said if you want to do anything, just use this." But be careful and don't worry him again. Song Enian didn't say this himself, but it didn't matter. Chinyu was making it up. Anyway, he knew that your majesty wouldn't ask the prince for confirmation. Wei Yunyun hesitated, asking, did the prince really say that? Yes, yes. The prince told me himself. How could I lie? Fearing Wei Yunyun might ask for more details, Chinyu quickly signaled Qing He. Qing He understood immediately. Your majesty, the prince is usually so cold. It's rare for him to say something like this. You should accept it quickly. Spring Snow also hurriedly agreed. Yes, your majesty. If the prince really disliked you, why would he send Chinyu to deliver this? The prince was angry earlier and spoke harshly, but it was because he was very worried about your safety. He was afraid you might suffer unfair treatment or a loss outside. Please don't be upset with him anymore. The three of them took turns trying to calm Song Enian. Finally, Wei Yunyun reached out and took the small box, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Was her previous reaction too intense? Thinking about it, she realized she had been enjoying her role as the Princess Yu, using her position to act. They shared both good and bad times together. They were a whole. Due to the limitations of the times, he wasn't really at fault. With this in mind, she turned to Chuanxue and asked, are there still potatoes and sweet potatoes sent from Yufeng village? Madam, those potatoes and sweet potatoes were all planted as crops in various counties. But there should still be some left in the kitchen, kept for tasting earlier. Wei Yunyun nodded. Let's go back to the residence first. Back at the prince's mansion, Wei Yunyun went straight to the kitchen. In a corner basket, there were a few potatoes and sweet potatoes with some dirt on them. They weren't very big, but enough for what she needed. She dismissed others and only let Chuanxue and Qinghe help. A few ideas flashed through her mind, and she decided to make 2 new dishes: golden salted mashed potatoes and honey-glazed roasted sweet potatoes. Chuanxue started a fire and slowly roasted the whole sweet potatoes in the embers of the stove. Meanwhile, she prepared the potatoes herself. She steamed them until soft, then took them out and placed them in a clay basin. While still hot, she added a little milk and mashed them with a wooden pestle until smooth and creamy. On the other side, the sweet potatoes in the stove emitted a tempting sweet aroma. She scooped out the flesh, placed it in a small dish, drizzled some thick honey over it, and sprinkled a few goji berries on top. Both snacks weren't fancy, but they were new and interesting. She served the mashed potatoes in a white porcelain bowl and the honey-sweet potatoes on a shallow plate, giving them a special look. She also asked Qinghe to brew a pot of clear tea to help cleanse the palate. She found a delicate food box and carefully packed the snacks inside. Sighing softly, she said to Chuanxue, take this to the prince and say, it's a new way of eating, and ask him to try it. Chuanxue quickly agreed, carefully lifting the box. She couldn't help but ask softly, Madam, aren't you going to deliver it yourself? If the prince finds out you made it yourself, he'll definitely. Wei Yunyun shook her head, no need. You go. In the study, Song Enian was busy handling official matters, but his pen often paused, clearly distracted. Chuanxue quietly entered, gently placing the lunchbox on the corner of the desk. She said respectfully, Prince, the princess consort asked me to bring some food, saying it's a new way to eat. Please try it. Song Enian paused his writing, his gaze falling on the lunchbox with a deep look. He showed no particular expression and simply responded with a faint, indicating he understood. Chuanxue's lips moved as if hesitating to speak. Seeing that he hadn't dismissed her, she asked, Is there something else, Prince? She hurriedly said, This food was made personally by the princess. Song Enian only nodded faintly again. Chuanxue looked regretful and left. He knew very well what Wei Yunyun had done when she returned to the residence. He was somewhat surprised that she had brought it himself. He reached out and opened the lid of the lunchbox, and a sweet aroma spread out. The presentation was carefully arranged, showing some thought. He picked up a small spoon nearby, scooped some mashed potatoes, and tasted it. The texture was smooth and rich, a flavor he had never experienced before. He then tried a bite of honey sweet potato, and its fragrant sweetness instantly lifted his gloom. He put down the spoon, picked up a cup of clear tea, and took a sip. A fragrant taste filled his mouth. He picked up his brush again, his gaze falling on the official documents before him, but he gave a command to Qingyu. Tell the princess that the taste is acceptable. For this new style of tasting food, bring more next time. Qingyu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he quickly bowed in response. Yes, sir? Inside a rugged cowhide tent, a charcoal brazier crackled loudly. 5,000 warhorses? That little prince of Dakian must be out of his mind. The burly leader of the tribe slammed his hand on the table, causing the bowl of mare's milk wine to splash. How dare he make such a request? Wuzhu, this useless fellow, an old man wearing a mink fur vest, spat angrily, his eyes full of fury. He went to disturb the mine, only to get trapped by the enemy himself, losing so many brave warriors of our Beatty. Now he expects us to pay such a huge price to redeem him. It's a disgrace. Exactly. The mission failed, and he was captured alive. According to our grassland rules, he's just a weak lamb that should be skinned, unworthy to be called a warrior. Let him die at the hands of the dry people. Immediately, someone loudly agreed, their emotions running high. The warhorses are their foundation, their reliance for roaming freely on the grasslands. 5,000 top-quality warhorses, almost the entire savings of a medium-sized tribe, enough to equip a very powerful cavalry unit. Using such precious strategic resources to exchange for a defeated general is simply foolish and a terrible deal. But a hesitant voice spoke. Wu Shua is still our royal general and has achieved great military success. To abandon him like this is that. His words were quickly drowned out by scolding. Merit is merit. Fault is fault. This defeat is unforgivable. Are we going to use our future mounts and rations to save a useless man's life? The dry people are clearly humiliating us on purpose. We must not agree. The great Khan of the Northern D, sitting upright on the main seat, listened to the arguing below with a grim face. He knew Wu Shua's abilities and value, but he also understood the negative impact of this failure and the cost of redemption. He raised his hand, and the tent gradually quieted down. Wu Shua's recklessness and overconfidence caused heavy losses and failed the royal trust. His mistake was serious. Our Northern D warriors can die on the battlefield, but we will never be intimidated like this. 5,000 warhorses are impossible. He ordered the messenger from the south to be sent a message. No warhorses for that little prince of the great Qi. As for Wu Shua, now that he is a prisoner, life and death will be decided by the heavens. A wave of relief and agreement spread through the tent. Hardly anyone felt sorry for Wu Shua. Their grassland laws have always been like this. Losers lose everything. The news quickly reached the border via fast horse. The Northern D's reply was firm, refusing to exchange prisoners and dismissing Wu Shua as worthless. At the foot of the Yinding city wall, a few guards sat in the corner, munching on bread. Our treatment has improved again. Now we get 3 full meals a day and a silver coin or 2 each month. Ever since the prince arrived, life in this city has gotten better and better. The prince is kind-hearted. A passing laborer overheard this, and his face darkened as he retorted, kind-hearted? That's just because they're short of people and afraid of losing workers. Recently, new soldiers were recruited, and not long after, hundreds of them died. Who would work without good treatment? His nephew died in the battle at Black Mountain Mine. Although the government later gave some compensation, the nephew would never come back. But it's also good, better than starving at home. I just hope there won't be more fighting in the future. The commoner kept talking to himself and didn't wait for the soldier to reply. Then he walked away. Hey you. The soldier was about to say something after finishing his bread, but he saw that the commoner had already disappeared. That's from our village. My nephew just became a soldier and died fighting the northern barbarians. I feel angry about it. Yes, not everyone is as lucky as our Captain Taiju. I heard that the northern barbarian general, called Wu, was captured by the prince. Now he's in the city jail. Really? They caught a big leader? That's great. I hope they punish him severely to avenge our fallen brothers. But I also heard that the northern barbarians refuse to exchange horses for him, thinking he's useless and don't want him anymore. Someone who knows the news quietly whispered this.
Bah.
Barbarians are barbarians, no loyalty at all. Song Inian stopped in front of Wushu's prison cell. He threw a sealed parchment letter onto the dry grass near Wushu. Wushu thought he was here to vent his anger again. He spat out blood and turned his head away. But he caught a glimpse of the familiar northern barbarian script and the royal seal. His heart suddenly pounded. He struggled, using his bloodied, shackled hands to carefully pick up the letter. No, this can't be. How could the Great Khan and others do this? He growled hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. Waste, unforgivable sin, shame. Life and death are up to fate. The cold words like a sharp knife shattered his loyalty to his tribe.
Prince.
Prince Yu. Wu Shu suddenly lunged forward. The chains clanged loudly. He pressed his face against the iron bars, voice urgent, "Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I can serve you." Song Inian watched coldly, his tone calm and emotionless, a defeated general despised by his own people. What use could he be to me? I know the secrets of the royal court, their troop deployments, the conflicts between tribes, and their upcoming plans. I know many secrets of the grasslands. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to serve you loyally, to obey your commands, to help you fight against the Northern D. I swear to the heavens. Song Inian heard this and sneered with a hint of mockery. To survive, he unhesitatingly betrayed his own people, the tribe that raised him, and begged the enemy for mercy. Loyalty? Swear, he repeated these words softly. The oaths of the Northern D are worth less than dry grass in this prison. People who are willing to betray everything just to stay alive today can betray him again tomorrow for other benefits. However, he did not refuse immediately. Outside the palace, Su Wenyuan, who had been traveling for many days, hurried back in a dusty state and went straight to see the princess. "Your Highness," Su Wenyuan bowed respectfully, his face showing exhaustion and guilt. "This time, I went to a nearby prefecture to meet with grain merchants. But the progress was very slow. I heard that Ningzhou was buying grain, but most merchants from those prefectures refused to cooperate. Some claimed they didn't have enough grain, or simply said they didn't believe Ningzhou could pay enough silver. They were afraid we couldn't pay, so hardly anyone was willing to speak." He paused and added, "Only a few merchants from other cities under Ningzhou's rule are willing to cooperate." Wei Yinyu looked calm and nodded slightly. "Mr. Su, thank you for your hard work. This is a difficult matter." Their reluctance to cooperate is understandable. When spring planting begins next year, Ningzhou won't need to buy grain anymore. Seeing that the princess did not blame him, Su Wenyuan felt a little relieved and quickly agreed. After reporting the main matter, Wei Yinyu changed the subject. "Mr. Su, your return is timely. The new textile machines in the military workshop are ready. I plan to set up a government-run textile factory, and I need someone to manage it." Hearing this, Su Wenyuan immediately perked up. "Your Highness has thought everything through. I will handle this matter and find suitable managers and skilled artisans as soon as possible." "Yes," Wei Yinyu nodded. "Especially skilled tailors and embroidery women. The more, the better. Their wages can be a bit higher than market rates." Before she finished speaking, Chunxiwa hurried in from outside to report. "Your Highness, a few women have come to see you at the palace gate. The leader calls herself Zhao. She used to run this splendid embroidery shop on East Street. She says her embroidery shop can't operate anymore. Hearing that the palace is recruiting workers, she wants to bring her embroidery women here to find work." The maid looked at them and saw they were indeed pale and thin. Lady Zhao's eyes were swollen from crying, not from pretending. Yun Yun's heart moved. "Bring them in, soon." A tired-looking but still pretty woman led 4 or 5 women holding bundles of cloth into the room, looking shy. When she saw Yun Yun, Lady Zhao immediately knelt down with everyone else, tears streaming before she spoke. "I am Zhao, a common woman. I bow to the princess and ask for your help. Please get up. My lady does not like big ceremonies. If you have difficulties, just tell me clearly." Lady Zhao was helped up by Chen Shui, her voice trembling. "Your Highness, I am originally from the splendid embroidery shop on East Street. Next to her, a more impatient embroidery girl interrupted angrily. Your Highness, our shop's embroidery skills are very good, and the business was okay before. But recently, a new place called Colorful Pavilion opened in the west of the city. Its owner is the younger brother of the wife of Master Wang, the city official. He is not sincere about doing business. She glanced carefully at Yunyun's expression, seeing she had no reaction, then continued. He saw that our shop's lady was beautiful and widowed, and he had bad intentions. First, he pretended to want to talk about cooperation. When we refused firmly, he got angry and humiliated us. Hearing this, Zhao's body trembled slightly, and she spoke with shame and anger. Since then, he has been causing trouble everywhere. First, he spread rumors on the street to ruin my reputation, saying things that are hard to hear. Then he threatened and bribed the silk suppliers, forbidding them from selling even a thread to us. Our old customers were also scared or lured away with low prices. She paused, tears welling up again. I went to the moneylender to borrow some silver, but as soon as they heard splendid embroidery, they wouldn't even let me in. The impatient embroidery girl added, he even said that unless Our Lady bowed her head and agreed to work for him as a servant, he would make sure our embroidery shop could not survive in Inding City. It's so bad that Our Lady dares not leave the house easily. Zhao's eyes filled with tears again as she spoke sadly. Now, the embroidery shop has no income, and we still owe rent and fabric money. We have a pile of embroidered pieces that we can't sell. I'm truly at my wit's end. I don't mind myself, but these sisters who have been with me for many years need to eat too. She suddenly knelt down again with a thud, kowtowed, and said, Your Majesty, we heard that you are kind-hearted and are recruiting skilled workers. Please have mercy and take us in. We can do anything, embroidery, sewing, weaving nets. We won't slack off. Just want a meal and a safe place to live. Please, Your Majesty, take us in. The other embroidery women also knelt and begged earnestly. Su Wenyuan stood nearby, listening to Zhao and the embroidery women's pleas. His brow furrowed tighter, and his face showed clear anger. Wang Tsang, the official in charge, if he remembered correctly, was the one who had offended the princess and the prince last time. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I remember that Wang Tsang caused trouble with the prince before. I didn't expect his family to act so arrogantly outside, bullying these women and ruining their lives. It's truly outrageous. Wei Yunyun smiled slightly, signaling them to stay calm, and asked Chuanxue to bring her their embroidery pieces. Chuanxue understood and immediately went to open a cloth bag brought by Zhao and the others. As each piece of embroidery appeared before Wei Yunyun, her eyes flashed with amazement. One piece of plain silk had embroidered orchids, with slender, flowing leaves that seemed to tremble gently in the breeze. What was even more amazing was the dew on the orchids, which was stitched with very fine silk threads. Under the sunlight, it reflected a clear, sparkling glow, lifelike as if it would fall at any moment. It was just ordinary silk fabric, but the craftsmanship was extraordinary, like magic. Another piece of cloth used different shades of green silk threads, with a complex stitching technique she couldn't name, to depict layered bamboo shadows. The arrangement was natural and clear, with subtle differences between the backlit and frontlit bamboo leaves, giving a three-dimensional effect. You could almost hear the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. This kind of art couldn't be copied by machines. It was a living fossil of skill passed down through generations. With this skill, in modern times, she might never be able to afford such luxury. Carefully, she picked up the bamboo orchid cloth, touching the cool, moist dew with her fingertips, feeling deeply moved. Are these all embroidered by you? Her tone was filled with sincere admiration. Lady Zhao saw that the princess seemed to like it and felt a glimmer of hope. These were the best embroidery pieces she had carefully selected, made with the finest materials and the best craftsmanship. She quickly nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. These were embroidered by my sisters and me. This orchid grass was made by Chuer, who is very skilled. She pointed to a shy girl nearby. This bamboo shadow was made by Sister Zhang, and the gold embroidery was done by Aunt Lu. She introduced each piece, and the embroiderers' faces lit up with pride as their skills were recognized. Su Wenyuan looked at Lady Zhao and the others. Your Highness is about to start a workshop, right? I think these women are quite suitable. Lady Zhao is very talented, and the other embroiderers have also been unfairly involved. If we can take them in, it would give us reliable workers and serve as a warning to those bullies. It's good for everyone, both publicly and privately. I hope your Highness will see this clearly. Wei Yunyan softly agreed. Mr. Su is right. This workshop was meant to give everyone a fair chance to earn a living with their skills. No one should bully or oppress others here. Lady Zhao, don't worry. Your embroidery shop is now under my care. You and these embroiderers can join the workshop, earn wages based on your skills, and no one will dare to mistreat you again. Hearing this, Lady Zhao and the others were so excited they kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down their faces in gratitude. Wei Yunyan put down her embroidery and personally helped them up. With your skills, it would be a waste if they were hidden away or forced into despair by villains. She looked at Su Wenyuan and said, Mr. Su, I am here. He quickly replied. You understand the situation well, so I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure Lady Zhao and the others are properly settled into the workshop. Their treatment must follow the rules, and no one should treat them poorly. The silk supplies that were maliciously cut off by the colorful pavilion, you will handle that. Find reliable suppliers to restore the supply, and the costs will be paid from the workshop's funds. Lady Zhao, she said, turning to her, all the embroidery pieces you have stored away, I want them all. I will also buy them at 30% above market price. Hearing this, Lady Zhao and the embroiderers almost couldn't believe their ears, standing there in shock and joy. Additionally, I plan to set up a special embroidery workshop within the government-run workshop. Lady Zhao, you'll be in charge, focusing on creating high-end embroidery pieces. All silk and materials used will be the best available. You only need to focus on perfecting your skills and creating the best works. Your wages will never be unfairly treated. Wei Yunyan quickly imagined a plan. These top-quality embroidery pieces could be sold as limited luxury items, even shipped to the capital, with great future value. Outside the city, in a mud brick house, a woman was sewing clothes while talking to her husband. Master, I heard the royal residence has set up an embroidery workshop, hiring tailors and women to do needlework. They even pay wages.
Do you think
I should give it a try? Her husband squatted at the door, clumsily repairing an embroidery workshop at the royal residence? Sounds good. But exposing ourselves publicly, it's not very proper. Besides, she said eagerly, isn't it okay? The princess herself cares about the common people. Now, with everything happening, do we need to worry about these things? Our grain supplies are almost gone, and the crops we planted, potatoes, sweet potatoes, who knows if they will grow? If they don't, will we have to survive on the wind? Earning some wages could help support the family. When she mentioned the new crops, her husband paused. Xiaoyun, don't talk about those new crops. I have no confidence in them. Our ancestors have been growing wheat and millet for generations. I've never heard of digging up fruits from the ground to eat. The royal residence talks big, claiming 1,000 jin per acre. But who knows if it's true? If they don't grow, how will we survive this spring famine? He slammed the handle of his in frustration, venting his worries. Life feels like walking on a narrow plank. One wrong step, and it's all over. The woman came closer and softened her voice. That's exactly why we can't just wait and see. Going to the embroidery workshop is earning money right now, real silver in hand. I'll try, and whether it works or not, it's better than sitting at home, feeling anxious. Her husband was silent for a long time, then finally nodded. All right, Xiaoyun, if you've made up your mind, go ahead. Be careful. I'll take care of the home and the children. In front of the government office, Wang Youfu, once a respectable official, and his family were now being escorted by soldiers, looking very disheveled. The guards from the prince's residence carried out boxes of confiscated goods and ledgers, placing them on the open ground in front of the house. Many villagers gathered nearby, pointing and whispering. Wang Youfu looked pale and trembling, unable to believe that the prince had suddenly turned against him. Hadn't everything been settled before? This was truly an unexpected disaster. Madame Wang was no longer proud and haughty. Her hair was messy. She broke free from the soldiers escorting her and rushed down the steps, shouting sharply at Song Yinian, who had a stern face. Falsely accused. Such a huge injustice. My husband works hard for the court and has never slackened. How can you believe the slander of villains and suddenly raid my house? This is abuse of power. The villagers around gasped and whispered among themselves. Frightened by his wife's foolish actions, Wang Youfu suddenly rushed forward and, in front of everyone, slapped Madame Wang hard across the face. With a crisp slap, Madame Wang staggered and fell to the ground, clutching her cheek, stunned. Foolish woman. Shut up. Quickly apologized to the prince. Wang Youfu shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. He then knelt down and kept kowtowing to Song Yinian, begging, Your Highness, please stay your anger. My wife is ignorant and spoke out of turn, offending you. She deserves death. Please have mercy. Please forgive us. From what he knew about Prince Yu during this time, if he made a move, there must be a good reason. Arguing now would only make things worse and more tragic. At the street corner, Wang Yuliang, the head of the Yufeng estate, was passing by with Zhang Laohan and others who had just finished shopping. They happened to witness the scene. Zhang Laohan suddenly stopped, his old eyes wide with shock. He pointed and muttered, Isn't that your brother's house? What's going on here? Wang Yuliang's body stiffened. He looked at the confiscated house with complicated eyes, seeing his brother kneeling and his sister-in-law sitting on the ground, looking helpless. A trace of pain flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his indifference, as if watching a trivial farce. He pulled Zhang Laohan aside and whispered, Shh, be quiet. He walks his own path, I walk mine. We're no longer family. His affairs have nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Zhang Laohan sighed and lowered his voice. Sigh. He paused, his tone turning colder. Before Mother died, she wanted to see him one last time, but he said he was too busy with official duties and didn't come. 2 years ago, when the harvest was poor and my child was sick, I had no way out. I went to the city to ask him for some grain to help us, but he wouldn't even let me in. His wife pointed at me and scolded, Poor and unlucky. From that day, I considered him no brother. Old Zhang and several villagers nearby listened with sighs, and as they looked at the Wang family's confiscated belongings, their eyes showed disdain. Song Yinian stood on the steps, looking down at them. His lips parted slightly. Wang Tsong's matter. Do I need to repeat everything in front of everyone? Hearing this, Wang Youfu was terrified, as if his soul had left his body. The prince was clearly settling scores. It's over. All is lost. He suddenly bowed his head to the ground with a loud thud, blood immediately appearing on his forehead. He cried out desperately, begging for mercy. Your Highness, have mercy. Your Highness, have mercy. It was the officials' mistake. We were blinded by greed. We admit our guilt. Please, Your Highness, show mercy. Song Yinian snorted coldly and ignored him, turning his gaze to Qingyu nearby, giving a signal. Qingyu immediately made a hand gesture to the back. Soon, 2 guards dragged a man, bound in 5 chains, out from behind the crowd. Brother, Wang's wife, sitting on the ground, saw the visitor and screamed, trying to rush forward. The man was pushed to the front of the crowd, trembling with fear, almost unable to stand. Song Yinian's eyes swept over the man, then returned to Wang Youfu. Face? Wang Youfu, I previously forgave you for corruption. allowing you to surrender your family assets to atone. But your Wang family sent over a bunch of junk. Hearing this, Wang's wife, who had been holding on to hope, felt a sharp pang in her heart. Wang Youfu trembled all over. He no longer cared about his relationship with his wife. Pointing at his wife sitting nearby, he argued, "Your Highness, please see.
Please see. I had no idea about this.
I was being held in the government office at the time, and it was this foolish woman. All of this was caused by that foolish woman." The officials didn't realize she dared to be so bold, trying to deceive the prince with worthless things. If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to do so. "Prince." The official in charge of discipline admits he was careless, which led to this foolish woman causing such a big problem. He is willing to accept any punishment from the prince. He only asks the prince to see the truth clearly. He truly didn't know about this. This wicked woman. I will divorce her immediately. Cut all ties with her. Please give me a chance to prove my innocence and make amends. His careless words, blaming everything on his wife, shocked the people around and also stunned Madame Wang completely. Madame Wang suddenly jumped up from the ground, hair messy, and rushed at Wang Youfu, crying out loudly, "Wang Youfu, you're not human. You're a useless coward. Weren't those things approved by you back then? Now something happened, and you're blaming me? Do you want to divorce me? Even in death, I won't forgive you," she scolded and hit him while crying. "Did you spend even a penny less on that money? I was the one who cleaned up after your mistress's brother, who was spoiled, and handled the legal cases. Now you pretend to be innocent. If we die, we all die together. No one will be safe." Wang Youfu was beaten so badly he looked disheveled, dodging and angrily retorting, "Nonsense. Crazy woman. Lying. Prince, don't listen to her nonsense. She's gone mad." Not far away, inside a modest carriage, Zhou Maokai watched the scene through the open curtain. He broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively held his wife's hand tightly. Madame Zhou felt her husband's emotions and gently held his hand, patting it softly to comfort him. "Madam." Zhou Maocai's voice was sincere, full of relief after surviving the ordeal. "Now I truly realize how wise you were that day. If you hadn't honestly handed over all the family's hidden wealth, nothing hidden, no discounts, today I, Zhou Maokai, would be the one imprisoned and humiliated in the street." They had lived through a long period of simple life, with little money, and had cut ties with the outside woman. He had previously blamed his wife for being too honest, not saving any silver for themselves. Now, seeing the downfall of the Wang family, his regret turned into admiration for his wife's foresight. Madame Zhou also felt scared and whispered, "What the prince wants is never just money, but an attitude, a complete act of submission, a stance that shows he dares not to offend again." The Wang family. Sigh. Cleverness often backfires. Zhou Maokai happily patted his wife's hand again. His wife truly is a noble lady from Beijing. With such a wife, what more could a man ask for? Song Enian looked coldly at Wang Youfu and his wife as they argued like dogs. "Enough," a stern voice sounded, and guards immediately stepped forward to separate the fighting couple. "Wang Youfu, you tolerate your brother-in-law's actions, using your influence to bully and dominate the city, forcing honest women, even reaching into the lives of soldiers' widows who sacrificed for the country, ruining their lives and pushing them to the edge. Have you ever thought about leaving a way out for others?" When Zhao's group came to visit Wei Yunyan at the Wang residence, he had already ordered people to investigate their backgrounds. Zhao's husband was once a captain among the border soldiers and died during a surprise attack by the northern barbarians 2 winters ago. This prince has just ordered to treat the soldiers' orphans well. Are you Wang Youfu opposing this prince? Wang Youfu's face turned pale, and Madame Wang stopped crying out loud, looking at her brother in horror. Qingyu took over and loudly declared, "Wang Youfu has been derelict in duty, embezzling, condoning violence, oppressing the people, and corrupting discipline. The evidence is clear. Immediately remove all his positions and confiscate his family property. Everyone involved be taken to prison for strict investigation." With the order given, the guards quickly moved forward and dragged the people away. The onlookers were stunned for a moment, then burst into cheers. Your Highness is wise. Well done. These corrupt officials should have been dealt with long ago. Heaven has eyes. In a corner of the government hall corridor, two figures stood. Do you think Sister Lianyun is satisfied? Wei Yunyan looked at Zhao with a smile in her eyes. Zhao's real name is Feng Lianyun, and her husband's family name is Zhao. Everyone calls her Lady Zhao. But she is only 22 now, younger than Wei Yunyan's previous life. Feng Lianyun's eyes were slightly red, and she was about to kneel and bow deeply. I am not worthy of being called sister by the princess or prince. Thank you, Your Highness and the prince. I truly don't know how to repay your great kindness. She understood that if she followed the official process, she would have to step forward as a witness and point out the culprit, which would surely damage her reputation. The prince was able to quickly punish the Wang family because he valued the princess's opinion. There's no need to thank me. Now that you are in charge of the embroidery workshop, with your skills, you will surely shine and succeed. Feng Lianyun nodded firmly. Your Majesty's teachings are deeply remembered. I will lead my sisters to do our best and not let your Majesty's kindness go to waste. Wei Yunyan smiled and nodded. Let's go. I have something to show you. Oh, what new thing has the princess made? I wonder if I might see it too? Feng Lianyun paused and turned around. She saw that Song Yinian had already come to the corridor without her noticing. Seeing the prince, Feng Lianyun was so nervous, she didn't know what to do, and hurriedly knelt to bow. Song Yinian waved casually and kept his gaze on Wei Yunyan. No need for formalities. Wei Yunyan told the nervous Feng Lianyun, go to the workshop and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Feng Lianyun felt relieved and quickly responded, yes. She then bowed to Song Yinian and lowered her head, walking away quickly. Lianyun? Someone you just met today, and you're so gentle and kind to her? Wei Yunyan raised an eyebrow at his words, meeting his calm, steady look, and suddenly felt playful. She took a small step forward, looked up at him slightly, with a gentle smile, and spoke softly, with a hint of innocent curiosity. Prince, your words sound like you're blaming me? Her eyes sparkled as she deliberately stretched her tone. Could it be that you think I'm not gentle enough with you? Seeing her playful act, Song Yinian felt a rare sense of amusement and moved closer to her. Of course I am blaming you. Then she suddenly mimicked Feng Lianyun's shy manner, even more exaggerated, covering her lips with a silk handkerchief, her eyelashes fluttering, pretending to speak softly. Yinyan Gage. This call was full of emotion, very different from her usual demeanor. Song Yinyan's calm and cold aura was shaken by these startling words. Standing nearby, Qingyu suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly as she desperately held back her laughter, wishing she could hide inside on the ground. Chen Shui was also surprised, her eyes wide, then quickly held her breath and lowered her head, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Wei Yunyan leaned in very close enough that Song Yinyan could see her reflection in his eyes. Her breath lightly brushed his nose, making Song Yinyan feel a little dizzy. He hurriedly looked away to hide the fleeting emotion in his eyes. Seeing his evasive gaze, Wei Yunyan found it more amusing. She pinched her voice and continued teasing. Brother Yinyan, aren't you upset? Why don't you respond when I call you? As she spoke, she moved even closer. But Song Yinyan was not someone easily controlled. Soon, he regained his composure, took the lead, and stepped forward. What do you want me to do, beloved? They suddenly became even closer. Wei Yunyan felt she was breathing in assent, and her mind went blank, her thoughts a little scattered. She forced herself to stay calm and said, do whatever you want. His deep, hoarse voice carried a burning heat, and he finally gave in to her suggestion. Wei Yunyan's heart was pounding uncontrollably, and she didn't know how to react. The two seemed frozen in place, staring at each other. After a long moment, Song Yinyan took a step back, clenched his right fist, and lightly coughed to hide his inner feelings. Although he quickly regained his usual calm and cold demeanor, his slightly reddened ears betrayed him. Cough. I have something to do. You all can go back now. Chen Shui, let's go to Jin Xiufang. Wei Yunyun's porcelain-white cheeks flushed with a strange blush. She bit her lip in frustration, then quickly walked toward the roadside. Oh no, was she falling for him? She just wanted to tease him, but suddenly he turned the tables and teased her back. Even after getting into the carriage, she couldn't stop her heart from pounding faster. They hadn't done anything, just a little closer, a little more intense eye contact, a little warmer breath. Why was she so flustered and nervous? Song Yinyen's heart was also pounding uncontrollably. This woman. It seems there is always a way to easily disturb his peace of mind. Watching her get into the carriage, he seemed to breathe a small sigh of relief. Sir, should I follow the princess? Qingyu asked politely. No need. She is going to Jinxiu workshop. There are other tasks for you here. After saying this, Song Yinyen also headed toward the carriage. Wei Yunyan had already decided on her plan for the embroidery. She planned to have Zhao bring the skilled embroidery women from Jinxiu workshop to create a few stunning masterpieces to display. At that time, the workshop could produce not only clothes, shoes, and bedding but also screens and decorative items. In this era, where women had little status, earning a living through handcrafts was a good choice. Song Yinyan was the prince of Ningzhou, and she was his princess. Developing Ningzhou's agriculture, textiles, and industry was his responsibility and the foundation of their livelihood. Wei Yunyan was lost in her thoughts when suddenly a system notification sounded in her mind. Current location, Jinxiu workshop. Would you like to check in? Congratulations! You received a large embroidery frame with matching screws and a large embroidery sample. The system has been very helpful lately. Whatever she thought of, she received. With this large embroidery frame and screws, the talented embroidery women could save time on stretching fabrics, making their work even better. She looked at the sample, which was a large landscape and figure embroidery. The scene was grand and profound. A distant mountain, clouds swirling around it, a stream flowing below, lush greenery everywhere. A person was slowly climbing the steps from the painting's edge. It looked as if they were stepping into a peaceful, distant, and beautiful world. Wei Yunyan looked at this scene, and her mood was instantly lifted. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Jinxiu workshop, Chunxue said cheerfully as the carriage stopped. Wei Yunyan nodded slightly, temporarily storing the items she had just checked into her space. With Chunxue's help, she happily entered the embroidery workshop. The embroidery women saw her come in and quickly knelt to greet her. Wei Yunyan reached out gently to help them up and said straightforwardly, I am here today mainly to show you a sample of embroidery. I want to see if you can try to replicate it. Using her sleeve to hide her actions, she took a sample from the space and handed it to the embroidery women. Mrs. Zhao took the sample and carefully examined it, pointing out details. Wei Yunyan read aloud the notes written on the sample. Under her guidance, Mrs. Zhao nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, this is a divine sample. Not only is the design beautiful, but the embroidery techniques are explained very clearly. If Chui'er and Sister Zhang come to embroider, with time, they will surely create exquisite embroidery works. However, this is a large embroidery piece. It is especially suitable to be made into a folding screen. Mrs. Zhao probably had never seen such a piece before, which is why she was curious about its purpose. This is meant to be made into a screen. When the craftsman makes the frame, the embroidery can be mounted on it. It's perfect for decorating a home or a shop. Mrs. Zhao suddenly understood. Your Majesty is truly knowledgeable. I've been an embroidery woman for so long, but I never thought embroidery could be used as decoration. Yunyan nodded and smiled. Then I'll trouble everyone to prepare the base design quickly. I'll come back tomorrow to check on the progress. She thought that tomorrow, she would find a good opportunity to bring the large embroidery frame and screws. In this northern land, wealthy families do pay attention to clothing, but not as much as in the south, where they spend a lot of silver on embroidery for clothes and shoes. But decorative screens are different. Placed at home, they not only add beauty but also show the owner's taste, and they are sure to set a trend. After leaving Jinxi Fong, Wei Yunyan asked the coachman to head to Dayun village. Your Majesty, why suddenly want to go to Dayun village? Chunxue asked curiously. Dayun village is quite far from Anding City. It's late now, and if she goes, she probably won't get back to the palace until dark. The prince and the princess's relationship has finally improved, and she's worried that if she returns too late, it might upset the prince. After distributing the grain seeds, I haven't gone to see how things are. Since arriving in Ningzhou, she's been busy every day. When the grain was distributed, she heard that many villagers in Dayun village were resistant. She was busy with other matters and hadn't had a chance to check. Today, with a little free time, she decided to visit the village and see the situation. First, to see how the farmers who receive the grain are doing. These potatoes and sweet potatoes are not difficult or precious to grow. The planting methods are quite similar. In theory, they should have sprouted by now. Although it's easy, since it's the first time planting, encountering some difficulties is normal. If there are problems, just solve them. Also, this is a good chance to understand what worries the farmers who resist planting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Spring snow and Qing, he listened to Wei Yunyun's words and didn't say anything further. The carriage headed south. After several days of hard travel, Wei Yunyun fell asleep inside the carriage. When she opened her eyes again, she saw light green fields stretching out before her. She couldn't help but feel happy and asked the driver to pull over. These are new potato seedlings. The potatoes in Dayun village have sprouted. Next year, there will be no more famines. Just as Wei Yunyun was feeling joyful, two figures staggered toward her, one of them an older woman with slumped shoulders, looking very tired. As they passed by, the old woman suddenly swayed and almost fell onto Wei Yunyun. Before she could react, Left Ruize quickly stepped forward and used his arm to block her. A young woman nearby hurriedly steadied the old woman and said, "Mother, maybe you should sit on the ridge first and then go home." The old woman looked pale and weakly nodded. After helping her sit down, the young woman bowed slightly to Wei Yunyun and the others. "Sorry, my mother isn't feeling well and nearly bumped into you." Chen Shui stepped forward to say something, but Wei Yunyun stopped her. "Chen Shui, it's okay. Don't scare the young lady." Chen Shui pouted and stepped back. Then Wei Yunyun looked at the old woman and asked, "What's wrong with this auntie? Maybe she's hungry." "My mother can't stand hunger. When she's hungry, she easily feels dizzy." Wei Yunyun looked at the old woman's face, which was very pale, and her body was extremely thin. It was clear she had been malnourished for a long time. She frowned and asked, "When the grain was distributed, didn't you receive your rations? Where are your family's rations?" Soon, several farmers nearby gathered around. One of them guessed that Li family must have saved their rations for her in-law's house. A young woman's face slightly reddened and said, "There's no other way. My grandfather insists on keeping his herbs. I can't let my grandfather and grandmother go hungry. See, I was right." "Your grandfather is really confused," a woman watching nearby scolded angrily. Clearly, others around also understood the situation. Another woman also said angrily, "Old mister. Li has been confused for a long time." "Exactly. If we had known earlier, we would have pulled out those herbs and planted potatoes and sweet potatoes. We could have also received some grain from the government. Then, our family wouldn't be starving." In just a few words, Wei Yunyun understood the situation. She turned to the side and whispered to Chunxiue, "Go to the carriage and bring down that box of rice cakes and water bag for them." Chunxiue nodded and brought the rice cakes. "First, feed this rice cake to your mother. It's soft and easy to digest. If she's hungry, eating it will help her recover quickly." Wei Yunyun then signaled Chunxiue to hand the rice cake to the young woman. The young woman took the rice cake and kept thanking her. Sure enough, after eating the rice cake and drinking water, the old woman's face quickly looked better. At this moment, Wei Yunyun asked about the situation in detail. It turned out that several households in Dayun village used to grow herbs. They were very resistant to planting potatoes and sweet potatoes, which they didn't understand. They didn't believe that fruits growing from the ground could be used as food. When the government sent people to distribute grain seeds, those who refused to replace their herbs with potatoes and sweet potatoes didn't receive any grain or rations. Now, several families like that are suffering from hunger. Wei Yunyun frowned, recalling that in Yufeng village, The villagers also refused to harvest rice early to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. This is understandable. After all, it means sacrificing what they could harvest now to plant unfamiliar crops. For people of this era, just accepting the existence of potatoes and sweet potatoes was not easy. Thinking of this, she asked, "Can I go see the herbs in your grandfather's yard?" Rather than blaming them for not trusting the government, it's better to check the situation first. Song Inyen's long fingers impatiently tapped on the desk. "Sir, the kitchen is asking when the food will be served." Qingyu walked over and asked. Today, the prince ordered a search of Wang Tsong's household and punished Wang Tsong's brother-in-law, who was known for bullying others and trying to take over good families' women. He also had a different interaction with the princess and seemed to be in a good mood. In the afternoon, the prince even asked him to tell the kitchen to prepare more good dishes, as if planning to have a small drink with the princess in the evening. Unexpectedly, the princess had not returned home by that time. No one in the household knew where the princess was. Song Yinian and the others only knew that the princess first went to Jin Xiufang, but then they didn't know where she went afterward. "Qingyu, haven't I been telling you to watch the princess's whereabouts?" Song Yinian's voice was cold and full of dissatisfaction. Qingyu's heart sank. "The Lord asked me to handle Wang Tsong's brother-in-law's matter." Song Yinian's eyebrows furrowed even more. "Is there anything more important than the princess's safety?" Qingyu looked up at Song Yinian in disbelief. Why did it sound like he was blaming everything on him? Although the prince was worried about the princess's safety because she hadn't returned yet, Qingyu, who always obeyed the prince's orders, wondered why he was being blamed. In the study, there was silence for a moment. After a while, Song Yinian spoke again. "Go to Jin Xiufang and ask Zhao if the princess mentioned where she would go next." "Sir, I have already been to Jin Xiufang 3 times. If Zhao knew where the princess went, she would have told me already. Go if I tell you to." Song Yinian's expression darkened further. "Yes, my lord," Qingyu replied obediently. Seeing Song Yinian stand up, Qingyu looked at him with a hint of uncertainty. "Are you going to look for her yourself?" "What else?" Song Yinian answered coldly, as if he was asking the stupidest question in the world. Qingyu thought it would be better for the prince to stay at home and wait. If the princess returned safely, it would be better than him going out to look for her. Since the princess didn't tell him she was leaving, her absence probably wouldn't be long. The princess could go to the border and return safely. Ningzhou had recently increased patrols, and with the princess accompanied by her guard, she would be safe. There was one more thing Qingyu didn't say. From his observation, with the lady's skills, there probably aren't many people in Ningzhou who can beat her. The prince was just worried and overthinking. She finally returned. Song Yinian looked at Wei Yunian with a strange expression, his worry almost turning into anger. Learning from the last time, he firmly suppressed the thoughts of questioning and scolding her for returning late without telling anyone. Although he really wanted to discipline her to make her remember this lesson. "Madam Lin, go heat up the food." His voice was calm and steady. His gaze on Wei Yunian was now full of concern. Seeing his reaction, Wei Yunian apologized, saying, "Your Grace, I made you worry. You still know." Song Yinian stopped himself quickly. "Next time you go out, remember to tell the servants. Since coming to Ningzhou, things haven't been peaceful. Several estates have been raided. You were gone for a long time, and I was really worried, afraid that some bad people might set a trap." His tone was sincere, and his eyes were deep like the ocean. Wei Yunian suddenly remembered how he looked furious when she just returned from the border. So, was he making concessions? Was he trying to change how they communicate? Thinking this, a ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. She stepped closer, her voice softer. "I understand. Today was my fault. I stayed out a bit too long. I will be more careful next time." She then explained why she had returned so late to Song Yinian. He stared blankly at Wei Yunian, whose gentle expression touched him deeply. Qingyu was right. She didn't lack feelings for him, she just didn't like his previous ways. Thankfully, he suppressed his worries and anger today. Thinking this, he felt unexpectedly fortunate. The two, having let down their guards, sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. They talked about the people's lives in Ningzhou and shared funny stories from their childhood catching fireflies. This was the first time since their marriage that they had such a relaxed conversation. Until Chen Shui came to remind them, "Prince, your grace, the lady is about to arrive at the hour of the ox. It's time to rest." Wei Yunyun stood up and said, "Prince, get some rest early." Song Yinian also stood up suddenly and asked, "May I sleep in your room tonight?" Wei Yunyun was momentarily stunned and couldn't believe her ears. Although they had a pleasant conversation today, she wasn't mentally prepared to share a room with him. Seeing her expression, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Song Yinyan's face. After a long pause, he spoke, his voice tinged with an unintentional bitterness. "Don't worry, I won't force you to share a bed without your consent. I always keep my promises." Previously, he wanted her to reveal the secret water method and promise to agree to any conditions she set. Unexpectedly, she didn't ask for gold or silver, wealth or privileges in the palace, not even more influence in Ningzhou affairs. She only asked him not to force her to share a bed. Even after so much time has passed, thinking about it still gives him an indescribable feeling. Wei Yunyun looked at him, a strange smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Your Highness, please." He had said so much. If she still refused, it would be hard to explain herself. In the backyard of the palace, Wei Yunyun watched Song Yinian leaning against a chair. He had actually slept on the chair all night without approaching the bed. She was unsure what he was really thinking. "Your Highness, did you sleep well?" Wei Yunyun stood up and glanced at him through a bronze mirror. Judging by his appearance, he probably slept quite well. Her delicate fingers unconsciously twirled a strand of her hair. But still, what kind of situation was this? A noble prince, with his own bedroom, choosing not to sleep there, but coming to her room and resting on a lounge chair all night. He seemed to sleep fine, but she hadn't slept well all night. She always felt like there was a strong presence of a wild beast in the room, breathing audible, and even the slightest movement causing the wooden chair to creak, disturbing her peace. Outside, Chuanxue's gentle and cautious voice came through. "Your Highness, lady, are you awake?" Wei Yunyun immediately responded loudly, "Come in." Chuanxue lowered her head and entered quickly, glancing at the calm and composed prince standing nearby. She bowed quickly and then handed over a beautifully made invitation card. "Lady, the gatekeeper just received this invitation. It was sent by the wife of Magistrate Zhou, inviting you to visit the Zhou residence's plum blossom viewing in 2 days. It is said that many ladies and young women from the city were invited." Wei Yunyun glanced at the weather outside and hesitated as she took the invitation. It hadn't snowed yet, so where did the plum blossoms come from? Song Yinyan walked over and paused to look at the invitation briefly, then said casually, "I think the Wang family situation scared them, so they want to use this to build a connection with you." Wei Yunyun closed the invitation and placed it on her dressing table. It's just a normal social event. She was still interested in seeing the flower viewing and tea gathering among the ladies of the ancient times. It was a good chance to gather information and strengthen relationships. Song Yinyan looked at her and suddenly said, "If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to, just decline. No need to force yourself." She was surprised and looked up at him. But he looked away and said calmly, "I have gone to the front office." It wasn't until the prince's figure disappeared that Chen Shui quietly let out a breath and whispered to Wei Yunyun, "Your Majesty, will you go to the plum blossom viewing banquet?" "Of course I will," Wei Yunyun replied with a smile. From every point of view, she should go. Not only to promote communication but also to decorate the embroidery pieces and bring them along. Those ladies and young women were the best target customers. Chen Shui skillfully helped Wei Yunyun comb her long hair while carefully watching her expression in the mirror. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke softly. "Your Majesty," she said with some concern and caution, "I have a question, and I don't know if I should say it." Wei Yunyun was thinking about the plum blossom banquet and the embroidery promotion, so she replied casually, "Just say what you want to say." Chen Shui's hands kept moving, and her tone became even more cautious. "I was thinking, since Your Majesty and the prince have been married for about half a year now, There should be a little prince or princess in the palace. Shouldn't your majesty consider it? She continued softly. Having children would make your majesty's position more secure, and the prince would probably be more. She didn't dare to say more, but her meaning was clear. In this era, especially in a prince's residence, having children was one of a woman's most important supports. Seeing that the prince and princess had recently grown closer, she couldn't help but worry for her mistress. This word made her feel momentarily confused. She traveled here, struggling to survive along the way, busy dealing with crises, improving people's lives, and she didn't even have time to think carefully about her relationship with Song Yinian, let alone the distant topic of children. She and Song Yinian are not truly husband and wife. They are far from having children. She sighed softly. Chunxue, I understand your feelings. But matters of having children depend on fate and cannot be forced. Right now, the palace is busy with many affairs. The threat from the Northern D hasn't been resolved, and the people's livelihood is just beginning to improve. It's not a good time to think about this. Moreover, she paused, my relationship with the prince is not what you imagine. There's no need to bring this up again in the future. Chunxue saw that her lady was calm, but her words carried a serious and distant tone, and immediately realized she might have said the wrong thing. She lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, your ladyship. I was too nosy. Seeing Chunxue's nervousness, Wei Yunyan patted her hand gently. I know you're thinking for me, but many things are not as simple as they seem. Yes, Chunxue quickly agreed, not daring to say more. Song Yinian, along with Qingyu and Xinyu, arrived at the main street of Anding City. The various shops inside the city were especially lively today. One shop had set up a large stall outside, filled with new farming tools sent from the military workshop, shining brightly in the sunlight. Come and see. Princess personally designed these new farming tools, light and easy to use. Affordable prices, the shopkeeper loudly advertised, attracting many passers-by to stop and look. Princess designed these tools? That's new. An old farmer pushed forward out of curiosity, picked up a uniquely shaped, lightweight curved plow, weighed it in his hand, and exclaimed, Wow, this plow head is so light. The wooden handle is smooth and won't hurt your hands. But how do you use it? The shopkeeper eagerly demonstrated. Old sir, look. This curved handle can be pulled by one person, saving effort. The angle of the plow blade has also been improved, so it digs deeper into the soil and easily breaks through hard clumps. Song Yinian stood nearby, watching the scene, squinting slightly. Chunyu, is this really designed by Princess? Chunyu also heard what the servant said. That day, when the princess delivered the blueprint of the curved plow to the military workshop, he was just walking behind her. He grew up in a village and knew a lot about farming tools, but this was the first time he saw such a plow. When the princess explained the blueprint to Zhang Taitu, he even moved closer to listen carefully. Now, when he heard the prince ask about it, he hurriedly said as if reciting, This is definitely the princess's idea. She changed the original straight shaft plow into a curved shaft one and added a freely rotating disc, making the frame smaller and lighter, which makes turning easier and more flexible, saving effort from people and animals. Oh, how did she come up with these ideas? Song Yinian asked thoughtfully. Although Wei Yunyan was raised in the countryside from a young age, many people who used to plow their whole lives never thought of improving the traditional straight shaft plow. She is a young girl who doesn't usually plow, so how did she think of these improvements? This question stumped Chinyu. He stammered, All I know is that the princess's curved shaft plow can improve farming efficiency and quality. As for how she thought of these ideas, I really don't know. Next to him, Chinyu couldn't help but speak up. Sir, the princess's inventions are more than just this curved plow. Who can really understand how she came up with all these ideas? Indeed, she, a young woman, made a composite bow, created a water purifier, discovered potatoes and sweet potatoes, proposed work-for-relief programs for displaced people, and even found a talented grain merchant from Jiangnan to solve the food problem. All these achievements alone are remarkable for anyone. Yet, she quietly gathered all the credit herself. Over at the general store, The old farmer hesitated and gestured a few times, his eyes gradually brightening. Although it was his first time seeing such a rare item, his rich farming experience told him that this plow could truly save time and effort, and could also plow deeply. This should really save effort. How much for one? The servant smiled and held up. Not expensive. Only 200 coins. The same good iron and materials, if made by a blacksmith before, would cost at least 300 coins. This is the price after the prince's subsidy. 200 coins? The old farmer was surprised and carefully examined the smooth wooden structure and sharp iron blade. This is a good thing, only selling for 200 coins? The princess really cares about us farmers. Next to him, a middle-aged man looked at a modified. Its iron head was thinner and wider, with a very sharp edge, and the wooden handle was curved. This looks powerful. It will be faster for digging and farming. Shopkeeper, how much for this? Good eye, brother. This is also improved. Look at the edge and handle. Easy to use and saves effort. It's a good product and not expensive, only 150 coins. The shopkeeper said loudly. Give me one. The man didn't hesitate to pay. My old needs replacing. This one will definitely work well. Meanwhile, a few women were discussing a small, lightweight weeding rake. The rake's iron teeth were arranged more closely, and the handle was shorter, perfect for women and older children. This is great. Now I can help with weeding too. Using this, I won't get tired. Yeah, it's light and easy. Even kids can carry it, so they can help out. Only 80 coins? Boss, hurry and get it for me. The shopkeeper, watching the busy scene, couldn't stop smiling. As he collected the money, he told the clerk, Quick, go to the back storeroom and bring out more. The batch from the military workshop is almost sold out. Qingyu watched Song Yinyan's changing expression and said, Sir, I told you. The princess knows a lot of rare and valuable things. Who knows what she's thinking? All we need to know is that these items are practical and useful and can help everyone. With the princess's support, it's a blessing for you, for Ningzhou, and even for the entire Great Qin Empire. Wei Yunyan finished practicing with Master Qin and thought that the first batch of textile machines from the military workshop should have already been delivered to Jinxiu workshop. She decided to go and check. She brought Chuan Xue and Qinghe as they stepped into Jinxiu workshop. They heard voices inside. Good heavens, why is this shuttle moving like that? It looks like it can save a lot of effort. Come, try it out here. Spring Snow smiled nearby. Wei Yunyan nodded and led them inside. The embroidery women gathered around the row of weaving machines, curious and touching them, their faces full of amazement. Feng Lianyun quickly saw Wei Yunyan entering and whispered, Greetings, princess. The embroidery women looked over and all bowed politely, saying, Greetings, princess. Wei Yunyan smiled slightly. Everyone, please get up. Are you looking at the new weaving machines? The embroidery women carefully stood up, glancing at the machines with interest. Feng Lianyun respectfully replied, Yes, your highness. We've never seen such clever weaving machines before. We were so captivated. Please forgive us. Wei Yunyan approached the machine and gently patted its sturdy body. No problem. What do you think of it? Chuer couldn't help but speak up. Your highness, this machine looks like it can save a lot of effort. I just saw the master who delivered it demonstrate. The shuttle moves very fast and it seems less likely to break the thread. Yes, your highness, look at this foot pedal. It's lighter than the ones we usually use. If we sit on it all day, our legs will feel much better. Feng Lianyun looked more carefully, pointing at the shuttle area with shining eyes. Your highness, I think the best part of this machine is the mechanism for controlling the warp and weft. It's very clever. If we learn to operate it well, it will definitely be more efficient than the old machines. But I wonder, will it be too difficult to learn? She was both excited and a little worried, afraid the sisters might not learn quickly. Wei Yunyan listened to their chatter and explained, It's not hard to operate. Soon, a skilled teacher will come to instruct everyone. This machine really saves effort and increases productivity. In the future, you'll be able to weave more and better fabrics with less trouble. Looking at the new weaving machines, Wei Yunyan changed the subject. To do good work, one must have good tools. Now that we have excellent equipment, the fabrics and embroidery should have a fresh new look. In a few days, I will attend a plum blossom appreciation banquet. Many ladies and young misses in the city will be there. It's a good chance to showcase our embroidery shop and let everyone see what true craftsmanship looks like. The embroidery woman's eyes lit up at her words. Feng Lianyun understood immediately and said quickly, "Your Majesty, do you have any new ideas?" The sisters will surely do their best. Wei Yunyan walked to an empty embroidery hoop and lightly brushed her fingertips over it. The plum feast will naturally focus on plum blossoms. But if we only use ordinary red plum flowers standing proudly in snow, it might seem too common. I have a few immature ideas, she continued, and I'd like to share them for everyone to consider. Your Majesty always has clever ideas. I'm sure it will be very impressive. We are all listening carefully, Feng Lianyun replied. Wei Yunyan said, "Instead of embroidering flowers, I suggest just stitching the strong silhouette of plum branches. The background can be shaded with dark and light silk threads to create a snowy night scene. Then, use very fine silver thread to outline a few unopened plum buds on the branches." Feng Lianyun visualized this in her mind and exclaimed, "Creating a scene with mood and atmosphere is very elegant." Wei Yunyan continued, "Next, embroider a small handkerchief. In the corner, stitch a fluffy little bird, tilting its head, with tiny claws grasping the plum branch, as if sniffing the plum scent. The bird should look lively and cute, while the plum branch is just a decoration. Additionally, I want to embroider an old-fashioned blue and white porcelain vase, with 2 or 3 bright red plum branches inside. On one side of the vase, use double-sided embroidery to subtly show another branch of plum, with a faint shadow of flowers. It looks as if the plum branch is growing beyond the vase, symbolizing that spring cannot be contained. When the time comes, I will mount the vase on a rotatable stand to give it a 3-dimensional effect. Her ideas combine modern design concepts and aesthetic tastes, quite different from the current realistic style, emphasizing fun and cleverness. The embroiderers' faces showed surprise and eagerness to try. Chui'er was the first to clap her hands. Your Majesty's idea is wonderful. That little bird sniffing the plum, I want to figure out how to make it look fluffy. I think the first idea is best. It sounds difficult, but once embroidered, it will be unique. Feng Lianyun hesitated and said, Your Majesty, the double-sided embroidery technique you mentioned is very demanding. No one in the embroidery workshop can do it well right now. Wei Yunyan was not worried. She smiled slightly and took out a very thin piece of plain silk and a charcoal pencil. It doesn't have to be double-sided embroidery to achieve that faint, transparent effect. She found a flexible bamboo, skillfully bent it a few times, and quickly formed a small round frame slightly smaller than the vase. She tightly tied the edges with fine thread. Gently drape the fine silk gauze over the bamboo frame, stretch and secure it tightly around the edges, instantly creating a small, delicate screen. This gauze is very thin and translucent, yet it can block the view, creating a hazy effect. Next, she took another piece of rice paper and lightly sketched a plum branch on it. Then, she lifted the finished small gauze screen and gently waved it in front of the light. Look, the light and shadows passing through the gauze and the painting traces create a faint outline. Chui'er's eyes widened in surprise. Your Majesty, this method. It's so clever. To think of using gauze and light to trick the eye. With this, there's no need for the intricate shadow embroidery technique. The shadow effect can be achieved simply. It's truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Over the next 2 days, focus on making 2 or 3 high-quality pieces. Use the finest Hangzhou silk and choose elegant thread colors. If you encounter any difficulties or need special materials, just ask. Wei Yunyan encouraged everyone warmly. I believe that with your skills, our embroidery will shine brightly at the Plum Blossom Appreciation Banquet. The embroiderers were inspired and gathered around eagerly, discussing how to plan the design, select colors, and use their needles. They looked eager to start working immediately. Just after returning to the palace, a familiar system notification sounded in her ear. Current location: Prince Yu's residence, Ningzhou and Ding City. Would you like to check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has received Basic Mathematics and Science Enlightenment. Special reminder. The book has been aged to look old and can be disguised as a rare ancient manuscript from the previous dynasty. System. You're becoming more thoughtful. Currently, various industries in Ningzhou are gradually expanding, and there is an urgent need to recruit skilled craftsmen. Relying solely on existing master artisans for teaching will inevitably affect the quality and hinder rapid industry development. Setting up training schools for relevant skills, where people can learn together, would be a very efficient and convenient solution. Concubine, what strange book are you reading now? After a while, Wei Yunyan suddenly heard Song Yinyan's voice. She looked up and saw Song Yinyan standing beside her. His gaze was fixed on the old, worn copy of Basic Mathematics and Science Enlightenment. Is the prince back? Wei Yunyan smiled softly and stood up, helping him take off his outer cloak. Song Yinyan picked up the book with interest and flipped through it. He asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly reading such simple books?" "This is to set up a school so that the teacher can use it to teach students. I want to review it first, then have someone copy it out and distribute it," Wei Yunyan said as she pushed a sheet of paper filled with writing in front of Song Yinyan. It was her recent plan for establishing a school, written while she was reading. Now that various industries are expanding, military workshops, textile workshops, even agricultural improvements, there is a need for many skilled people who can read, write, do basic math, and master a craft. Relying only on current craftsmen and master workers who teach by word of mouth and a few accountants is inefficient. Talent is scarce, and if this continues, it will become a serious problem. Song Yinyan looked at the list on the paper, raising his eyebrows slightly. Literacy campaign? Skilled worker training? Setting up a school to teach basic math and practical skills. He looked up at her. Are you planning for common people, even craftsmen and laborers, to learn to read and write? Yes, Wei Yunyan replied confidently, meeting his gaze without hesitation. It's not about making them scholars or passing exams. It's about helping them recognize the most common hundreds of characters, understand simple notices, documents, and operation instructions. They should be able to do basic addition and subtraction, so they won't be easily cheated out of wages or miscalculate weights. An apprentice in a military workshop, taught by a master for a month, might still forget the names of tools or not understand the simplest diagrams. In a textile workshop, if a female worker can read a few words, she can understand new patterns faster, improving efficiency by more than double. In agricultural improvements, if no one can record data or summarize experiences, how can good methods be shared and passed down? Right now, we can manage. But if we want to expand further, where will the talent come from? Do we always have to poach from elsewhere with high salaries? Or just watch as mismanagement and stagnation breed problems? Song Yinyan fell silent, his gaze returning to the paper, which clearly laid out the long-term benefits of investment and output. He was not a stubborn person. He understood the importance of talent and knew what efficient operation meant. But this plan was too bold. He spoke slowly, his voice deep. Setting up a school to teach craftsmen and laborers is unprecedented. He paused before continuing. It might attract criticism. If the people of Shilin Qinglu hear about this, they will surely call it an insult to tradition and disrupt social order. Yun heard this, and instead of being upset, she smiled softly, with a sharp edge in her smile. Your Highness is a person who does great things. When has he ever needed to care about the opinions of those traditional scholars? Our teaching is not about classical texts, but practical skills. What does that have to do with social rules? Moreover, she shifted her tone lightly, we don't need to make a big show calling it a school. We can call it a craftsman training class or a quick management course, and only promote it within our own industry. We select diligent and reliable apprentices or outstanding workers to enroll. After training, they get promoted first and receive better pay. This way, outsiders will think the prince is kind and cares for his people, inspiring loyalty. Who can say otherwise? Instead, they will praise his wisdom in choosing the right people and managing well. She paused, looking at Song Yinyan with a thoughtful expression, then added more enthusiasm. Furthermore, when these people learn skills, they will feel grateful and loyal to the prince. Their loyalty and industry are far better than those hired from outside. That is the true foundation of stability. Finally, a flicker of emotion crossed Song Yinyan's eyes as he looked at the plan again, his gaze different from before. Princess, where do you plan to start? For now, Yufeng Zhuang is managed by Winter Qing. The promotion of potatoes and sweet potatoes in 20 counties of Ningzhou will have to wait until spring to see results, so there's no rush. The most important are the military workshop and the textile workshop. We should start with these two as pilot projects. The teachers are easy to arrange. Let the accountant and experienced craftsman take turns teaching. I can also prepare some simple, easy-to-understand materials. We don't need a large initial scale, just 10 or so people to see how it goes. If it proves helpful, we can gradually expand. Song Yinyan hesitated for a moment, then gently tapped the plan with his finger. Let's proceed as you say, starting with the military and textile workshops. But he hesitated, wanting to mention that her actions might upset the candidates for next year's imperial exams, but he held back. Any resistance, he would handle it himself. After he left the study, Yun began to think deeply. The food supply problem will be resolved after the first harvest in spring, and there will be no shortages afterward. Next, she needed to think about how to revitalize Ningzhou and generate more wealth. That meant considering the business sector. Embroidery products are aimed at the high-end market, but the items that truly attract people and circulate widely are those that are more popular and in greater demand. She needs to create a few local specialties in Ningzhou that can go far and attract merchants from both north and south. What should she sell in the mid to low-end market? Ningzhou is located on the border, surrounded by mountains and forests. Its products are not extremely abundant, but they have their own unique features. She carefully considers the information in her mind. Medicinal herbs? The quality is decent but not top tier, and she cannot compete with the well-established herbal regions. Minerals? These are strategic resources, difficult to mine, and not suitable for large-scale commercial circulation. Wei Yunyan thought all night, but couldn't come up with the best idea. The next day, she walked thoughtfully to a stone bench in the courtyard and sat down. Her eyes glanced at a lush bamboo cluster in the corner of the wall, then looked toward the small kitchen chimney nearby, where gentle smoke rose. She twitched her nose slightly, smelling a faint sweet aroma. Is it sugar being boiled in the small kitchen?
Or
An idea suddenly flashed in her mind. In Ningzhou and the entire northern region, it seems there is a lack of a convenient and storable sweet source. Wealthy families use honey and sugar candies, while ordinary people might only chew on dry, astringent beets or buy muddy, impure, and dull-colored sugar blocks. If she could produce a high-quality, affordable, and easy-to-transport sugar. She suddenly stood up. More specifically, she could use the existing yellow mud water bleaching method to purify local red sugar or raw sugar into pure white sugar. This technique does not exist in this era, but the principle is simple and the materials needed are easy to find. Moreover, once the white sugar is made, it can be sold directly or used as the base for many derivatives. Candies, preserved fruits, sweet sauces. It could even serve as an auxiliary ingredient or preservative for high-grade medicines, greatly increasing its value. Someone come here. Wei Yunyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Spring snow and green grain hurried over quickly. Go and ask the steward in charge of procurement at the Wangfu to come here, Wei Yunyan said. Also, have someone check which local crops, whether sugarcane or beets, are produced best in Ningzhou and nearby regions and what their prices are. Additionally, the available sugars on the market, whether red sugar, black sugar, or maltose, should be sampled and brought back. The two of them hurriedly left after receiving the order. She sat down again, but her mind was still restless. White sugar, if produced, would be a powerful tool for opening trade routes. But that alone might not be enough. Her gaze fell again on the cluster of lush bamboo. Ningzhou has abundant bamboo resources. Perhaps there is something else she can develop. She remembered the delicate and eco-friendly bamboo crafts from modern times as well as bamboo paper. Bamboo paper, with its fine texture and lower cost than traditional rice paper, could be used for writing and painting. It would be very attractive to scholars and common people alike. Moreover, if papermaking techniques could be improved, it could become a sustainable industry. This would require her system's help.
And also,
She whispered to herself, tapping the stone table with her finger, food is always the most appealing. If Ningzhou's dried fruits and mushrooms could be combined with unique seasonings and processing methods, they could be turned into portable, delicious snacks. White sugar, bamboo paper, and special foods could create a strong attraction. A clear business plan was slowly forming in her mind. With this idea in mind, Wei Yunyun couldn't sit still. She stood up and headed straight to the storage room in the backyard. There were some miscellaneous gifts piled up there, and a few rough burlap sacks in the corner caught her attention. The housekeeper lady responsible for the kitchen lit an oil lamp and came in. "Your Majesty, it's dark and messy here. Why have you come? What are those?" Wei Yunyun pointed at the sacks and asked. The housekeeper hurried over to check. Replying to Your Majesty, "These are mountain goods sent from the estate. Dried mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and some, wild fruits that aren't in good shape, made into dried fruit. They're sour and a bit astringent, and haven't been used much, so they're stored here." Wei Yunyun walked over, untied one of the sacks, revealing shriveled wild hawthorn dried fruits. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, her brow immediately furrowing at the sour taste. But this sourness sparked a bright idea in her eyes. If these sour fruits could be soaked in sugar or cooked into sweet and sour candied preserves. In her previous life, she especially loved eating such candied fruits. "Move all these dried fruits to my courtyard." The old lady looked at her with a puzzled expression. She wondered why the lady, who was already frowning from the sour smell, wanted to bring these dried sour fruits into her courtyard. People say sour children and spicy daughters. Perhaps the lady is pregnant with a little prince? The old lady didn't dare think too much or ask questions. She simply nodded and replied, "Yes." As soon as she left the storage room, Qinghe hurried in with the steward who was shopping. "Your Grace, I have arranged for someone to handle what you asked. However, there aren't many local farmers growing sugar beets in Ningzhou. Most of them are just for their own use, boiling down some thin syrup. Good sugar usually comes from the south. The sweet blocks sold in the market are mostly transported from there and are quite expensive. It's okay." Wei Yunyun waved her hand. "Just do as I say. Buy whatever local sugar you can find, whether raw or thin syrup. Also, find me 2 more things: clean, fine yellow clay, and a few large clay jars." The steward nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, what new thing is the princess planning now? He heard that a few days ago, the princess personally made new style pastries for the prince to try, and the prince asked her to make more. It seems she is about to prepare some new delicacies for the prince again. After dismissing the steward, Wei Yunyun returned to her courtyard. "Qinghe, go find out if there are any papermaking workshops in the city."
How big are they?
"What kind of paper do they mainly produce?" Hearing this, Qinghe's eyes lit up and she blurted out, "Your Grace, I know of one just at the end of Luqiao Lane on the west side of the city. It's a very small workshop, run by a father and son with an old helper." "Oh," Wei Yunyun looked at her with surprise. Qinghe's face showed a moment of remembrance. "Last winter, I was so hungry I couldn't stand it. I was squatting at the entrance of that alley. The master there came out to look at the... Although he frowned and said I was blocking his way, he still turned around and took a warm, mixed flour bun from inside and handed it to me. That bun was so hard it hurt my teeth, but it really saved my life. Later, when I passed by sometimes, I would secretly glance at their yard. They always had some yellowed paper drying outside, and it looked like their business wasn't very good. The yard was always filled with the same bamboo materials, never increasing." "How skilled are they?" Wei Yunyun asked. Qinghe thought carefully and replied, "Their skills. I don't really know. I only overheard some gossip in the alley. It seems that their ancestors were involved in making this type of paper. The paper is very good, but it's thick and absorbs ink without smudging. However, it tends to turn yellow and dark over time, so it doesn't sell well. Wealthy families don't like to use it, so few people buy it. In Ningzhou, most people who can read and write are from wealthy families. Very few from farming families have the chance to pass the exams." Wei Yunyun remembers she hasn't signed in today. She smiles slightly and says, "Come on, let's go to the workshop in Luqiao Alley." She wants to try her luck and see if she can find a way to improve the papermaking method. The sunlight bathes the old streets in a warm golden glow. The closer you get to the west of the city, the more lively and bustling it becomes, but the buildings are also more worn out. The air is filled with many mixed smells, including a sour, decayed plant smell. Qinghe points to a narrow alley ahead and says, "Madam, the workshop is at the end of this alley." They walk into the alley, where the ground is damp and the walls on both sides are peeling. At the end, there's a low courtyard gate with cracked wood, showing the natural grain of the wood. The smell of decay grows stronger. The courtyard gate is slightly open, and they can hear dull hammering sounds and faint coughing from inside. Qinghe gently knocks on the door. After a moment, the hammering stops and an impatient voice calls out, "Who is it?" "We're not selling paper today." Qinghe glances at Wei Yunyun, gets her nod, then steps forward, clears her throat, and says loudly, "Old Mr. Li, it's me. I brought a lady to see the paper." There is silence inside for a moment, then footsteps approach, and the gate creaks open slightly. An old man with white hair, wearing a rough cloth short jacket, peeks out. His brows are furrowed, and he looks annoyed at being disturbed. He looks at Qinghe, dressed as a maid, with suspicion, not recognizing her. He gruffly says, "Looking at paper? We don't make the fine paper that your wealthy families want." Qinghe steps forward, her eyes slightly moist with gratitude, and says, "Old Mr. Li, don't you recognize me? Last winter, on the day it snowed the most, I curled up at your door, almost freezing. You angrily handed me a warm, mixed grain bun. You also told me, 'Eat quickly and get out of here, don't die here and cause trouble.' If it weren't for that bun, I probably wouldn't be alive today." Hearing this, Old Li was stunned, widened his eyes, and carefully looked at Qinghe's face. That small face, once so gaunt from hunger, was now fair and pretty. Her clothes looked neat and proper. You could still see a faint shadow of the starving little beggar she once was in her features. His impatience faded, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. His lips moved a few times before he muttered, "You're not a boy. You girl.
Dressed so neatly."
I didn't recognize you." His tone was firm, but his eyes softened. He instinctively rubbed his hands, which were covered in paper pulp, and said, "Just being alive is enough. Why did you come here?" Then his gaze shifted to Wei Yunyun, who looked very elegant behind her. His eyes immediately became more cautious. "Madam, our small place makes the roughest paper. We use it for windows, but it might not catch your eye." "It's fine to take a look," Wei Yunyun said gently, not upset by his attitude. "I heard the master's paper is thick and durable." Seeing her sincere attitude, not like someone just here to have fun, Old Li's brow eased a little. After hesitating, he stepped aside and opened the door. "The yard is messy and dirty, and the smell is strong. Please bear with us, madam." The yard was small, and what met the eye was indeed a scene of decay and desolation. The corner walls were stacked with dry, yellow bamboo strips. Several fermentation pools emitted a strong, sour, and pungent smell, with murky water inside. Thick ropes stretched across the yard, hanging with rough, yellowish paper. A young man was pounding pulp with a heavy wooden mallet in a stone basin. When he saw a stranger, he stopped and stood there, unsure, looking curious and nervous. A crisp system prompt sounded in Wei Yunyun's mind. "Current location, ancient papermaking workshop. Would you like to check in?" Without hesitation, she silently thought, "Check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained detailed ancient bamboo paper craftsmanship." She felt a little happy inside but kept a calm expression. Walking slowly to the dried papers, she reached out to feel their texture. As Qinghe said, they were thick and rough to the touch, with dull colors. Old Li followed behind her, feeling a bit nervous and uncomfortable, as if his belongings were being scrutinized. "Madam, look, this is how it is. Made with real materials. It doesn't look nice, but it's sturdy, and writing won't bleed through." Yunyun nodded and asked, "Master Li, have you thought about why this paper always turns yellow?" If it were whiter, I think it would sell better. Oldly sighed, his face looking more serious. He said helplessly, of course I've thought about it. I've tried many ways. Either the cost was too high or the results were bad, and I damaged the pulp. I used to think it was related to the water quality. Recently, Princess Wang made a magic tool that can produce clean water. Using clear water is better than river water, and it reduces the sand and gravel in the pulp. But the color still stays the same. Old Li kept talking, but seeing Yun Yun silent, his hope faded again. He shook his head quietly, ready to leave. But unexpectedly, Yun Yun withdrew her hand. These dried papers and the thick ones you have stored, check them all. I want them.
All.
All of them? Old Li thought he had heard wrong, his eyes wide. Yes, she nodded. Qinghe, pay. Qinghe hurried forward, took out a silver ingot from her purse, and handed it to the still-stunned Old Li. Old Li took the warm silver, his hands trembling slightly. It was more than what he usually sold in a month. Until the guards carried a large stack of rough papers and left with Yun Yun, he still felt like he was dreaming. Suddenly, he remembered something. His gaze fell on Qinghe, who was about to leave. He grabbed her arm tightly, his strength a bit strong, his tone mixed with anxiousness. You girl.
Did you
Pity me, old man, and ask this lady to take care of my business? He didn't wait for Qinghe to answer, then whispered, I don't need your pity. I have skills. I won't starve. That bread I gave you was my choice. No need to thank me. Now that you've followed a good master, just do your job well. Don't think about unnecessary things or cause trouble for others. Did you hear me? From now on, please don't bring this up again. He spoke quickly and forcefully, as if eager to protect his dignity. He was stunned by his scolding. Seeing his flushed face and the complicated look in his eyes, she understood he had misunderstood. Her heart felt both sour and warm. She opened her mouth to explain that it was the princess's own idea. But seeing the stubborn yet caring look in the old man's eyes, she held back her words and only softly said, Masterly, it's not what you think. Please don't worry. I will be good from now on. She quickly bowed and turned to chase Wei Yunyun. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Chen Shui came forward. Your Majesty, I have bought all kinds of candies you asked for, red sugar, black sugar, honey candy from the south, and the homemade syrup. They are all packed and placed on the small kitchen table. She paused and added, the delicate yellow clay and ceramic jars you wanted. The purchasing manager also sent someone to deliver them. They are all placed over there. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Yunyun nodded and headed toward the small kitchen. The kitchen was brightly lit, with some residual warmth from the stove. Neatly arranged on the table were about a dozen oil paper packages, with a few small ceramic jars nearby, probably filled with syrup. On the other side, there were newly delivered ceramic jars, wooden buckets, bamboo filters, and a small bag of fine yellow clay. She opened the oil paper packages and examined them carefully. The red sugar from the south was dark and hard, forming lumps. The black sugar was rough, with many impurities. The homemade syrup was cloudy, with a burnt smell mixed into its sweetness. The quality of these sugars was just as she expected, not very good. Your Majesty, are you planning to make something delicious? Chen Shui asked curiously, looking at the sugars and strange tools. She couldn't guess what the princess wanted to make. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Maybe. You're making new snacks for the prince to try? Last time, the prince enjoyed the cakes you made. They looked very tasty. All right. She put down her tools and gently sighed. Just remove the upper layer of the white sugar paste. The maids carefully separated the light-colored sugar paste from the top. Oh my! It turned white. Chuanxue and Qinghe both froze in place, unable to believe that the snow-white, delicate frosting was made from the rough, dark sugar. Chuanxue covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide. Somehow, she felt the scene was a bit familiar. When she first arrived here, facing the muddy water like yellow clay, the lady also did the same, made a filter. The muddy water passed through the filter and instantly became clear. At that time, she thought her lady was like a goddess. Now, she realized she still knew too little about her. Her lady was truly amazing, almost capable of anything. Wei Yunyan picked up a small piece of sugar and put it in her mouth. Although it still had a bit of earthy smell, the pure sweetness was now obvious. "It's done," she said with a joyful sparkle in her eyes. The method was correct, but the texture of the mud, the timing, and the water flow still needed some refinement. "Qinghe, put some of the frosting into small bowls for everyone to taste and see how it differs from the usual brown and black sugars," Wei Yunyan softly instructed. "Yes," Qinghe responded crisply, quickly bringing small bowls and serving some to each person. As they tasted the frosting, they were all stunned by its pure sweetness. Chuinshua's eyes were full of disbelief as she exclaimed, "There is such a sweet taste in this world. Not a hint of the sticky, muddy flavor of syrup." "Exactly." Qinghe nodded repeatedly, savoring the wonderful sensation melting on her tongue. "It melts instantly, sweet but not greasy. Truly amazing." Wei Yunyan smiled gently. "If the technique is improved further, this sugar could become even whiter and finer." "Even whiter and finer?" Chuinxua widened her eyes in surprise. Wei Yunyan nodded, then added, "But it still needs certain conditions." Qinghe, eager, took another spoonful of frosting and asked, "Your Highness, what other conditions are needed?" Wei Yunyan only smiled without speaking. Just then, Song Yinian entered casually. Wei Yunyan had just taken out the dried hawthorn fruits cooked in syrup. When she saw him come in, she smiled and said, "Prince, you're just in time. The candied hawthorn just finished. Would you like to try some?" Song Yinian looked a little puzzled. "Candied hawthorn?" "Yes," she replied with a smile. "Normally, it needs to dry a bit longer to be finished, but it already tastes special now." She handed him a bowl of bright red hawthorn. Song Yinian took the bowl, scooped up a piece, and tasted it. It was sweet and sour, soft yet chewy, something he had never tasted before. The princess always has a way of turning something simple into something amazing. Wei Yunyan smiled. "Since you praised me, I just got a new idea." She turned to Qinghe. "Go get some saffron and turmeric." When the ingredients were ready, Wei Yunyan extracted the red and yellow juices and cooked them into a light golden syrup. Song Yinian leaned back in his chair, watching her work with interest. She was about to make embedded character candy, an ancient Chinese sweet. She had always been good with her hands. In her previous life, she loved following online videos to make crafts and was quite skilled. She even had an account on a social platform where she did live craft shows. Being a little money-minded, she started streaming mainly to earn some income. Unlike others who focused on one type of craft, she took on challenges suggested by her followers. Because of that, she quickly gained many fans and lots of attention. The embedded character candy was one of the crafts she had once tried. Back then, she had studied many materials to succeed in the challenge. Now, with her improved strength and skill, her technique was even better. Once she started, everything felt natural. But the process was complicated, and by dinner time, it still wasn't done. She told everyone else to eat first and stayed behind to finish. The maids wanted to help, but all the simple steps were already done. The rest required skill, so she had to do it herself. When the moon was high, she finally finished. 3 strips of sugar stretched smoothly in her hands, and after pulling and shaping, they became even, round sticks. With a few quick cuts, the sticks turned into shiny round candies. Each candy had a golden hue character in the center, glowing softly under the candlelight and giving off a sweet fragrance. "Amazing!" Qinghe clapped her hands in delight. How can there be words inside the candy? If not for seeing it with his own eyes and smelling the sweet scent of candy, they might have doubted it was a jade ornament. Song Yinian carefully examined a piece of candy, his focused expression more like appreciating a rare treasure than just enjoying candy. "Prince, would you like to try?" Wei Yunyan softly urged. He hesitated for a moment, but finally put the candy in his mouth. The sweetness was just right, with a hint of spice that gently stimulated his taste buds. Even those who dislike could accept it. Even Song Yinian, who has tasted many delicacies, had to admit this was an unprecedented treasure. Back in the bedroom, the candlelight flickered, casting their shadows on the wall, flickering faintly. Song Inian paused and looked at Wei Yunyan from the side. The character, Yu, on each piece of candy seemed to have a magical power, engraving itself into his heart. Wei Yunyan was momentarily distracted, losing her balance and nearly falling. Song Inian reacted quickly. He suddenly pulled her into his arms, turning sideways, and the two of them fell onto the bed together. With a loud crash, the silk curtain fell, creating a private, intimate space. Wei Yunyan's eyes widened in surprise, her face a mix of shyness and panic. Song Inian also looked surprised. Amidst the chaos, their lips accidentally touched. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only their hurried breathing in the world. Wei Yunyan's face instantly turned bright red, as if her whole body was on fire. She instinctively tried to push Song Inian away. He seemed frozen in place. The soft touch of his lips and her unique fragrance made him momentarily lose focus, his heart pounding loudly. A faint feeling of affection stirred in his eyes, quietly tugging at his heartstrings. "You promised me." Wei Yunyan lowered her long, thick eyelashes, her voice like a tiny insect. But Song Inian did not immediately get up. He quietly looked at her. At this moment, he could clearly feel her trembling in his arms, her slight shiver revealing her helplessness. "I remember," he said in a deep voice, with a hint of emotion he hadn't noticed himself. Despite this, he had no intention of getting up. His eyes burned with an unprecedented intensity. Wei Yunyan quickly turned her face to the side. "Prince!" Suddenly, a knocking sound broke the intimate atmosphere of the room. Song Inian quickly got up, helped Wei Yunyan pull the quilt, then lifted the bed curtain and left. Song Inian went to Qingyu. Qingyu cupped his fists and bowed, speaking quickly and urgently. "Your Highness, something bad has happened. There was a murder in Yongfu Alley south of the city. The victim was found in a terrible state. Last night, a similar case happened in the west of the city, but the news has been kept quiet for now. The officials don't dare to act on their own. Please go immediately and give instructions." Song Inian's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. "Get the horses ready." He put on his coat and strode out quickly. Wei Yunyan listened to the hurried sounds outside, slowly sat up, pulled the quilt, and looked at the door that had closed again. It seemed like his breath still lingered in the air. She let out a soft sigh. The national master, He Lian Chuabai, wearing a mink fur vest, spoke to the high-ranking official at the head of the hall. "Great Khan, the iron mine in Ningzhou produces far more than we expected. If the people of Dakian use it to forge armor and weapons, in time, the soldiers at Yanmen Pass will have sharper swords and stronger armor. But the cost we will pay might be even greater." The Great Khan's eyes grew deep. He nodded slowly. "Send orders to all divisions. Gather all brave warriors who can fight, and contact all willing tribes. Let them know that the anger of the grasslands can burn down the walls of Dakian. Break through Yanmen Pass and make Ningzhou fall under our iron hooves." Helian Chuabai stroked his beard and pondered, a calculating look in his eyes. "Great Khan, with just the bravery of our North D warriors, breaking Yanmen is possible. But if we can get the best results with the least cost, that's the best plan. Dakian is rich and powerful. Surely, many envy us beyond just the eagle of the plains." Tuabal Yao's gaze sharpened. "What does the national master mean?" "Xia," Helian Chuabai said softly. "Last year they tried to seize Hishi, but were defeated by the Dakian army. They lost many soldiers. Li Yuanhao must hold grudges. As long as we offer to share Longyu and the salt and iron profits, we can persuade them to send troops to the Western Front, tying down Dakian's Western forces, making it hard for them to defend both ends." He paused, dipped his finger in some wine, and roughly drew borders on the table. "And then there are the Donghu tribes to the east. Though scattered, they are all brave and fierce, like hungry wolves. They have long been oppressed by the Qian people in cold and harsh lands, yearning for grain, silk, and women from the interior regions. All they need is permission to break through the border, allowing them 3 days of plunder and to establish themselves as kings. These greedy wolves will surely hear the news and rush to attack the defenses north of Ningzhou. Tuoba Liao heard this, and his eyes shone brightly. Excellent. A perfect plan to drive the wolves away. Let Xixia and the Donghu tribes share our burden and weaken the Qian forces. He suddenly stood up, his voice like a loud bell. Send orders. Dispatch the smartest messengers, bringing the fattest lambs and sharpest swords to the Xixia royal court and Donghu tribes. Tell Li Yuanhao that if he agrees to send troops, the fertile lands of Longyu will become his Xixia pasture in the future. Tell the leaders of the Donghu that the grain piles inside Yanmingwen, the countless silks woven into clouds, and the many beautiful women are all waiting for them to take. The benefits after the war will be shared by all. We will weave a giant net from the sky, uniting all possible forces, so that Dakian falls into a trap surrounded on all sides. Not only will we tear down Yanmingwen, but we will also ignite war across the entire northern border. Tuoba Liao's voice carried endless killing intent. The leaders in the royal tent, upon hearing this, flickered with greedy light. If such an alliance could truly be formed, the rich lands of Dakian seemed within reach. The northern Diao envoy, carrying generous gifts and a promise of future scrolls made of sheepskin, hurried in different directions, disappearing into the vast grasslands and deserts. Li Yuanhao, the ruler of Xixia, listened to the proposal of joint northern Diao troops, but did not immediately respond. Tuoba Han is quite calculating, Li Yuanhao said with a sneer. Want me, the great Xia, to hold off the Western Qian army while he directly takes Ningzhou's rich lands? Is there such an easy deal in the world? The envoy bowed deeply, respectful but firm. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Our great Dahan does not make empty promises. If this can be achieved, the 7 fertile prefectures of Longyu will belong to Great Xia. Moreover, the envoy's tone shifted, looking directly at Li Yuanhao. Last year's disgrace at Heishui Cliff, have you forgotten? Now is the perfect opportunity to avenge that shame and expand our territory. A cold light flashed in Li Yuanhao's eyes. The defeat at Heishui Cliff was a thorn in his heart. The wealth and trade routes of Longyu were also his greatest dreams. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If I am to send troops, I will need an additional 500,000 taels of silver and 3,000 war horses as military supplies. After passing the test, the land of Longyu must be divided along the Wei River, with the east also belonging to our great Xia. The envoy secretly cursed greed in his heart but smiled outwardly. The ruler's wish will be reported to the Great Khan. Our northern tribes are sincere and believe the Great Khan will give a satisfying answer. The northern envoy traveled among the various Donghu tribes. Unlike the negotiations with the western Xia court, here the leaders gathered together, drinking wine and eating meat, listening to the envoy describe plans for looting freely after the pass is broken. Steal money, steal grain, steal women. They were tired of the cold and poverty and longed for the prosperity inside the pass. Yanmingwen is a mighty pass, and its commander, Chen Hongfeng, is no easy opponent. Even if we unite, can we really break the pass? Or are we just going to be sent into a sea of fire? The envoy was well prepared and loudly said, Everyone, rest assured. This time, it is led personally by our northern Great Khan, uniting with Western Xia and brave warriors from all sides. Together, we will make the defenders unable to cope. When the walls fall and promises are fulfilled, you can lead your men into rich lands and take what you need. Wealth, women, everything belongs to you. Under the influence of alcohol and promises, the Donghu tribes howled in agreement, eager to march with the Great Khan. The northern envoy even secretly contacted the Nanzhao kingdom, which bordered the southeast of the Great Qi, stirring old resentments. Nanzhao could not attack the northern border directly, but the northern tribes offered high rewards to provoke trouble at the border, supporting northern offensives and forcing Great Qi into a multi-front war. At dawn, Wei Yunyan woke up feeling a different kind of cold seeping in, filled with a dry, chilling air. She took out the book, Detailed Techniques of Ancient Bamboo Paper Craft, to try some experiments. Chuan Xue quietly entered, carrying a cold aura. Wei Yunyan, now physically strong, hardly felt the temperature change. Seeing Chuanxia's nose redden from the cold, she squinted. She got up and went to the window. Just as she pushed open a lattice window, a biting cold wind hit her face. Outside the window, dark clouds had gathered, and the sky was gloomy. Is it not winter yet? Is it going to snow? Chuanxia blew out her white breath and rubbed her cold, red hands. Your Majesty, the plum blossom viewing banquet at Zhou's estate is scheduled for the late hour, and the carriage is ready. He quickly took a cloak and put it on Wei Yunyun. She also handed over a pre-prepared hand warmer. Your Majesty, the weather is getting cold. Be careful of catching a cold. Wei Yunyun reached out to catch the snowflakes drifting in through the window, and the icy flowers melted into clear water in her palm. Turning to look at the two people with red noses, she added, make the fire in the warm carriage's incense burner burn brighter. Everyone traveling with you should also wear cloaks. The carriage from the Yuang residence rolled over the snowy road and stopped in front of Zhou's courtyard gate. Madame Zhou was already waiting at the door. When Wei Yunyun lifted the curtain of her carriage, a clever maid from Zhou's household immediately stepped forward with an oil paper umbrella. Greetings, Princess Yu. Once Wei Yunyun was steady, Madame Zhou's gaze stayed fixed on her. I've long heard that the Princess Yu is extraordinary, a rare woman in this world. Now that I see you, you truly are outstanding. Please come in. The charcoal in the warm chamber is ready. Just waiting for you. The lady from Zhou's family smiled warmly. Such cold weather. Your visit truly brings honor to our Zhou residence. Wei Yunyun nodded with a smile, and under the crowds, she entered the house. The eve's iron horses jingled loudly in the cold wind. Amid the falling snow, young maids carried gilded hand warmers back and forth. The stone path quickly left scattered footprints. Before entering the main hall, a warm scent of charcoal, incense, cosmetics, and tea filled the air. Inside, the space was spacious and bright. The charcoal fire burned warmly, making it feel like a different season from the icy outside. The early arrived madams and young ladies gathered in small groups, adorned with jewelry. Young girls gathered by the window, pointing at a few potted plum trees with sparse blossoms, chatting happily. The madams sat around the charcoal fire, sipping hot tea and whispering, occasionally glancing toward the door, watching for new guests. A maid at the door raised her voice to announce, "The Princess Yu has arrived." Suddenly, the conversations quieted. Everyone's eyes turned toward the entrance. They saw Madame Zhou personally leading a calm, elegant young woman in a cloak, walking slowly inside. The woman's face was beautiful, and her expression carried a commanding presence. The madams and young ladies all stood up, quickly tidying their appearances. "Greetings, Your Highness." Madame Zhou's face was filled with pride and joy. Wei Yunyun nodded and said, "Everyone, please don't be too formal. Please take a seat." After Madame Zhou led Wei Yunyun to sit at the head of the table, everyone else sat down again, looking at her with curiosity and some nervousness. Madame Zhou smiled apologetically at the guests and said, "Please forgive us, ladies and young misses. We originally wanted to show you the old plum trees in the garden, but unfortunately, the weather turned bad, and it suddenly started snowing. If anyone gets cold, it would be my fault. So, I moved the carefully cultivated early plum branches into a warm pavilion. They are not as grand as in the garden, but they are still nice to look at. It's also a way to honor the name of this Plum Blossom Appreciation Banquet." Everyone nodded in agreement and praised Madame Zhou for her thoughtful planning. The maids entered one after another, bringing hot fragrant tea and various delicate snacks. Madame Zhou placed a plate of crispy pastries in front of Wei Yunyun. "Your Highness, try this. It's a new pastry made by our kitchen's new pastry chef. It's filled with candied plum petals, just to match the occasion." Wei Yunyun quietly observed the others with a smile and picked up a plum blossom pastry. The pastry was fragrant and crispy, with a moderate sweetness. Quite good. Indeed, even in Ningzhou, the luxury goods from wealthy families are different from what she can buy outside. The pastries from the Zhou estate are naturally excellent, she thought, but compared to her own candies and candied fruits, they still fell a bit short. "Recently, I've had some free time and tried making a few snacks myself. Since the weather is cold, I thought some sweet treats would warm us up. She spoke and gave a subtle signal to Qinghe behind her. Qinghe understood and stepped forward, opening two small boxes she had been carefully holding. One layer of the box revealed snow-white sugar frosting, and the other was filled with brightly colored dried fruits. The pure white sugar frosting immediately caught everyone's attention. Such pure sugar is rare in Ningzhou and even in the capital. Wei Yunyan pointed to the boxes and explained, "This is made with a new method of sugar frosting, combined with candied dried fruits. The taste is decent. I brought some for everyone to try." A lady dressed in a deep purple robe leaned forward curiously. "Oh, why is this sugar so white and clear?" "It looks like it's made from snow." Wei Yunyan signaled Spring Snow to take some of the sugar frosting and place it on small dishes in front of the ladies and young misses, then offered the dried fruits. "Everyone, you might want to try this. The sugar tastes sweeter and clearer." The dried fruits are soaked slowly in the sugar, which helps keep their original flavor better. Of course, what the princess presents is excellent. "We are truly fortunate today." Before anyone could taste, a wave of praise already filled the room. Wei Yunyan smiled quietly, feeling a bit disappointed. Everyone seemed too harmonious. How is this different from the plots she saw in novels and TV dramas before? There were no arguments or criticisms. What she didn't know was that among all the ladies in the warm pavilion, only she and Lady Zhou held the highest status. The others were mostly family members of officials below the 5th rank. Plus, Song Yinian had raided their homes several times in Ningzhou, so except for the truly foolish, no one dared to cause trouble for her. Only those trying to flatter her. A faint sound of tasting came from inside the warm pavilion. Everyone was surprised by the pure sweetness of the sugar, which had no bitter or burnt aftertaste like ordinary brown sugar. Then they were attracted by the perfect balance of sour and sweet, along with the chewy texture of the dried fruits. Praises kept coming. "This candy is truly different. Sweet but not greasy. It melts in your mouth. This dried apricot is delicious, with just the right balance of sour and sweet. It's even better than the one sold in candied fruit shops. Princess really has a skill. I've never seen such delicate sweets before." Lady Zhou's smile grew warmer as she personally poured a cup of hot tea for Wei Yunyan. "I never expected the princess to have such amazing skills. These candies and dried fruits are so pure and tasty. Even the palace kitchens might not be able to make them so well. Today, we are truly lucky with such beautiful presentation. If they were in the capital, I'm sure the nobles would be fighting over them. I wonder how much these exquisite treats would cost? Are there any leftovers that could be sold?" Lady Zhou was quite clever. Wei Yunyan was about to speak when a system prompt sounded. "Current location, Zhou family's private courtyard. Would you like to check in? Congratulations. You have obtained the method for making gunpowder." Yunyan's pupils suddenly dilated. This time, the sign-in didn't bring detailed knowledge about books but a powerful flood of information directly injected into her mind. The properties and ratios of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, the precise steps of grinding, mixing, and purifying, as well as the basic principles of simple firearms. Countless illustrated pieces of knowledge were imprinted in her mind as clearly as if she had studied them many times before. The sudden infusion caused Yun to momentarily lose focus, unconsciously tightening her grip on the teacup. Madame Zhou immediately noticed the brief, unnatural expression on Yun's face. "Your Highness? Is the tea not to your liking? Or are you feeling unwell?" Yun quickly suppressed the waves of shock in her heart, hiding her unusual reaction with a gentle sip of tea. Although the system's sign-in prediction function wasn't very precise, this time, the knowledge about gunpowder was somehow poured into her in this way. It must mean something big is about to happen. She no longer cared much for the banquet, but she still needed to achieve her purpose here. When she looked up again, a modest smile appeared on her lips. Gently setting down her teacup, she said, "Nothing." Her gaze fell on the food box, returning to the previous topic. "By the way, this sugar frosting is pure and used for making pastries, which best highlights the natural flavor of the ingredients. The pastry chef in the residence is skilled. If they can use this sugar, it will surely make the treats even better." Madame Zhou immediately agreed. "Your Highness's insight is excellent. Thanks to your guidance, I now understand the wonderful qualities of this sugar frosting. No wonder it tastes so extraordinary. She turned to a nearby maid and said, "Go quickly, prepare a few more delicate items in the kitchen, and see if we can make some fillings with this sugar to try." A lady sitting nearby curiously leaned over and asked, "Your Highness, forgive me for asking, but this sugar frosting is so pure. Did you use some special method?" Ordinary candied sugar and brown sugar usually have some impurities or color. Yunyan didn't answer her question directly but said, "If you like, ladies, you can come and buy some to take home." Afterward, she asked Chen Shui to display the recent embroidery works from the sewing room. "Today, I brought some new pieces from the residence's embroidery workshop, just in time for the season." When the moonlit plum shadows was revealed, a wave of admiration filled the warm pavilion. "I never thought that instead of embroidery with plum blossoms, just leaving the branch shadows would create a better artistic mood. The shades of ink are so naturally blended, it looks just like a watercolor painting. The silver thread in the stamens, when looked at in the light, truly sparkles like cold stars. It's really rare." Everyone's attention was soon drawn to the bottle plum shadow display. As the spring snow gently moved the wooden stand, the plum shadow inside the bottle appeared faint and elusive. Lady Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. "How is this embroidered?" "The plum branch looks as if it might break out of the bottle." The handkerchief embroidered with "Sparrows Sniffing Plum" was passed around among the young ladies, drawing soft, admiring exclaims. "Look at this sparrow, so fluffy, and its eyes are so lively. That little paw clutching the plum branch is just adorable." Lady Zhou withdrew her gaze from the embroidery, her eyes full of enthusiasm. She smiled and said to Wei Yunyan, "The embroidery workshop at the princess's residence is truly talented. Such clever ideas. Only here in Ningzhou. I wonder if these kinds of embroidered pieces can be custom-made? I really love the meaning behind 'Spring cannot be held back.' I'd like to trouble the princess to order a similar pattern to make a screen decoration." Lady Zhou's appreciation is the honor of our embroidery workshop. Seeing the right moment, Wei Yunyan responded calmly. "Qinghe, carefully note down Lady Zhou's requests. Be sure to do your best and not be careless." When Lady Zhou spoke, it was like opening a floodgate. The other ladies and young misses, already interested, gathered around. "Princess, could you embroider a few more sparrows on this handkerchief? I want to give them to my sisters. The scene of the moonlit night with the plum shadows suits my study's atmosphere very well. Could you perhaps embroider a hanging screen?" Seeing that her main goals for this trip had been achieved, Wei Yunyan was more focused on the recent gunpowder formula. She didn't want to stay longer. She politely said to everyone, "Lady Zhou's kindness is much appreciated. I am grateful. But I got up early today and the weather is very cold. I am feeling a bit tired, so I must take my leave to avoid disturbing your enjoyment." She asked Qinghe to stay behind, to note down all the embroidery requests, which would then be delivered directly to the embroidery room and handed over to Steward Foam. Although Lady Zhou felt a bit disappointed, she didn't dare to insist. She hurriedly saw her off warmly. Wei Yunyan sat on the brocade cushion in the carriage, tapping her fingers on the hand warmer. The details of making gunpowder kept flashing through her mind, making her feel restless and uneasy. She paused to steady her mind and lifted the car curtain. Cool breeze brushed her face, easing some of her anxiety. Why panic? Since the sign-in revealed gunpowder, it means the upcoming problem can be solved with gunpowder. So, her current task was to make the gunpowder as quickly as possible. "Stop the carriage." The driver obeyed and pulled on the reins. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Chuanxue asked quickly with concern. Wei Yunyan lowered the curtain. No longer returning to the palace, heading to Huachuntang, she continued giving orders. "Chuanxue, take the young servant and go to several different pharmacies and general stores to buy sulfur and high-quality willow charcoal. Once bought, send them directly back to the palace and store them in the warehouse." The carriage turned and headed toward Huachuntang. Many people sat in the waiting area of Huachuntang, mostly elders and children, with occasional suppressed coughs. The curtain in the inner hall was lifted, and an elderly man with white hair and beard, carrying a medicine box, came out. It was Chief Physician Zhang Jiren from Huachuntang. He had just finished seeing a group of patients and was about to rest when he saw Wei Yunyan. Dr. Zhang clearly recognized her. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and spoke respectfully. Old Zhang Jiren greets the princess. May you be safe and well. He still remembered her previous sharp and decisive appearance beside the water purifier, exposing plots with a cold, commanding aura. Wei Yunyan nodded politely. Dr. Zhang, no need for formalities. You look tired. Have you had many patients lately? Dr. Zhang sighed and stroked his beard. Not to offend your highness, but yes. This year's cold weather is extreme. Late autumn feels like deep winter. Cold-related illnesses are spreading fiercely and often recur. If this weather continues, many families in the city lacking doctors and medicine. His words trailed off, worry evident in his expression. Dr. Zhang, your kindness and skill are appreciated. Please take care of yourself. The people in the city still rely on good doctors like you. Dr. Zhang modestly replied, I dare not claim that. And your highness, are you unwell today? Thank you for your concern, Dr. Zhang. I am fine. The palace needs some ointments to prevent frostbite. I heard that nitrate has this effect, so I came to buy some high-quality ones. She found a casual excuse. Dr. Zhang believed her and nodded. I see. Nitrate does have that effect. Your highness has thought this through. The nitrate from Huachuntang is of top quality from Longxi. Lady, please feel assured in choosing it. The two exchanged a few more polite words and then Dr. Zhang left because he had other patients waiting. All supplies were gathered, and they returned to the palace. Wei Yunyan immediately locked herself in a quiet side room. She told the guards, stay outside the door. No one is allowed to come within 10 steps without my order. The power of gunpowder, even with the simplest formula, is not to be taken lightly. Chuanxua looked at her worriedly, obeyed, and left, closing the door behind her. Wei Yunyan carefully placed the purchased saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal separately. On another table, there were small copper scales, a mortar and pestle, fine sieves, and cloth. Her mind was very clear about how to make gunpowder. The most important step is purification, especially of the saltpeter. In ancient times, natural saltpeter was not very pure, and impurities could greatly reduce the power and stability of the gunpowder. While organizing her knowledge, she began to work. First, she crushed the saltpeter, dissolved it in hot water, then filtered it to get a basic saltpeter solution. Next, she performed the crucial recrystallization purification. She heated the solution to evaporate the water until beautiful saltpeter crystals formed on the cup walls. This process required patience and careful temperature control. Throughout, she held her breath, moved cautiously, afraid that even a tiny spark could ignite the dangerous powders. Thanks to her previous experience with crafts, she was very focused and patient, working step by step in an orderly manner. Purifying sulfur and calcining charcoal was somewhat easier. She ground the sulfur into fine powder and carefully calcined the charcoal in an oxygen-free environment. Then, she ground it into powder as well. Next, she mixed the 3 powders according to the classic ratio of 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. But this was just the basic ratio. The best proportions needed repeated testing and verification. She weighed each powder separately, kept them apart, and slowly mixed them with a dry wooden spoon. She dared not use too much force, fearing static sparks that could cause an explosion. When a small pile of black-gray powder appeared in the clay basin, Wei Yunyan let out a long breath. Now, we need to do a simple test to check the effect. Cannot conduct explosive tests directly within the residence. She needs to find a safe and hidden place. Your Majesty, the prince has returned to the residence and is in the front hall. It seems. He is in a bad mood. Spring Snow's voice comes from outside the door. She quickly places the gunpowder sample into a sturdy small ceramic jar, seals it, and hides it. After tidying her appearance, she steps out of the side room. Song Enian stands with his hands behind his back, gazing at the falling snow outside the window, his face covered with a deep, unbreakable gloom. Your Highness, Wei Yunyun softly calls. Song Enian turns around and sees her, his expression slightly softening. You're back. How was the plum blossom viewing banquet? Everything went smoothly. Madame Zhou and the other women were very interested in sugar, dried fruits, and the new embroidered goods, and we received many orders. She briefly reports the results, then asks with some concern, the case in the south of the city. Is it very difficult? Song Enian walks to the main seat and rubs his forehead. It's not an ordinary murder. The victim seems to have been bitten by some fierce animal, but there are burn marks on the wounds, which is very strange. Moreover, this is the third case, in different areas of the west and south of the city, with similar methods. Fierce animal? Burns. How could these two be connected? She is startled and immediately thinks of the recently obtained gunpowder formula. The coroner and a few old hunters at the official office cannot identify what kind of beast it was. The residue at the scene smells like fireworks or firecrackers. Song Enian's eyes sharpened. This matter is strange. It's not typical murder or beast attack. I have increased patrols and ordered the official office to thoroughly investigate whether any suspicious people or goods have entered or left the city recently. He pauses, then looks at Wei Yunyun and advises. Recently, Ningzhou has been unstable. You need to be extra careful when going out and bring guards with you. Especially since your workshops and experiments involve new and unusual items, be cautious and avoid attracting attention, strange wounds, the smell of fireworks and firecrackers, and the sudden system check-in for a gunpowder formula. I understand, Your Highness. She obediently responds, seemingly casually bringing up a topic. Prince, speaking of new and unusual things, I recently read some miscellaneous books and found records about saltpeter and sulfur. It is said that mixing them in specific proportions can produce a lot of energy, which can be used to split rocks or open mountains. I wonder if this is related to the gunpowder traces at the crime scene. Upon hearing this, Song Enian's gaze suddenly focused on her. Oh? What kind of record? Tell me in detail. He no longer underestimated the random bits of knowledge about explosives that Wei Yunyun occasionally mentioned. Wei Yunyun carefully described the basic principles of gunpowder combustion and explosion, along with the possible effects, which matched her understanding from miscellaneous books. After listening, Song Enian pondered for a long time, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. If what you say is true, this thing is very powerful and not something ordinary people can make. It seems that inside and outside Ningzhou, there are hidden forces or people we don't know about. Their plans are not small. Yunyun, he called her so naturally for the first time with a serious tone. If there are related records in those miscellaneous books you mentioned, studying them carefully could help. But this matter is very important and must not be shared outside. I understand, she replied. Wei Yunyun understood that Song Enian was giving his silent approval, even encouraging her to continue researching gunpowder. In the following days, the city defenses in Inding City were strengthened and patrols at night increased several times. Rumors about the snowy night monster began to spread quietly among the people, causing widespread fear. Wei Yunyun knew time was tight, so she moved the gunpowder production site to a remote house. She wrapped a small amount of powder in thick oil paper. She went to a prepared, sturdy iron container filled with damp sand. She poured the gunpowder into it and inserted a thin rope soaked in oil as a fuse. Then she stepped back to the door, and a guard brought over a heavy, old door panel to block her in. Everything was ready. She lit a long wooden stick with a fire match, then stretched out her arm, trembling slightly, and brought the flame close to the tiny fuse. Snick! The fuse ignited, emitting a faint burning sound, and sparks quickly spread along the rope. Wei Yunyun immediately dropped the stick, quickly stepped back behind the door panel, and covered her ears. A dull explosion burst inside the space. The impact caused the door panel in front to vibrate slightly, and the strong smell of gunpowder smoke quickly filled the air. She peeked out from behind the door, and aside from the thick smoke, the expected effect did not appear. Although the power was limited, it was indeed the result of a gunpowder explosion. Perhaps the purification of saltpeter was not thorough enough, or the mixing ratio was off. Your Majesty, this. The accompanying guard looked at the small and the clay pot on the ground with confusion. Its power seemed less than that of the fire oil barrels used in the army. Wei Yunyun carefully examined the remaining residue. The purity of the saltpeter isn't high enough. It got damp during mixing, and the grinding isn't uniform. A tiny mistake can lead to big problems. She repeatedly purified the saltpeter through crystallization until she obtained pure white crystals. The raw materials had to be ground very finely and carefully sifted through silk. The mixing was done in a dry environment. She also tried different packaging methods. Simple clay pots couldn't produce enough explosion power. She ordered the military workshop to make small tins from thin iron sheets. She experimented with adding iron nails and broken porcelain to the gunpowder to increase its damage. This was the earliest form of shrapnel shells. While she was improving the gunpowder, Song Yin became busier, often returning late at night, carrying a stern and determined air. Inside a tea house and tavern in the city. Did you hear? Outside the border, the northern tribes have lost most of their cattle and sheep. They can't survive and are angrily preparing to move south to steal grain. That's right. I also heard that General Chen's troops at the border pass are about to rebel because the court owes them pay. With this terrible weather, the officials probably can't even clear the snow in the city, let alone worry about outside. I fear this winter in Ningzhou will be very hard. Outside Yanmen Pass, the northern tribes' raiders became more active and larger in scale, with several small conflicts occurring. The military command hall of the general's residence. Chun Hong looked serious, his sharp eyes fixed on the border map spread out on the table. Deputy General Lu Pengkuan slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacup to jump. General, the northern tribes are bold. They're almost at the foot of the city wall. The scouts report that their camp smoke signals have increased by 30% in recent days, clearly reinforcing their troops. Commander Jiang Xiu pointed to several marks on the map and added, not only the northern tribes. Recent intelligence from the west shows that the Black Eagle cavalry of the Western Xia is also moving frequently along the border, with no less than 5,000 soldiers. The Donghu tribes are also secretly exchanging messengers, and their movements are suspicious. General, all signs indicate they are planning to join forces and strike hard at us. Chun Hongfang picked up a report from Ningzhou City and looked at another secret military intelligence, notes sealed with wax. Prince Yu sent news from Ningzhou, warning us to watch out for multiple enemy movements. He patted Jiang Xiu's shoulder and said, the border is hard to defend. We are responsible for the safety of Ningzhou and the people in the northern region. Lu Pengkuan's eyes widened. Join forces? Those little wolves really dare to think that. General, don't worry about them. Our Yanmen Pass has high walls and deep moats. Our brothers are not easy to beat. If they come, let them taste our bows, crossbows, and rolling logs. Jiang Xiu frowned. Old Lu, don't underestimate the enemy. If 3 or even 4 sides attack at once, our forces will be stretched thin, and we can't handle everything at once. Especially if the Western Xia press from the west, distracting us, while the main forces of the northern dwarves attack Yanmen, and the Shihu people take advantage of the chaos to harass. The situation looks grim. Jiang Xiu nodded. What you said makes sense. Facing them directly won't give us an advantage. The best plan now is to strengthen the city defenses and send out more scouts to closely monitor all movements, so we can be prepared. As for, Chun Hongfang paused, looking outside the hall. Prince Yu mentioned in his letter that they will send us a batch of weapons and armor made of fine iron. The princess has also prepared some new things that might help us win unexpectedly. Lu Pengkuan raised his eyebrows, somewhat dismissive. The princess? New things? General, I admit that the furnace we used before was somewhat useful. But at this critical moment, playing with fancy gadgets, what good can that do? We still need to rely on real swords and shields to defend the city. Jiang Xiu looked thoughtful. General Lu, you can't say it like that. The princess's previous water purification method and her ideas for dealing with refugees and locusts were effective. Since the prince specifically mentioned them, they must be important. I think they might really work. Any opportunity to strengthen our defenses should be taken seriously. Chun Hongfang raised his hand to stop their argument and nodded decisively. No matter what, defending Yanmen is our duty. Vice General Lu, You are responsible for overseeing the city defenses and stockpiling logs and stones. Do not slack off for a moment. Jiang Xiao, send more elite scouts. I want to know every unusual smoke from the northern dwarves' camp and every strange movement of the western Xia cavalry. At the same time, urgent messages were sent to Lord Yu. The Yanmen Pass was prepared for a fierce battle, but the prince was asked to coordinate weapons and supplies and to quickly support the front lines with the items the princess mentioned. Understood. Jiang Xiao and Lu Pingquan replied in unison. Wei Yunyun worked tirelessly day and night to study the formula for gunpowder. Soon, she began a second test explosion. This time, she purified the raw materials to the best quality, packed them into a carefully made thin iron container, and waterproofed the fuse. Snick! The sound of the fuse burning was very clear.
Boom!
A loud explosion echoed through the valley, sharper than thunder. The ground shook, and a large gap was blown open in the dirt hill, with rocks and soil flying everywhere. The thin iron container shattered into pieces, shooting out in all directions, and embedding into distant tree trunks and earthen walls. A strong shockwave, along with snow and wind, hit everyone nearby, making the guards several dozen steps away gasp for air. The guards stared in shock. Was that the small device that had emitted smoke last time? They had never heard such a loud noise before. The destructive power was so terrifying that it completely exceeded their understanding of fire and weapons. Wei Yunyun clenched her fists in excitement. She had succeeded. Black powder, a weapon capable of changing the course of history. Your Majesty, this is divine thunder. The guard's voice trembled as he looked at Wei Yunyun with awe. Wei Yunyun suppressed her excitement and sternly ordered, record the explosion effects, collect all fragments, and analyze the power. Additionally, what you saw and heard today must be kept top secret. No one is allowed to leak it. Anyone who disobeys will face military justice. Yes, everyone responded solemnly. Song Yinian returned to the palace. Before he could even take off his armor, he received a secret report from the guards. When he heard about the loud noise and the large gap in the dirt hill, even the usually calm man changed his expression suddenly. He immediately stood up and headed straight to the remote courtyard where Wei Yunyun was conducting her experiment. Seeing the chaotic scene of the explosion, along with the remaining gunpowder samples and test records presented by Wei Yunyun, he was speechless for a long time. He picked up a small handful of black-gray powder, pinched it between his fingers, and looked at Wei Yunyun with a complex gaze, as if for the first time truly understanding his princess. Yunyun, his voice was a little hoarse. What is this thing called? Wei Yunyun looked into his eyes and said, This thing, I call it gunpowder. I hope it can become a sharp weapon in the prince's hand to protect the peace of Ningzhou and its people. Song Yinian suddenly pulled her into his arms with great force, catching Wei Yunyun off guard. Wei Yunyun froze completely, her cheek pressed against his cold-scaled robe. The guards nearby wisely stepped back. It felt as if time stopped at that moment. The wind outside the courtyard and distant footsteps disappeared, leaving only their intertwined breathing and heartbeat. After a while, Wei Yunyun hesitantly raised her hand and gently embraced Song Yinian again. Long after, Song Yinian's mood calmed, but he kept his arm around her without letting go. Gunpowder. What a gunpowder. Yunyun, do you know what kind of powerful tool you have created? Of course I do. I made it myself, how could I not know? She patted his back comfortingly. Prince, you're being too kind. I just happened to learn an ancient method. No need to be modest. Song Yinian looked at her with intense focus. For the first time, Wei Yunyun saw a sincere expression in his usually indifferent eyes. This item, coming from your hands, is your achievement. If you are willing to help me with it, to protect the people of Ningzhou, I, Song Yinian, will be deeply grateful. He rarely expressed his feelings so straightforwardly, let alone in such an intimate way. Staring at his face so close, seeing her reflection in his eyes, Wei Yunyun's cheeks grew slightly warm. Song Yinian raised his hand, his fingertips brushing her eye corner with unprecedented tenderness. Yunyun, from now on in front of me, You don't need to find excuses like miscellaneous books or ancient methods. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked up at him, surprised and anxious. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Song Inyan's lips, and his tone was serious. I know you have secrets in your heart, things you don't want to say. This gunpowder, the water purification device before, the high-yield crops, all are not ordinary. His gaze fixed on her. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. This sentence made Wei Yunyun freeze completely. She had imagined many possible reactions from him, but not this one. Prince, she opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. Song Inyan held her hand, warmth from his palm, making her feel safe. I believe in you, in your heart for Ningzhou and its people. Whatever your circumstances or secrets, as long as your heart is here, toward the palace, I can accept and protect you. Wei Yunyun's tense nerves relaxed, and a warm feeling flooded her, making her nose sting.
He knows everything.
He simply chose to stay silent, even protecting her with gentle tolerance. Why? Her voice was very soft, almost only for herself. Song Inyan looked puzzled. What? After speaking, she raised her eyes and spoke louder. Why are you so kind to me? Why do you indulge me in so many unreasonable, even inappropriate actions? Because you are my princess. A reasonable and expected answer. Is that all? She stared into Song Inyan's eyes. If your princess was someone else, would you still do the same? Song Inyan didn't realize this was a dangerous question and thought carefully. He was silent for a moment and then said one word. Yes, sure enough. The small hope she had just felt disappeared instantly. She lowered her eyes, a strange feeling she couldn't understand spreading in her heart. But Song Inyan suddenly changed his tone serious. It's also because of you, Wei Yunyun. He continued, as if speaking to her and himself. If it was only about the title princess, I could just keep you safe and well-fed, keep my distance. The palace can afford to support you. He lifted her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. What I see is you risking your reputation, getting involved in dirty matters, to create a water purifier to help the people. It's you rushing between fields, thinking about feeding and clothing the common folk. It's you using astonishing gunpowder, but only thinking about protecting Ningzhou and its people. Yunyun, he called her name. What makes me trust and protect you isn't just the title of Princess Yu, but the look in your eyes when you do these things. I see clearly what you do and feel your intentions. That is enough. It turns out, it wasn't because of her status, but because of who she is and everything she has done. That moment of disappointment was quickly replaced by strong emotions, making her eyes fill with tears. Song Inyan looked at her with disbelief and gently touched her chin. So, don't overthink it, he said softly, stepping closer and whispering in her ear. No matter what secrets you have, once you enter my Prince Yu's residence and become my wife, I will protect you to the end. This kindness, you can handle it, and only you can truly deserve it. Wei Yunyun smiled slightly. Thank you, Song Inyan. Thank you for your respect, understanding, and trust. Wei Yunyun left the quiet courtyard and headed straight to the refugee settlement. Sudden snowfall caused everyone to stop working. After more than 2 months of effort, the refugees finally had a place to stay, and they had saved some winter food and a little silver money. Wei Yunyun kept her promise. They even gained new identities in Xinmin village, within the safe city. Because of the unusual weather, they couldn't work for now. Unexpectedly, the head worker, Zhang Hu, suddenly announced that everyone should gather at the refugee office to receive coal money and winter grain subsidies. This was the first time the refugees heard about coal money and winter grain subsidies. They didn't care much about details, just being able to eat enough and have firewood was good enough. Usually, they couldn't even think about burning charcoal. When everyone was ready, Zhang Hu spoke. All right, let's start the meeting. Thank you all for your hard work. Ningzhou suddenly had heavy snow, and the prince and princess are caring for everyone by stopping work and preparing subsidies so no one would freeze or go hungry during the snow. Zhang Hu clapped his hands. Line up, everyone. Each person will receive 100 coins of coal money and 200 coins of winter grain subsidy. You can get yours from your group leader. Each group leader took the list and a big box of silver coins, then stepped onto the stage, calling out names one by one. Household head Lu Xiao, 3 people in the family, 900 coins. Household head Huang Guang, single, 300 coins. All the refugees' eyes lit up with surprise. One person could get 300 coins. Since fleeing their homes and becoming refugees, only Xinmin City treated them like real people. Usually they have enough food to eat and a place to stay. When it snows, work stops, and they even receive coal and winter grain subsidies. The cold wind blows loudly in winter. But all the homeless people's hearts are warm with hope. Li Shuaixing walks unsteadily onto the stage. The team leader counts out 900 coins and hands them to him, asking him to sign in the ledger. He holds the money, hardly believing his eyes. His family of 3, with his mother sick and his young sister, rely on him as the only real worker. The princess carefully arranged work that women could do, helping his family escape hunger. Unexpectedly, during the heavy snow season, his sister also received a subsidy of 300 coins. He is so excited that he steps on uneven ground and falls, scattering the coins everywhere. He is shocked. His money, the coal and winter grain subsidies for his family. Everyone around crouches down and starts picking up the coins. He feels like he's in an icy pit. He wants to stop others from taking his money, but the cold wind howls. As he opens his mouth, it feels like the wind is pouring into it. He can't say a word. Be careful next time, someone says. Someone else, a familiar auntie, puts the coins back into his hand and says, "Hey, why are you lying on the ground? Hurry up and pick up your money." Everyone puts the coins they picked up into Shuaixing's hand. His nose suddenly stings, and tears roll down his face. During their escape from hardship, he saw many fights over a single bite of food. He never thought that the money he dropped on the ground would come back into his hands. He counts exactly 900 coins, not a single one missing. Thank you, everyone. Tears in his eyes. He bows 3 times to the crowd. Wei Yunyan watches the scene from afar, a happy smile on her face. In the new soldier training ground, Zhang Meng walks with his hands behind his back, inspecting. Tomorrow is the scheduled half-month mark, but he feels nervous for some reason. He quietly looks toward the other side of the training ground. Zhua Ruizha stands straight in front of a group of over 60 soldiers. The original plan was for only 50 people, but when Li Taizhu heard it was the princess's idea, he immediately asked to join without hesitation. His enthusiasm inspired many new soldiers to follow, and the team grew a bit larger. 3:15 in the morning. All soldiers carry your travel bags. The target is the small flag mountain 5 miles away. We will go and return. Move out. With a command from Zhua Ruiz, over 60 soldiers moved quickly. In just a few breaths, they had their heavy bags on their backs. The team formed up fast and then rushed out of the training ground, running with a steady rhythm. Zhang Meng's eyes twitched. In the past few days, these soldiers had complained loudly about how heavy their bags were and how a 10-mile walk could be deadly. When Zhua Ruiz's team finished their cross-country run and returned to the training ground, panting but steady, Zhang Meng's carefully chosen 50 men had just started their daily, unchanging practice of chopping with wooden swords. The soldiers shouted and swung their wooden swords through the air, moving in perfect unison, looking fierce and strong. But Zhang Meng felt a sinking feeling in his heart. A few days ago, he saw how exhausted and disorganized Zhua Ruiz's men looked after their intense run, even secretly mocking, "Women's tricks, fancy moves, they'll never be truly strong." Now, however, the soldiers who had just finished their tough run looked tired but calm and focused, silently adjusting their breathing and waiting for the next command. This quiet, efficient way of working and their quick recovery from exhaustion made Zhang Meng's previous confidence start to crumble bit by bit. At 3/4 past the 3rd hour of the tiger, Song Yinian was still in his study. A lonely lamp flickered on the desk, casting a shadow on the wall. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Soon after, Wei Yunyan entered, carrying a steaming cup of honey water. She wore a simple inner garment, with a loose outer robe draped over her shoulders. Her hair was a bit messy, and she looked lazily beautiful. It was obvious she had just gotten out of bed. "Didn't I tell you to sleep first?" Song Inian took the honey water, took a sip, and asked. A sweet feeling quickly spread through his heart. His gaze lingered on the swirling steam, with a hint of warmth and passion. The situation at Yanmen Pass was urgent, and there was a sudden case in the city. He had many things to deal with. So he let Wei Yunyan sleep first, while he stayed in the study to work. Unexpectedly, Wei Yunyan suddenly came to the study. Hearing this, Wei Yunyan smiled softly. "I was already asleep earlier, had a dream, and woke up. Seeing you haven't returned to your room, I brought you some water." "What did you dream about?" Song Inian asked, seeming to focus on the main point. Wei Yunyan paused for a moment. He didn't usually ask others about their dreams. She dreamed she was waiting in her room for Song Inian. When he came in, he told her that Yanmen Pass was in danger, and he had to rush there. The dream felt very real. The feelings of reluctance and worry at that moment were especially clear. When she woke up, she looked at the lounge chair where he usually slept, empty, and a strange sadness swept over her. Then she got up and made a cup of warm honey water. "Is it sweet?" she asked, looking at the cup in Song Inian's hand, trying to change the subject. "Take a sip," he said, bringing the cup close to her. This sudden closeness. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and took a sip from his cup. Song Inian tilted the cup slightly, his eyes suddenly darkening a bit. He set down the water cup and looked at her steadily, the candlelight flickering softly in their eyes. Wei Yunyan felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She lowered her head slightly. Unconsciously, her eyes wandered to the desk. On the paper laid out on the table, the top line clearly read ministerly. "Is this a letter to the capital?" she asked instinctively. Song Inian didn't hide it from her and nodded. "Is something happening in the capital?" she asked with concern. "The affairs in the capital never stop," Song Inian said with a meaningful tone. "My dear brother, you really think things through carefully." This was the first time since their marriage that Song Inian spoke to her like this. Wei Yunyan wasn't foolish. From the moment she learned about Song Inian supplying grain to the border troops at Yanmen Pass, she sensed something unusual. Are they planning something new again? Yanmen Pass was under urgent threat. If the Northern D really formed an alliance, the situation at Yanmen Pass would become very difficult. In such a case, if the capital also took any destructive actions, it would truly be a double trouble. Song Inian saw her concern and said gently, "It's nothing serious. Since the gunpowder formula has already been given to the military workshop, they'll soon produce a batch. Then I'll send someone to deliver it to Yanmen Pass as soon as possible." Fortunately, they had this gunpowder. "Thanks to you for making it in time," Song Inian added after a pause. It was a blessing in disguise. The next day, the atmosphere at the new recruits' training ground was tense and solemn. Wei Yunyan, dressed neatly in a fitted outfit with a plain cloak over it, arrived early at the side of the command platform, accompanied by Qinghe and Chun Snow. Song Inian sat in the main seat, wearing a dark uniform and a black cloak with subtle patterns. His posture was upright, and his presence carried quiet authority. On both sides stood the generals responsible for Ningzhou city defense. Qin Yu, along with several guards who had once escorted the grain convoy, had also come to watch the event. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Princess Consort." Qin Yu curiously looked at the two clearly divided groups below the platform. The 50 men chosen by Zhang Meng stood tall and alert, their armor neat, holding standard wooden swords and spears. Their formation was strict, showing the results of hard training. On the other side, Luo Ruijia's men also stood straight, though their gear was simple. Their sharp eyes and lean figures gave off a quiet strength. "I've heard that Her Highness has a unique way of training soldiers. These new recruits have had quite a tough time this past half-month. We brothers are eager to see the results today," joked General Guoli, who oversaw Ningzhou's security. Wei Yunyan nodded slightly. "General Guo is too kind. It's just an experiment. We'll see how effective it really is." As she spoke, Li Mao and Zhang Taitu arrived with several craftsmen, struggling to carry a few heavy wooden boxes. Zhang Taitu wiped his sweat and grinned. Your Highness, everything you ordered is here. I guarantee they're all fine weapons. Guoli stepped closer curiously.
Oh?
And what's inside these boxes? Wei Yunyun signaled Li Mao to open one of them. Inside, lined with dry grass, were several waist knives of unusual design. The blades were smooth and gleamed faintly. These are waist knives forged from refined steel using a new method at the military workshop. They're tougher and sharper, Wei Yunyun explained. Today's competition will determine who gets to be the first to receive this sword. The new soldier under Zhang Meng saw the new weapon, which was better than the one given to the veteran, and felt jealous. He started whispering quietly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zuoruasia and his team stood straight and kept their eyes fixed ahead. No one moved or gave any commands. Song Inian looked over the crowd and understood what was happening. A small smile appeared on his face. It seems the princess has prepared a generous gift for today's contest. If I don't show my support, I might seem stingy, he ordered. Send the message. The winner of today's competition will receive, besides the princess's special steel waist sword, a promotion for everyone. One level up, and their pay doubled for 3 months. The team that wins will also get extra meat and rice this month. Zhou Maokai, who had just hurried over and overheard Song Inian's words, nearly tripped and almost fell. He quickly steadied himself, but his eyes widened in shock. His face lost some color, and he felt a pang in his heart. Inside, he was crying out, "Oh no! This is too much! My lord, this steel waist sword is already valuable, and now you're giving promotions and extra pay. The treasury's money doesn't grow on trees." In the past few days, he had been busy dealing with some tricky and strange cases, feeling exhausted. Now, hearing about such rewards, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he could see the silver and grain flowing out like water. But even with that reluctance in his heart, on this training ground, facing the prince's words and the high morale of the soldiers, he dared not say a word of protest. He could only grimace and quietly move closer to Guoli, lowering his voice with a hint of tears, mumbling, "General Guar, this reward is a bit too much. It's hard to settle the accounts at the end of the year." Guoli glanced at him.
What?
The prince's words, and he still dares to oppose? He replied coldly, "Lord Zhou, the prince is trying to boost morale. Investing in soldiers is worth it. Besides," he looked at the soldiers below, eager and ready, "if we can truly train a fierce and capable army, what's a little extra spending?" Hearing this, Zhou Maokai opened his mouth but swallowed his words. Since giving up his family estate, he had been used to living frugally. He clenched his sleeve, gazing longingly at the soldiers, thinking about how he could cut costs elsewhere to cover this extra reward. All training was paused, and the soldiers lined up to watch the event. The first part of the competition is marching and reacting to surprises. The task is, wear leather armor, carry a standard backpack, march quickly to a designated hilltop, capture the flag at the top, and then return. During the march, there will be ambushes set up by veterans acting as harassers. When the signal flag is waved, the competition officially begins. Team Zhang Meng moves in tight formation, walking quickly along the main road toward Little Flag Mountain. At the front, sword and shield bearers lead the way, with long spears in the middle, all moving in an orderly manner. From afar, they look imposing and untouchable. On the command platform, Guoli and a few young officers behind him nod slightly when they see this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zuorua's team quickly breaks into smaller groups after a short whistle, with 5 people in each group, spreading out like spilled beans in a fan shape. They don't stick strictly to the main road but use the edges of fields, bushes, and even dried-up ditches to hide and move forward quickly. The whole team moves silently, only the sound of quick footsteps and gear rustling, like a group of silent but swift cheetahs. People on the command platform frown slightly. This doesn't look like a coordinated team. It looks more like scouts in the army. The first ambush point is set on a narrow forest trail. When Zhang Meng's team's front line enters the woods, shouting and fighting sounds come from both sides, and 10 hidden soldiers suddenly jump out. The soldiers on the outside quickly raised their shields, with long spears poking out from between the shields, forming a circle in an instant. The ambush's attack is blocked steadily, and the formation remains unchanged. After completing this standard defensive move, the team pauses for nearly half a tea break. Once the ambush is repelled, they regroup and set off again. At the same time, Zuorua's small groups also encounter ambushes. They don't form a tight line to fight directly, but quickly use trees and slopes to block briefly, while making sharp bird calls to warn those behind. The flanking and rear groups hear the signals and don't rush to help, but instead circle around from the outer edges. They try to flank the ambusher's rear, or use the terrain to bypass the ambush, and continue climbing toward the mountaintop. Their goal is very clear: not to destroy the enemy, but to pass through obstacles with the least cost and the fastest speed. The hidden soldier just revealed himself, but quickly found himself caught in a tricky situation, surrounded from multiple sides or watching most of the enemy slip past right under his nose. The whole process was smooth and seamless, without causing the entire team to stop. On the command platform, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Gwali cleared his throat and focused his gaze on the troops led by Zuoruas, a serious expression appearing on his face. "This doesn't look like an ordinary soldier," he whispered. "If this were real battle, it would be hard to deal with." Song Inian heard his whisper and lightly tapped his finger on the armrest, his eyes dark with thought. He turned to look at Wei Yunian, who was dressed elegantly and calm. Qin Yu watched with amazement and said, "Your Majesty, your training methods really make these new soldiers as silent and fierce as wolves." At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Meng and his team finally reached the second ambush point. It was filled with loose rocks. The ambushers swooped down from above, rocks tumbling and branches flying everywhere. Zhang Meng shouted loudly, and the team quickly formed a new formation. Archers took the front, long spear soldiers stabbed forward, holding off the chaotic attack. However, their progress was slowed again. Meanwhile, Zuorua's team had already split into different groups. Some moved swiftly along the rocky edge, climbing skillfully. Others slipped into the bushes beside the mountain path, low and quick. Before the ambush could fully close in, they cut off communication and scattered the enemy in just a few moves. The remaining soldiers bypassed the chaos and rushed straight toward the mountaintop. Seeing the two teams gradually pulling apart, Gwili couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it's real military intelligence, Zhang Meng's team is steady, but too slow with their cautious approach. Zuorua's team acts scattered but is fierce and decisive, focusing on efficiency. Zhang Meng's soldiers are the backbone of the army, but Zuorua's soldiers are sharp and deadly. Zhang Meng's main force, exhausted, finally reached the mountaintop and was about to seize the flag when they saw two small groups from Zuorua's team climbing up. One of them was agile, jumping a few steps to the flagpole, flicking his wrist to drive his sword into the ground with a clang, then pulling down the flag with his other hand. The mountain wind howled, and the flag fluttered wildly. Without stopping, he raised his hand to signal below, then turned quickly and, with his companions, fled along another path. When Zhang Meng's soldiers reached the top, they could only watch helplessly as the opposing team took away the flag. Song Inian smiled slightly. This round tested marching and adaptability. Capturing the flag was not the final factor in winning. Zhang Meng's soldiers were not satisfied and tried to catch up on the way back. However, due to exhaustion and the burden of their formation, their speed could not increase. By the time they reached the end of the training ground, their team was scattered and disorganized. The soldiers, leaning on wooden spears, gasped heavily, sweat dripping down their jaws, nearly exhausted. In contrast, the left Rui's team returned in an orderly, scattered manner. They were also sweaty and breathing heavily, but after a brief rest, they could recover immediately. When standing still, their eyes were sharp and their expressions firm. Once everyone arrived, they automatically formed a line and stood silently, as if they had not just competed. The result of this round was clear. The drums stopped. Around the training ground, soldiers, watching the match, whispered among themselves. As both teams lined up, the area fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the command platform, waiting for the prince and General Gua's decision. Song Inian stood up, his black cloak fluttering in the wind, looking down from above at the two teams. This competition was about marching and adaptability. Team Zhongmeng was disciplined, moving with precision, but rigid and slow. Team Left Ruize was flexible and quick as wind and thunder. Though somewhat disorganized, they could seize opportunities swiftly. As he finished speaking, Zhang Meng's face flushed red. He lowered his head, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, "I am ashamed to disappoint the prince." Left Ruize's team also clasped their fists and stood silently, their expressions stern, with no sign of joy. Guoli took over and announced loudly, "In this first round, the Left Ruize team wins." Although the outcome was clear, Guoli's direct announcement made many soldiers who followed traditional tactics feel dissatisfied. Zhang Meng clenched his fists and knelt on one knee. "Prince, General Gua, I admit defeat. But I believe that speed in marching does not determine a soldier's strength. War ultimately depends on real skill and teamwork in battle. I respectfully request an immediate second round of small team attack and defense." His soldiers also looked up, their eyes full of unwillingness. Song Inian did not respond to him but turned to Wei Yunyan and asked, "What does the princess think?" Wei Yunyan looked at Zhang Meng, who was bowing his head, with a confident and determined expression. They wouldn't fully trust a simple competition. Leader Zhang's words are reasonable. The purpose of training soldiers is for battlefield combat. The next small team attack and defense will better test real combat skills. Song Inian smiled as he watched her, a hint of affection in his eyes. "Good. In one incense stick's time, the second match will be held on the east side of the training ground." With that command, both teams gathered separately. Zhang Meng called his men aside and began serious tactical planning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Ruizha's team was much quieter. The soldiers silently checked their weapons. Their commands were simple and quick. Guoli twirled his short beard and calmly analyzed, "Zhang Meng is trying to save face at all costs. He's a good leader. If he focuses on fighting, the outcome is still uncertain." Qin Yu shook his head in disagreement. "In a close fight, the brave win, but bravery can take different forms." Even ignoring his admiration for the princess, he could clearly see that one team was full of fiery courage, while the other was disciplined and adaptable. A bodyguard interrupted, saying, "I think the wolves under Luo's command have cold eyes. They're patient and ruthless when they strike." He then glanced cautiously at Qin Yu, thinking to himself, just like Qin's own bodyguard. The incense stick burned quickly. The small team attack and defense match involved 20 people from each side, fighting in an abandoned alley or camp within the city, with wooden weapons coated in lime. Those hit in vital spots were eliminated. "Begin!" The signal flag waved, and Zhang Meng learned from past lessons. His team of 10 moved forward carefully, protecting each other, trying to use their strength in front to crush the opponents. Luo Ruizha's team split into smaller groups of 3 to 5, like water seeping into sand, quickly disappearing. Li Tieju's 4-man team was the first to meet the 10 opponents. They immediately shouted and raised wooden spears and shields, pressing forward. Li Tieju's 2 teammates quickly retreated while throwing dirt they had prepared along the way. The dirt was blocked by a soldier's spear, and the dust disturbed the vision of the front line. Li Taiju quickly turned aside to avoid the sharp blade, then used his wooden sword to precisely slice under the ribs and arms of the 2 frontline soldiers. The chalk marks were clear. According to the rules, these 2 injured soldiers had to retreat. After a successful strike, Li Taiju and the others did not want to fight more. They immediately used the alley corner to retreat. Zhang Meng's team's first attack failed. They didn't hit the enemy and lost 2 of their own. At this moment, a small team of 5 on Zhuaruizha's side was hiding on the second floor of a camp building. They looked through the window to observe the enemy's movements. The 10 people across the way are a bit disorganized. Their attention is all on the noise from Brother Tieju's side. The speaker was Shang Xing, the soldier who first took the flag in the initial match. He is the leader of this 5-person team. Send 2 people to sneak from the side, hit them quickly, then run to draw their attention. The other two call nearby teammates to flank from behind and cut off their tail. The four nodded without extra words and quickly moved into action. Zhang Meng's team of 10 was a bit panicked after losing 2 people suddenly. Suddenly, a short whistle sounded from their flank. Shang Xing was quick and agile. He was the first to leap out, aiming directly at the last archer, who was a bit out of sync. His wooden sword whistled through the air, stabbing toward the archer's back. The archer hurriedly turned to block, but was fooled by Shang Xing's feint. The sword changed direction and sliced across his shoulder. At the same time, 2 of Shang Xing's companions launched surprise attacks from different angles, quickly eliminating another enemy. Enemies behind. Enemies behind. The surprise attack caused Zhang Meng's team to turn around. But while they were distracted by Shang Xing's trio, another 3-person team appeared behind them. They cleanly and swiftly killed a shield bearer. The whole process took less than 10 breaths. Shang Xing's team moved like precise surgical blades, cutting in, disrupting, killing, and retreating smoothly. When Zhang Meng's remaining 8 soldiers arrived to support, they only saw a few more chalk-marked companions on the ground and the distant enemy's quick retreating figure. On the command platform, Guoli shook his head and sighed. It's a pity. Zhang Meng's poor decision cost us this round. Perhaps Zhang Meng lost his composure after failing in the first round. He was eager to win and gave up the familiar, disciplined formation that his soldiers were used to. He tried to imitate the opponent's flexible team tactics, but only learned a little and missed the core skills. His soldiers were used to working together closely, but suddenly they scattered, and their coordination and understanding were far below that of Zhuorui's team, which had trained specifically for half a month. As expected, they lost 4 soldiers in a row, and the battle started to turn heavily in favor of the other side. Zhang Meng's soldiers had strength but struggled in the complex environment, constantly retreating when they spotted enemies, while their flanks and rear were repeatedly attacked. Their team was torn apart, soldiers exhausted, and morale dropped. In contrast, Zhuorui's team seemed to have special connections between groups. They communicated with simple bird calls and whistle signals. They used feints to lure enemies, gathered small groups of soldiers to attack, then split up and disappeared. Their tactics were so flexible that it was dazzling. Finally, only 6 soldiers from Zhang Meng's team remained, forced into a corner. One angry soldier shouted, "Come out and fight us face to face if you dare." In response, 3 small squads, over a dozen people, surrounded him. They launched a simultaneous attack. In the end, Zhuorui's team defeated Zhang Meng's 20 soldiers at the cost of 8 casualties. The confrontation is over. The referee's drum and horn sounded. Inside and outside the training ground, the watching soldiers were silent as if stunned. They were all shocked by this completely different way of fighting from traditional methods. These people and their team were all new recruits. Such efficient and ruthless tactics were beyond what new soldiers could normally handle. Qin Yu couldn't help but clap and praise Wei Yunyun, saying, "No wonder she's called the princess. She always surprises people." Wei Yunyun looked a bit excited too. These soldiers' performance far exceeded her expectations. She had emphasized taking the initiative on the battlefield and using local advantages, but she didn't expect them to execute so well. Song Enian looked at Zhang Meng, who looked defeated, and asked quietly, "Do you want to have a third match?" Zhang Meng had already guessed the outcome before today's competition, but this result was hard for him to accept. Especially after losing so badly in the second match, it was truly embarrassing. As a soldier, it is natural not to give up easily. "Prince, I have lost 2 matches in a row, and I have nothing to say," he clenched his fists and said firmly, "but this third match, personal bravery and endurance are fundamental for a soldier. If I lose again, I am willing to give up my command and start over as a common soldier." Hearing this, everyone was moved. Giving up a command to become a soldier? That is a shame for a general. Guoli looked at him carefully, frowning. He knew Zhang Meng was hot-tempered, but this was just a trial for new recruits. There was no need for such seriousness. He stepped forward to advise, "Winning or losing is common in war. Why speak so seriously?" Since you have been leading the new recruits diligently, even if you haven't achieved great success, you've worked hard. A setback now doesn't mean you should give up. Think it over again. Wei Yunyan also raised an eyebrow and said, Commander Zhang, the purpose of training is to improve weaknesses, not to fight over pride. Only Zhou Mao sneered and looked at him with a sad face. He knew very well what Zhang Meng was planning. He had just secretly found out about the daily expenses of Left Eurasia's team. He was almost shocked to the point of a stomach ache. Those soldiers eat 3 meals a day, and every meal has meat. When he recruited these new soldiers, he only promised 2 meals a day with salted vegetables. If Left Guard wins, this wasteful method will be adopted throughout Ningzhou. Ningzhou can't afford to eat like that. He could already see the treasury's money flying away like wings. Thinking of this, he felt resentful toward Zhang Meng. He cleared his throat and interrupted, Ahem, General Gua, Princess, I think. Commander Zhang's words are also a kind of responsibility. Having been a new recruit commander for so many years, yet unable to oppose the princess's new method, he should go and reflect as a soldier. After speaking, everyone's eyes turned to him. He stood straight, brushed his non-existent beard, and analyzed in what sounded like a fair tone. Commander Zhang has rich experience in training soldiers, but today, it is clear that his troops are still far from the level of those trained with this new method. As the saying goes, learning never ends. If Commander Zhang could truly step down from his position, focus on studying, and understand things thoroughly, he would be able to serve the prince even better in the future. For our Ningzhou army's defense, this might actually be a good thing. Guoli immediately glared at him. Having worked with Zhou Maokai for many years, he was just a petty official who knew little about military affairs. If he hadn't married a good wife, he wouldn't have been able to get the position of Ningzhou prefect, even as a fellow scholar. Lord Zhou, this is military business, which concerns the future of our generals. It can't be taken lightly, Zhou Maokai muttered. This official is also thinking about Ningzhou's long-term plans. Song Yinian suddenly stood up and everyone immediately fell silent. Zhang Meng, do you know that in the army, there are no jokes? Once spoken, words are hard to take back. Zhang Meng bowed deeply. Your humble servant believes that Lord Zhou's words are reasonable. Since I have said it, I have no complaints. Song Yinian looked at Wei Yunyan, as if to give her the decision-making power. This third match concerns the fate of a general. Princess Wang, what do you think? Yunyan felt a bit touched and hesitated slightly before saying, the rules are already set. The third contest must go on. As for the bet, it is a matter of Commander Zhang's personal pride. I believe that the purpose of the contest is to test the methods, motivate the soldiers, and not to punish. No matter the outcome, Commander Zhang's courage to take responsibility is worth respect. Song Yinian lifted his cloak with one hand and sat back in the main seat. Since that's the case, let's begin the third match. The bet will be discussed after the contest. A soldier who had just lost was tugging on the sleeve of someone nearby. Brother Wang, if the commander really steps down, what will we do? Puffed. Crows are bad luck. The soldier called Brother Wang pushed him. The third match is a direct confrontation. We'll fight with strength and endurance. Can we lose to those monkeys who only climb walls and dig holes? We will definitely win. In the formation of Zhuorui's team, the atmosphere was a bit complicated. A soldier from Shangxing's squad couldn't help but say, Commander Zhang is actually pretty good. If we lose our positions just because of this contest, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Shangxing's gaze was steady. He replied softly, he is a real man. That's why we need to show our true skills and beat him. Giving up would mean looking down on him. He clenched his wooden sword tightly. For the third round, everyone stay focused. Let Leader Zhang lose convincingly. Yes. Make sure Leader. Let them all lose clearly. The soldiers around responded enthusiastically, full of fighting spirit. Zhuorui shot a quick glance, and everyone immediately fell silent, standing straight. The third match had 3 parts. First, wearing heavy armor, repeatedly chopping at ironwood stakes. Second, carrying injured soldiers, played by veterans, crossing a battlefield in combat. Third, one-on-one sparring. The heavy armor was specially made by the military workshop for border guards. It was different from the city defense armor of Ningzhou and was heavier than what they usually wore. Neither side's soldiers had worn this armor before. The heavy leather armor made movement slow. This part of the contest tested personal endurance and strength. 50 ironwood stakes were set up on the platform. Each stake was guarded by an old soldier who kept track of the hits. Zhang Meng's team went first. They roared loudly, pouring all their strength into each strike, hitting the stakes hard. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! With great force, wood chips flew everywhere, and cheers erupted. But after 10 hits, their movements became noticeably strained, and breathing grew heavy. By the 20th hit, most couldn't keep going. Their arms felt weak and shaky, and their strikes became soft and powerless. Some had to lean on their swords to catch their breath and continue. The record-keeping soldier looked expressionless and called out, 16th strike, weak force. 18th strike, off target. 20th strike, stop. In the end, the best was 30 hits. Most people managed around 22, but 5 didn't reach 20. When it was Zhuorui's team turn, they didn't rush to hit hard. Instead, they adjusted their breathing, focusing on rhythm and technique. Each strike used their core strength from the waist and abdomen, not just brute force from the arms. Yun, watching, immediately saw they were applying their usual core training. In the first 10 strikes, their power wasn't as loud as Zhang Meng's team, but it was more efficient, leaving even marks on the stakes evenly. By the 20th strike, only 2 people had to stop due to exhaustion. The rest kept a steady force. Their breathing was heavy, but their rhythm remained steady. The final results showed that the average number of strikes was 27, with 3 people exceeding 30 and Li Taizhu reaching 41. These 2 data points clearly show who performed better. The second test was a simulated battlefield rescue, which was the most difficult for these new soldiers. It required not only strength, but also the ability to adapt in chaos. The area was set up as a chaotic battle zone, with veteran soldiers pretending to fight fiercely, hitting wooden sticks, and shouting loudly. In this scene, the soldiers from Team Zhang Meng showed great teamwork. They worked in pairs, one carrying a wounded soldier, the other protecting with a shield. They used their shields to block attacks and sometimes fell down, but about half of them still managed to deliver the wounded to the destination. Team Zhuorui's soldiers played to their strengths, moving quickly around the battlefield and bringing back more wounded, but it took longer. The judge looked at his rough notes and looked worried. He quickly walked to the command platform and hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, General Guo, in this second test, half of Leader Zhang's soldiers successfully delivered the wounded in less time, but there were more casualties among the escorts, with some killed or seriously injured and withdrawing. On the other hand, the escorts from the Zhuo Guard had fewer casualties, but it took longer overall. Should we judge based on the successful delivery or on efficiency and the safety of our soldiers? I dare not decide alone. Please advise, Your Highness and General. Guoli pondered and said, Your Highness, on the battlefield, situations change rapidly. Sometimes, we must take risks to gain an advantage. Zhang Meng's soldiers are brave and bold, the backbone of the army. The Zhuo Guard's method aims to achieve results with minimal losses, which is better for long-term battles. Both have their uses, and it's hard to say which is better. Zhou Maokai whispered nearby, Of course, the Zhuo Guard's way is better. Training a soldier is expensive, so we can't just risk everything. After eating so much meat, dying easily would be a waste, right? Wei Yunyun looked at Zhou Maokai with surprise. Since when did Zhou care so much about his soldiers? But she calmly said, The purpose of this test is to check the ability to rescue comrades in chaos and danger. I believe that courage is the spirit of the army and must not be abandoned. Wisdom and the skill to protect oneself are also essential for a strong army. Perhaps there is no absolute winner or loser. The key is how to combine the strengths of both. Song Yinian smiled slightly. Based on his understanding of Wei Yunyun, she would focus more on the survival rate of the wounded. Is this? Does Zhang Meng not want to lose too badly, so he says this? Soon, it was time for the third part. Individual sparring. After the soldiers put on heavy armor, Their movements became slow. At the command, they began to fight. Zhang Meng's side performed well in combat. However, Zhuoruijia's side kept using tricky moves. In the end, Zhuoruijia's side narrowly won because of better endurance. Zhang Meng's face turned cold instantly. As a leader, keeping promises is fundamental. He lost this match honestly and accepted it. I should not have doubted the Queen's training methods. The outcome is clear now. I have been a leader for many years, but I am willing to step down and become a soldier. Zhang Meng knelt before Song Yinian and bowed. Song Yinian looked at Wei Yunyan. Their eyes met in the air. After a moment, Wei Yunyan looked at Zhang Meng and said seriously, "A true warrior should not just step down, they should fight on the battlefield." The situation at Yanmen Pass is tense. "Commander Zhang, you can lead the troops immediately." "I am useless." Zhang Meng lowered his head even more. Wei Yunyan interrupted him. "All training methods aim to resist enemies and protect our homeland. A good cat is one that catches mice, whether black or white. We're just trying to find a more effective way to train." That is true. The purpose of this competition was not to prove Zhang Meng wrong. Moreover, through this test, Wei Yunyan saw that Zhang Meng is dedicated and responsible, making him a very suitable leader. Hearing this, Zhang Meng's face changed several times. Then he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing to go to the front lines with all my strength." Song Yinian looked at Wei Yunyan with a half-smile and asked, "Yunyan, why didn't you let Commander Zhang fulfill his promise today?" Wei Yunyan was slightly stunned. "During the training, didn't I already say clearly? Where did you learn these training methods?" He was actually more curious about how these new soldiers gained such strong abilities in such a short time. "Didn't you say that as long as my heart is with you, and with the entire Great Qi, you wouldn't ask too many questions?" Wei Yunyan said, blinking at him. Song Yinian couldn't help but smile. "These methods can be learned quickly. In the past 2 days, I have asked the chief guard to strengthen training, and the soldiers' skills will improve significantly." In the following days, Wei Yunyan kept urging the soldiers to train according to her plan. After the previous competition, everyone was convinced and trained more diligently. Also, based on the weather, Wei Yunyan asked Zhuoruijia to increase training to help soldiers resist the cold. A war with the Northern D is inevitable. When the cold climate arrives, those who can endure the cold better will have a higher chance of winning. Minister of War Li Songping stood by the window. He tightly held a letter from Song Yinian in his hand. "It seems the situation in Ningzhou isn't good. That place is already cold and harsh, and now it, by a series of natural disasters." While trying to manage his own affairs, he received an imperial decree to supply grain to Yanmen Pass. That's nearly 100,000 border troops at Yanmen Pass. Not to mention a Prince Yu. Even compared to the entire court, this is a huge military expense. Minister Li sighed, "Xiaoyong, go and invite Governor Liu and Minister Tan here for a small gathering in my study."
Yes.
The young servant agreed and immediately left. Minister Li gazed out the window, muttering to himself, "No matter how you look at it, we must find a way to help Prince Yu." No, it's not just about helping Prince Yu, it's about helping Yanmen Pass, helping Great Qi. What the princes are fighting over is their own business. We can't let Great Qi become a vulnerable target. As a minister of war, he was very clear about the situation at Yanmen Pass. If the Northern D truly formed an alliance, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Do you know why your master asked me to come? And who he called?" Minister Tan De Guang asked the hurried young servant. The young servant scratched his head and said, "I don't know the exact reason, but today the letter from His Royal Highness King Yu was delivered to the Ministry of War. My master has sent me to invite you and Commander Liu to come over." Tan De Guang felt a bit dizzy and guessed that they were probably going to discuss something important. It was likely that bad news had reached King Yu. Since King Yu was responsible for supplying grain and weapons at Yanmen Pass, he knew that King Yu probably couldn't hold on much longer. He quickly tidied up and headed to Minister Li's house. At the door, he met Commander Liu. They exchanged a look and silently sighed. Minister Li personally greeted them and led them to the study. He asked the young servant to hand over the letter with both hands. After reading the letter, Commander Liu said, "If the Northern D really formed an alliance, Yanmen Pass will be in trouble." Everyone knew the situation at Yanmen Pass. With the treasury empty and the emperor unwilling to send more grain or new weapons, they were already struggling to defend against the Northern D's raids. If the Northern D formed an alliance, it would be unthinkable. Deputy Minister Tan boldly guessed, "If things are really as King Yu suspects, once war begins, the Northern D and Western Xia will attack at the same time, dividing our forces. Then, when we can't hold out, the Donghu tribes might also send troops. Yanmen Pass could fall easily," Commander Liu said. "Since they are planning to attack, there's no way to avoid this battle. If the emperor refuses to send more troops or new weapons, what can we do even if we worry?" Minister Li sighed and handed over the number of soldiers and generals from the Northern D. Deputy Minister Tan was reluctant to get involved in court faction disputes. But when he thought about Chen Hongfang having to defend against multiple invasions, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Seeing their changing expressions, Minister Li spoke seriously. "You both know that Ningzhou is a cold and harsh land. If we need to call up more soldiers and supplies, how can King Yu bear it? I understand that neither of you are kind-hearted people. But now, we are at a critical point of life and death. Not only for the people of Dakian, but also for our own lives, we must find a way to respond." His face was very serious. He was sure that facing multiple invasions after King Yu left the capital to govern would be very difficult to sustain. Duke Liu looked at him and asked, "Minister Li, what do you think we should do to handle this?" Minister Li frowned and replied, "No matter what, we must ask the emperor to increase supplies and send more troops." The three of them gathered together and secretly discussed their plans. The results of the new soldier training competition spread quickly like a big stone, causing waves in Yingding City and Ningzhou City's defenses. Over 60 soldiers trained by Zhuo Ruiz were promoted to leaders, with 10 men in each team. They were sent to 4 counties under Ningzhou to spread this new training method. Ningzhou actually has 5 counties, but Yanmen County is directly controlled by Yanmen Pass, so Song Enian did not send anyone there. General Chen's North Army is an independent military system and does not belong to Ningzhou's jurisdiction. To promote this method in the army, they needed to discuss it with Chen Hongfang and get his approval. Zhuo Ruiz led the remaining 20 or so soldiers to train among the old soldiers and officials in Yingding City. Every day before dawn, the training grounds and government offices echoed with the rough commands of the instructors. "Stand straight.
Chest out.
Look forward. If you move in an hour, you'll be punished with half an hour extra. March. Legs straight, feet firm, land steadily. Be neat and uniform. Turn left. Turn right. Move quickly. Keep the formation. You are one whole, not scattered pieces." Although the new soldier competition was quite surprising, many officials who were used to the old training methods resisted strongly. They thought standing at attention was a waste of time, and marching was just for show. They preferred practicing more sword techniques. Meanwhile, the strange murders in the city still cast a dark cloud over everyone's minds. The wounds of the victims still couldn't be identified as caused by any specific weapon. Wei Yunyun's bodyguards doubled in number. She obtained the method for making glass and planned to visit the military workshop. As soon as she arrived, she heard noise inside. Before entering, she caught the smell of burning and blood. "What's going on?" She hurried inside and frowned as she asked. Li Mao quickly stepped forward, looking pale, and reported, "Your Majesty, why are you here?" The crowd around parted, revealing 2 bodies on the ground. One had blackened, blistered arms, and the other had blood flowing from her face, groaning in pain. Zhang Taitu quickly apologized, saying, "Your Majesty, it was old Third Wan and Bai Si. I repeatedly emphasized following the rules, using small amounts and mixing in stages. But they rushed and mixed too much powder at once and stirred vigorously. Luckily, the amount wasn't large, otherwise, safety is the top priority in gunpowder making." She had already set strict procedures and explained the consequences to them. Normally, they shouldn't have made such a basic mistake. Seeing their reckless behavior, It seems they are not suitable for making such dangerous weapons. Her gaze fell on their wounds and she ordered, "This injury is special. Take them back to the palace and have the court doctor treat them properly." Wan and Bai Si, despite the pain, struggled to kneel and thank her, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Thank you for saving us. We were wrong, and we won't do it again. Your Majesty is kind and virtuous." The nearby craftsmen saw this and were moved, feeling even more respectful and awestruck toward the princess. Her eyes swept over all the craftsmen, and she spoke seriously. "Gunpowder is not a game. It can defend the city or harm ourselves. Today's incident should be a warning. Every step in making it is learned through blood. I do not want to see anyone get hurt again. Yes, we will follow Your Majesty's teachings." Everyone responded in unison. After handling the emergency, she did not leave. She signaled to Li Mao and Zhang Taitu to come closer and took out a prepared booklet with pictures and text. Gunpowder is very important. Safety comes first, production quantity second. We need stricter supervision to prevent any mistakes. She emphasized the importance of safety again and handed them the booklet. Also, this records the method to make Lu Liu, glazed jade. Pick a few careful and steady craftsmen to build a small kiln and follow this method. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will do our best to do a good job, Zhang Taitu quickly promised. After firing, the first batch of Lu Liu will be sent to Lu Cheng's carpenter workshop. After giving instructions, she went to the carpenter workshop. Song Enian planned to personally go to Yanmen Pass to oversee the battle. She wanted to make a pair of telescopes which would be very useful for scouts. She carefully described the structure of the telescope and Lu Cheng in detail. First, you need to make the tube. Use good quality hardwood, smooth the inside and outside, and ensure the size is precise. Especially the front and back sections must fit tightly, slide smoothly, and prevent light from leaking. As she spoke, she drew a simple sketch on paper with charcoal. Lu Cheng, being a skilled craftsman, listened carefully and then said, "Your Majesty, for the telescopic part, I think using 3 nested tubes with fine threaded screws to adjust might be more precise and sturdy than pulling it out directly." Regarding the light leakage, he suggested, "We can carve shallow grooves at the joints and embed black velvet to block the light." Yun listened attentively with a smile. It seemed that during this time in the military workshop, Master Lu's skills had improved a lot. "Good, let's make it according to your idea first. Use the best materials and wrap the outside of the tube with leather for easy holding and protection. When the first batch of glass arrives, we'll assemble a few samples and send them to the palace. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will make sure this is done well." After Yun left, the carpenters and his apprentices gathered around. "Master Lu, what new interesting things has Your Majesty brought this time?" Lu Cheng's expression changed. "Why are you all crowding around? Are you done with your work?" Then he added, "Since you're here, come and take a look. This work is very delicate and not something you can do casually." He picked up the sketch Yun had just drawn and began explaining. Back at the palace, while the palace doctor treated old man Wan and Bai Si's wounds, Yun sent someone to invite Song Enian, but was told he was not at home. At this moment, Song Enian was inside the government office. He was a well-respected constable known for his bravery, standing at attention with a slight tilt and shaking his leg deliberately, even speaking disrespectfully to the instructor who came to correct him. These officers did not go to watch the competition between the 2 new recruit squads. He sneered, "This is just a game for women." This remark happened to reach Song Enian's ears. "Take him down." 50 strokes with the staff. Song Enian's voice was cold and emotionless. "Greetings, Prince." The instructor in charge of training, Hong Er, quickly bowed. The officers training there also immediately turned around and saluted. Song Enian watched as these people scattered and turned around, his eyes growing colder. The guards behind him immediately stepped forward and dragged away the head of the arrest team. Only then did he realize that a big problem was happening. His previous arrogance quickly disappeared. He struggled and shouted, "Prince, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." "Prince." Song Enian's sharp gaze fixed on him. Hong Er is personally appointed by me as the training commander. You dare to speak disrespectfully? Are you unhappy with my arrangements? No, no, no. Prince, I dare not. I was blinded by greed and spoke nonsense. Take him away. Song Inian no longer looked at him. His eyes turned to the trembling officials, and his voice was clear. I know that among you, there are many who are dissatisfied. You think these standing and marching drills are just for show, useless, and that catching thieves in your daily work is more practical. He slowly walked to the front of everyone. His black robes moved silently in the serious atmosphere. But I want you to remember, from today on, you are no longer just careless officials. You are part of Ningzhou's order, an important force to keep the city safe and clear internal troubles. He paused, his tone suddenly rising. A team that can't even keep basic formations and dares to disobey orders openly. How can it take on important tasks in times of danger? How can it earn the trust of the people and make the troublemakers fear? Just then, outside, the arrest leader let out a scream. Everyone lowered their heads in fear. Song Inian didn't even lift his eyelids and continued. Today, I declare a strict rule. Orders must be obeyed, and commands must be stopped if disobeyed. Anyone who disobeys military orders, neglects training, or shakes people's confidence, regardless of rank or past achievements, will be punished severely. No mercy. Heavy punishment sounds came from outside, like hammering each official's heart. Hong Er shouted angrily. Did everyone hear that? All of you, stand at attention. Extend your training by 1 hour. Anyone who moves again, face military discipline. This time, no one dared to slack off. They all tried their best to stand straight, tense their bodies, and even if their legs trembled, they held on tightly. A guard came over and whispered a few words in Song Inian's ear. Immediately, Song Inian led his people away. Returning to the prince's residence, he immediately went to Wei Yunyun's courtyard. Seeing her graceful figure, the coldness in his eyes instantly disappeared. Yunyun, he softly called her. Wei Yunyun was busy analyzing and organizing medicines. She looked up when she heard his voice. Seeing Song Inian's stern face, she put down her medicines, stood up to greet him, and said, The workshop has 2 craftsmen who are injured due to improper operation. I wanted to see if their wounds are similar to those from the previous murder case. Hearing this, Song Inian's expression grew serious. He immediately asked, Where are they? Wei Yunyun glanced at him and said with a hint of annoyance, They are in the guest room. The palace doctor has already treated their wounds, and they are resting now. Your Highness, you're still feeling cold. It's better to rest first. You can check the wounds later when you change the dressing. Song Inian's gaze fell on the bottles of medicine beside her. What are these? Wei Yunyun casually picked up a small white porcelain bottle, unscrewed the cork, and held it near his nose, smiling brightly. This is a new wound ointment I developed. I added some different herbs so it should stop bleeding and help the skin heal better than usual. And these. She pointed to a few small blue and white bottles nearby. These are medicines for treating colds and chills, and they are easy to take. The fresh medicinal scent entered his nose. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Song Inian felt all the gloom in his heart be lifted. He took the bottle, gently rubbing his fingertips on the cool porcelain surface. Yunyun always brings surprises to me. Whether it's a surprise, you'll have to try to find out. Wei Yunyun smiled gently. Your Highness has been working hard lately. Be careful with your health. Hearing her caring words, Song Inian felt all his fatigue from the past days melt away. He raised his hand and gently brushed her hair back from her forehead, his movements soft. It's nothing. With Yunyun here, I don't feel tired. Late at night, the team investigating the city's murder cases seemed to have made a new discovery. In a small house on West Street, a woman sneaked out secretly. The patrol guards saw her suspicious behavior and immediately followed her. In front of an abandoned temple on the western outskirts of the city, a man dressed as a Taoist priest approached her. The two exchanged secretive whispers for a moment. The Taoist handed her a small package and also slipped some silver coins into her hand. Several secret guards quickly split into 2 groups. 2 continued to watch the woman, while the others followed the Taoist priest. The Taoist was very alert. He circled around the city a few times before quietly leaving and sneaking into what looked like an ordinary merchant camp. The merchant group had been stationed outside the city for several days, selling furs. They kept a low profile and did not attract much attention. When Song Inian received the news and checked the wounds of 2 people burned by gunpowder, his face grew serious. Such a deadly weapon. Had someone already gotten hold of it ahead of time? This thing wasn't used as a military weapon but was instead being used to cause chaos and panic in the city. If the Northern D used gunpowder to attack the city, Yanmen Pass would fall. It's useless. Which means only one thing. This weapon has not yet become widespread and is unknown to the military. He left the guest room immediately and ordered, "Capture and investigate that merchant group, the Taoist and the woman at once." The palace's secret guards stormed the merchant camp with lightning speed. Before the merchants could react, they were surrounded. After capturing the people, the guards quickly searched the merchants' goods. "Boss, these are toxic herbs and insect carcasses." One soldier showed a tightly packed bag and reported to Gangwon. Meanwhile, several others threw some clothing and weapons on the ground. The strange foreign-style clothing made Gangwon frown. "Take everyone and everything away." Another team of secret guards headed straight for the Taoists' hideout.
Bang!
The door was forcefully kicked open. Inside, the Taoist and 2 accomplices sat around a table, whispering and discussing something. On the table were strange symbols drawn on paper and several small, oddly colored clay pots. Seeing the sudden intrusion, the 3 faces changed dramatically. The Taoist reacted quickly, reaching out to flip the table, while another hand grabbed a clay pot on the table. At the command, several figures rushed forward. One kicked the Taoist's wrist, causing the pot to fall, but another agile guard caught it steadily. Meanwhile, the other 2 accomplices were quickly subdued, their arms twisted behind their backs and pressed to the ground, unable to shout. The moment the Taoist was caught, he knew he was doomed, and his face turned pale. Treason and espionage, he was surely going to die. Fortunately, he sent his family to Beatty early, and his son learned how to make fire thunder, so he was likely to be promoted. The palace guards searched this place thoroughly. Inside the government office, it was brightly lit. Song Inian and Zhou Maokai stood in the hall. In front of them, a group of people had their clothes taken off, were with colorful ropes, had their mouths covered, and knelt on the ground. Gangwon presented the items. "Prince, the Taoist priest's robe has a hidden layer with a map of the city defenses, and it marks water sources and granaries." Another person carefully brought out a clay jar and used a wooden stick to extract a small amount of powder. Song Inian picked up a bit and smelled it. It had the smell of saltpeter and sulfur, different from what Wei Yunyan made, but it was definitely gunpowder. Song Inian looked at the various evidence in front of him: poison, maps, secret letters, especially the rough gunpowder, which made the air around it feel as cold as winter. Zhou Maokai was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and stared, wishing he could slap each of the kneeling criminals himself. They had caused trouble in the relatively peaceful city, creating panic. He was worried and had been investigating the killer with the prince for days. At this moment, the woman who had contacted the Taoist was brought in. She had never seen such a scene. Seeing the Taoist and the traitors caught and Song Inian standing above, she was so frightened she almost fainted. Before any punishment, she spilled everything like a bucket of beans. "Prince, please spare me." It was the Taoist who paid me silver to gather information about the city. He also told me to sprinkle some powder near the wells in the city. I didn't know it was poison. He said it was just a bean powder to cause diarrhea. Song Inian didn't need to interrogate further. From her words and the evidence, he could roughly understand. They had infiltrated Ningzhou to damage the water supply, used gunpowder to create illusions, and combined poison to cause strange murders, trying to create chaos from within. Put them in prison and watch them carefully. Gangwon understood. Song Inian's gaze fell on the Taoist. Hold this person separately. You personally interrogate him. Make sure he reveals the source of this fire thunder and where it was used. The final interrogation results were pretty much what Song Inian expected. They plan to sabotage the people's livelihood inside Ningzhou before the Northern D army launches its attack, working together from inside and outside the city. Not only in Anding City but also in other counties, they have sent people to carry out their plans. Song Yi, young and serious, tapped the table and said to Zhou Maokai, "Based on the interrogation results, I order you to thoroughly investigate the water source priests and quickly find out who else is involved. If there's no result in 3 days, you will lose your position." Zhou Maokai hurriedly replied, Yes, I will obey. An order from Anding City to investigate Northern D spies and eliminate hidden dangers inside the city spread across Ningzhou. The city's defenses were carefully checked and strengthened. All guard posts were rotated and checked. Anyone with unclear identity or background was temporarily removed from important positions and replaced by soldiers who had been properly trained and had clean backgrounds. At the same time, the government restarted and strengthened household registration management, conducting a citywide census and registration. Neighbors were asked to vouch for each other, and people who recently entered the city were carefully checked. Signs were posted everywhere, clearly warning that hiding or sheltering suspicious people or aiding enemies was a crime. An old man carrying 2 baskets of vegetables looked at the slow-moving crowd ahead, sighed, and complained to a familiar merchant nearby. These checks at the city gates are more troublesome. If my vegetables arrive late, I might not sell them. The merchant wiped his sweat and said cheerfully, "Just bear with it. It's better than the panic we had before. Do you remember? Back then, everyone was scared, saying monsters were harming people at night and the well water might be poisoned. My wife didn't dare leave the house for days, and she had to go to a distant well in the south of the city to fetch water. That's right. Thinking about it still gives me chills. I heard those monsters were sent by the Northern D, doing evil deeds. Thanks to the prince's sharp eyes, those bad guys were caught and dealt with. Now, the checks are stricter. It's a bit of trouble, but at least we feel safer." A man dressed in a long robe, looking like a scholar, nodded in agreement. "This lady is right. The Book of the Left says, in times of peace, think of danger. Thinking of danger prepares us. Preparedness prevents trouble. The prince's actions are for the safety of us common people. Although it's a bit inconvenient, it's a good way to prevent disasters. If spies slip into the city and cause trouble, it would be a disaster for us all." At this moment, there seemed to be a small problem ahead in the line. A young man's guide was having some issues, so soldiers took him aside for a careful check. The waiting crowd behind couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Nearby, a woman selling noodles was setting up her stall. She quickly wiped her table and called out loudly, "Everyone, please be patient and wait a little longer. Our prince is doing this for our good. Think about those evil sorcerers who were caught. If the investigation wasn't strict, they might still be causing trouble somewhere. We common folks just want a peaceful life. The strict checks show that the prince cares about our safety." Her words made sense, and many people nodded in agreement. The young man being questioned was soon cleared and allowed to go. He turned back and thanked the soldiers. In a quiet corner of the military workshop, Zhang Taitu and a few chosen craftsmen were holding their breath, staring intently at the kiln about to open. They had collected the simplest, least valuable river sand, mixed with some ordinary mineral powders. Could they really make the precious glassy jade? If they hadn't seen the miracles brought by the princess before, they would think this was just a foolish dream. But now, all they felt was hope. The time has come. The old master in charge of the fire shouted, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Zhang Taitu called out eagerly, "Open the kiln." Immediately, a craftsman stepped forward with a special long hook, carefully removing the kiln's ceiling bricks. A wave of hot air hit their faces, making it hard to keep their eyes open. As the steam dispersed, everyone eagerly looked inside. In an instant, they gasped in surprise. On the still warm brick supports inside the kiln, a few irregularly shaped objects lay quietly. They weren't the familiar metal ingots, but something else, something they had never seen before. Like the purest water droplets turned solid, astonishingly transparent, as if a small piece of the sky had been cut out. The remaining glow of the charcoal fire shone through the solid, reflecting a flickering, enchanting light that was breathtaking.
Oh my. Oh my.
One craftsman's legs went weak, and he sank to the ground, eyes wide open, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Is this really made from sand? Another skilled craftsman reached out with a rough, calloused hand, wanting to touch the object, but suddenly pulled back as if afraid to desecrate a sacred item. He repeatedly rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things due to the smoke and sparks. Zhang Taitu carefully wrapped the luli jade with soft cloth and cotton, as if holding a newborn baby, and personally took it to the carpenter's workshop. Meanwhile, sawdust flew everywhere, and the sound of sawing wood echoed. Just after giving a small apprentice advice on how to make a mortise joint, Zhang Taitu arrived with 2 people. Seeing the object in his hand and his focused expression, Lu Cheng immediately guessed what it was. Is that the first batch of items finished? Yes, Zhang Taitu replied, gently placing the object on the work table. Lu Cheng quickly signaled the craftsmen to pause their work. The transparent, luli jade was revealed. All the carpenters looked at it with surprise. Is this really luli? Why is it so clear? Like crystal? No, even clearer than crystal. Seeing their amazed expressions, Zhang Taitu felt proud. This was made from useless sand they burned. An apprentice instinctively reached out to touch it. Don't move, Lu Cheng quickly slapped the hand away. He stared at the glass pieces, his throat tightening. Manager Zhang, is this the luli jade you made? Zhang Taitu's face glowed with pride. Master Lu, the Empress has ordered. This material is precious and fragile. Be very careful when handling it. Yun Yun, of course, hadn't said this herself, but Zhang Taitu used her name to boast a little. Lu Cheng suddenly felt nervous. Such a treasure. To be cut, polished, and inlaid by them? What if they made a mistake? He took a few deep breaths and examined the glass pieces carefully. They were irregular in shape, uneven in thickness, and the edges were rough, clearly needing careful processing. Everyone listen up. Lu Cheng turned around, his face serious. Now, everyone get your spirits up. Wang Laowu, find our finest diamond abrasive powder and sift it through 3 layers of silk cloth. Zhao Ning, bring me that set of ancestral beef tendon bowstrings and check for burrs. Li Ergu, clean your workbench thoroughly. There must not be a single wood chip or speck of dust. He himself washed his hands carefully, put on new fine cotton gloves, and took out a small carving knife and a few delicate copper probes from the bottom of the toolbox. He didn't dare to work directly on the glass. Instead, he picked up the finished hard wooden tube and carefully compared its thickness and shape. Using charcoal, he gently marked on oil paper, calculating how to cut to make the best use of the material and reduce waste. Song Yinian sat at the head of the room, dressed in a dragon robe. He held a confession obtained from Ganwen during the interrogation. Zhou Maokai and Guo Li also held signed statements. Outside the study, cold wind howled, while inside, charcoal fire crackled, creating a serious atmosphere. Suddenly, hurried but quiet footsteps were heard outside. Your Highness, the princess consort has arrived, a guard respectfully announced at the door. Song Yinyan's eyes moved slightly. He waved his hand, signaling the 2 to wait. Please, let the princess consort come in. The door was gently pushed open. Wei Yunyun, dressed in a moon-white silk embroidered dress with a silver fox fur-lined cloak, stepped in gracefully. Behind her, Qing, he carried a tray covered with thick velvet cloth. Your servant greets the prince. Wei Yunyun bowed slightly. Her gaze swept over Zhou Maokai and Guo Li, and she nodded in greeting. Lord Zhou, General Gua. Zhou Maokai and Guo Li quickly stood up to return the greeting. Greetings, princess consort. Song Yinian signaled her to sit beside him. Is there something you came here for, princess? Wei Yunyun's lips curled slightly. She turned to Qing He and took the tray. I heard that the prince and the officials are discussing important matters. I have something here that might be useful. As she spoke, she walked to the desk and placed the tray down. Zhou Maokai and Guo Li looked at each other curiously. What could be so important that the princess consort personally delivered it? Song Inian reached out and lifted the heavy cloth. In an instant, the study seemed to flicker with a faint glow. On the tray were several oddly shaped objects, a cylindrical piece carved from hardwood, with clear, round glassy jade embedded at both ends. What is this? Wei Yunyan picked up a telescope, handed the smaller end to Song Inian, and said, "This thing, I named it Thousand-Mile Mirror. Prince, try looking through it and see for yourself." Song Inian took the telescope and held it in front of his eyes, but everything appeared blurry. He moved the telescope away and looked at Wei Yunyan with confusion. "Your Highness, please go to the window, close the other eye, and try rotating the tube." Hearing this, Song Inian went to the window, picked up the telescope again, closed his other eye, and looked outside. Then he adjusted the middle section of the telescope by turning the threaded part. With a soft click, the distant scene suddenly came into clear view, as if an invisible hand had pulled it right in front of his eyes. He could see the alleyways, the tiles on the rooftops, and even the red tassels on the helmets of patrol soldiers on the city wall far away, all in sharp detail. He even saw one soldier exhaling white breath because of the cold. Even with his strong will, Song Inian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He quickly moved the telescope away from his eyes, his face showing shock that was not his own. He looked out the window again, and the scene returned to its blurry outline. He raised the telescope once more, and the distant world was brought close again. This process repeated twice, and the study was silent except for the faint sound of the clicking. The others looked at the prince's unprecedented panic, exchanging glances with uncertain and surprised hearts. "Your Highness, what kind of magic is this?" Guoli couldn't help but ask. Song Inian slowly lowered the telescope, calming his turbulent mind, and handed it to him. "General Gua, take a look yourself." Guoli hesitantly took it, brought the smaller end to his eye, and clumsily adjusted the focus, then looked outside the window. In the next moment, his tall body suddenly trembled, froze in place, and blurted out, "Oh my heavens! Is this a divine treasure from the immortals?" His voice changed because he was so surprised. "I can see the sparrows on the flagpole in the West Market, even their feathers being pecked at clearly."
How?
How is this possible? His shock made Zhou Maokai, standing nearby, eager to try. He snatched the telescope from Gua Li's hand. "General Gua, let me also take a look." He hurriedly brought the telescope to his eye. At first, everything was blurry. He randomly twisted the tube, and suddenly, when the view became clear, he froze as if struck by a spell, standing stiffly in place. Holding the telescope, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Frightened, he quickly grabbed his wrist with his other hand, afraid he might drop this precious item. Zhou Maotsai's face flushed with excitement. There was no longer any calmness of an official, only shock at how much his understanding had been overturned. "This telescope can see so far?" The old man selling pancakes at the street corner, his sesame seed cakes are almost burnt on the edges. "I can see clearly." He moved the telescope away, rubbed his eyes, and stubbornly raised it again. The clear image hit his senses like a shock. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, he finally accepted this unbelievable reality. Carefully, he placed the telescope back on Song Inian's tray, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "Doesn't this mean we can sit at home and know whether the enemies outside are eating or sleeping?" Guoli, still stunned, looked excited. "If used for scouting, we can see all enemy movements." Song Inian nodded and pondered. "Not just for scouting. In a battle between armies, our generals can observe the enemy's formations and strengths from a safe distance." Guoli hurriedly bowed deeply to Song Inian. "Your Highness, this is a divine tool." Zhou Maokai also quickly followed, trembling as he said, "Your Highness, General Gua is right. The power of this device is extraordinary. This isn't just a telescope, it's like a sky eye hanging over the enemy's head." Song Inian's heart was also tumultuous. If this device could be given to elite scouts, the movements of the northern nomads' cavalry would be impossible to hide. Defending the city, even before the enemy approaches, the deployment would be fully exposed. This small device could bring about a huge change in battlefield intelligence, an advantage capable of influencing the course of a war. Your Highness and everyone, do you think this telescope is still useful? Wei Yunyun's lips curled into a slight smile. Not just useful. Song Inian rarely showed such emotion. He stood up and walked to her, eyes shining brightly. Yunyun, once again, you leave me in awe. Guali couldn't help but say, Your Majesty. I was so shocked by this telescope that I nearly lost my soul. He straightened up, eyes eager, speaking frankly. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking frankly. In the past, I only knew that Your Majesty cared about the people's well-being and created many beneficial things for the country and its people. Today, I realize that Your Majesty not only has better methods for training soldiers, but also possesses such mysterious and powerful abilities. Once this mirror was revealed, our scouts in Ningzhou could see as if they had divine eyes. The northern barbarians trying to sneak attack and hide are now just dreaming. Zhou Maokai stared at Guoli with wide eyes. In the past, Guoli rarely came to the government office or the prince's residence, and when he did, he often took the chance to curry favor with the princess. He quickly bowed to Wei Yunyan, speaking in a flattering tone. Princess, you truly are a divine person. The official court has truly been enlightened. I have lived half my life and never knew such wondrous objects existed. Qing He, who had been silent, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. It was indeed eye-opening. After the princess received the sample, she had everyone try it. Of course, Your Majesty is the best. It's not an exaggeration to say you are a fairy descendant to the mortal world. Exactly. Exactly. Zhou Maokai nodded repeatedly. You all speak too highly. It's just a fortunate discovery left by our ancestors, a gift borrowed to show respect, Wei Yunyan said calmly, avoiding Zhou Maocai's bow. There's no need to be modest. Song Inian shook his head seriously. Yunyan's contribution is something I will remember. After speaking, he raised his hand and said to the others, Everyone, go back for today. As for this 1,000-mile mirror, Guoli immediately assured him, Rest assured, Your Highness. I will not reveal a word of this, or I will face military justice. I am the same, Zhou Maokai quickly echoed. Once everyone left, Qing He quietly slipped out and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Song Inian couldn't help but grab Wei Yunyan's shoulders, his voice anxious. Yunyan, is the manufacturing process going smoothly? How is the production volume? Can it be quickly supplied to the army? Please be patient, Your Highness. She gently patted his hand, signaling him to relax. The polishing of the lenses is indeed difficult, but it's the most critical step. The initial progress might be slow. I've already arranged for the military workshop to select the most reliable craftsmen and set up an independent workshop dedicated to this. Since the first batch was successful, I believe the quality of subsequent products will improve gradually. Expanding production is not difficult. Song Inian pulled her to sit at the main seat, his tone serious. Regarding the group of Taoist priests and merchants, the interrogation has yielded results. Did they reveal the source of the gunpowder? Song Inian nodded, then shook his head. According to their confession, the crude gunpowder they used was accidentally discovered during the process of making fake pills. Later, they found it could be used to harm people, but in small amounts. Their main goal this time was to spread poison and create panic. The gunpowder was just a tool to scare and deceive. Wei Yunyan patted her chest and said, Fortunately, the technology for making gunpowder is not yet fully controlled by others. Song Inian sat down beside her and said, Although it was an accidental find and not yet widespread, once we see a sign, it's only a matter of time before they develop real, usable gunpowder. We must prepare early. Yunyan, since the gunpowder came from you, do you have any good plans to deal with it? Wei Yunyan frowned and thought deeply. Song Inian was patient, quietly waiting for her response. Finally, Wei Yunyan shook her head helplessly. Your Highness, the appearance of gunpowder alone changes the way wars are fought. If the enemy also masters it, all we can do is speed up our own research to make our gunpowder more powerful and flexible to use. At the same time, We need to consider how to defend against their firepower in tactics and city defenses. I still need to think carefully about specific methods. For now, I have no foolproof plan. Seeing the worried look in Song Inyan's eyes, she felt compassionate and softly said, "Although I have no direct solution for countering gunpowder, I have recently developed some better formulas for healing ointments and hemostatic powders. I've ordered people to prepare them quickly. When your highness goes to Yenmen Pass, you can bring these medicines along. They might save more soldiers' lives." Song Inyan held her hand, feeling the warmth. Yunyan, Ningzhou is on the border, and the infiltration of small groups of the northern barbarians hidden among the townspeople is hard to prevent. Relying on patrols and household registration is only passive defense. I feel uneasy about this. He paused and asked, "Besides these checks, do you have any better suggestions?" Wei Yunyan listened quietly, resting her chin in her hand and falling into thought. She remembered the modern ideas of community defense and some countries' national defense systems. A bold idea gradually formed in her mind. In this era, the common people's minds might be more easily influenced and mobilized for collective defense. She lifted her bright eyes and said, "The prince's idea is good. Passive defense is indeed easy to fall into a lower position. Maybe we can try to make the entire Ningzhou come alive." Song Inyan immediately became interested. He looked into Wei Yunyan's eyes, eager to hear more, and asked, "How do you plan to do that? Make every citizen of Ningzhou become a part of the eyes and ears of Ningzhou and be the strongest foundation?" Wei Yunyan pondered. Song Inyan was attracted by her big idea. He handed her the teacup and signaled her to speak slowly. "I call this the Everyone is a Soldier plan. It means every citizen of Ningzhou, regardless of gender, has the potential to become a soldier. Everyone is a soldier." Song Inyan raised his eyebrows. This phrase was very new to him. This idea very bold and quite unusual. Because he trusted Wei Yunyan's creative thoughts, he didn't question her. "Exactly," Wei Yunyan explained. "It doesn't mean all people must put down their farming tools and go to war immediately. Instead, during their free time from farming or work, the government can organize basic training for all suitable men and women, for example, marching, recognizing flags, drums, simple weapon use, battlefield first aid, and even basic team coordination for a new army." The more she spoke, the clearer her ideas became, and her excitement grew. "We can set up a tiered system. Young and strong men and women can be organized into regular militia, who train regularly and can serve as reserves or auxiliary troops during war. The rest of the citizens can be ordinary militia, at least knowing how to follow orders, protect themselves during chaos, and assist the army. This way, if war breaks out, we can quickly mobilize a large reserve force with some military training." Song Inyan listened, his eyes shining brighter. This was a very forward-thinking and practical idea. Suddenly, he agreed with what Qinghe had said earlier. His wife must be a divine being, able to see beyond ordinary people. Wei Yunyan didn't notice his expression and continued, "We can establish village schools or people's courage halls, led by retired soldiers. They won't teach advanced martial arts but will focus on practical skills. Some elderly, women, and children can be taught first aid and bandaging skills, as well as how to spot and report suspicious people." As she spoke, she couldn't help but pick up a pen and paper from Song Inyan's desk and start planning. "We can follow military organization methods to create a civilian system. Using villages and neighborhoods as units, we can form civil militia teams with leaders and captains who gather regularly for drills and become familiar with each other. If they see unfamiliar faces or unusual situations, they can report quickly through this system, making it hard for troublemakers to hide. There's one more point, which I think is very important." Her eyes sparkled with determination. "Everyone must understand that protecting the home and country is not just the soldier's duty, but something that concerns every person's safety and life. When Ningzhou is safe, families are safe. When Ningzhou is in danger, families are at risk. Only when everyone shares the idea of keeping the land safe and the people secure can we gather real strength. Then, there's no need for strict government checks. Neighbors will naturally watch out for anything unusual. This is the strongest defense." Finally, she summarized, "By doing this, Ningzhou can become a huge protective network. If spies try to sneak in, they will find themselves surrounded by soldiers everywhere, unable to move freely. This method is more effective and lasting than just strict patrols. Song Enian listened quietly for a long time. His mind raced, weighing this bold, unprecedented plan. It's not just a strategy, but a change in how to govern. This move is almost like training potential private soldiers, spread out so the court won't notice the scale. Even if they do, it can be explained as training local militia to protect the homeland. It can solve future military issues and unite the entire Ningzhou strength. After a while, he finally let out a long breath. Good idea of everyone is a soldier. Your cleverness always impresses me. But soon, he tapped the plan paper that Wei Yanyan had prepared. This plan can work. But it's better not to implement it all at once across the whole region, to avoid causing too much disturbance and unnecessary attention. His gaze shifted to the map of the northern border hanging on the wall, and his finger pointed to a specific location, Yunzhong County. This is the heartland near Yanmen Pass, with brave people who face the enemy directly and suffer from the northern barbarians. The county has many military households, so implementing this plan there would face less resistance. It can first be tested in Yunzhong County. Song Enian immediately made a decision. Guo Li, as the commander defending Ningzhou City, is most familiar with Yunzhong County. Let him oversee this matter. He then selected a group of clever and literate officers from the new army to serve as the first trainers. They would start with simple tasks like flag recognition, formations, and the organization of local militia. Once these showed results, they would gradually expand to other counties. He looked at Wei Yunyan and asked for her opinion. Yunyan, what do you think of this plan? Wei Yunyan nodded approvingly. Your Highness has thought carefully. Starting small and then expanding is the safest way. While they discussed the plan, far away in the capital city, another scene was unfolding. In the Golden Throne Hall, there was a heated debate about the northern border situation. Li Songping, Minister of War, held a jade tablet and reported, Your Majesty, the northern barbarians have been active this winter. They have allied with Xixia and Donghu, and their momentum is fierce. Yanmenguan Pass is the gateway to the northern border. If it falls, the northern barbarians could march straight into the central plains. General Chun is a brave fighter, but Ningzhou's forces are limited. It would be difficult to hold alone. I humbly request Your Majesty to quickly send 30,000 elite soldiers from the capital and to gather supplies and weapons to support Yanmenguan immediately. Before he finished, Minister of Revenue Zhang Shouchuan jumped out, looking worried. Your Majesty, this is impossible. The harvests this year have been poor everywhere. The river transport is blocked, and the treasury is empty. How can we afford to send tens of thousands of troops on an expedition? Moreover, as the year ends, the official salaries and palace expenses are all costly. We simply cannot afford it. Minister of Works Wang Liqing also agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. Making weapons takes time. The weapons in the treasury are limited, and we must also protect the capital. Enough, Emperor Jaha interrupted impatiently. While Minister Li's words are reasonable, the concerns of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works are also true. I think we should wait and see for a few more days. Crown Prince Song Ichi stepped forward and said, Father, Your Majesty is wise. I believe Minister Li is too worried. I heard that this winter, the northern regions experienced early snow. With the cold weather, even the fierce northern barbarians can't attack in snow and wind, can they? In my opinion, this war is unlikely to happen. It's probably just a show of force to scare the border. It would be unwise to mobilize the army and spend the country's resources now. Many officials supporting the Crown Prince agreed, praising his foresight. The Crown Prince Song Yixing stepped forward calmly and said, Father, I believe that His Highness the Crown Prince's words may be a bit too optimistic. Although Emperor Jaha favored the Crown Prince more, he still paid some attention to the eldest son. Hearing this, he looked at him. Son, do you have a better plan? Song Yixing nodded slightly at Li Songping, and then continued. The northern barbarians have united multiple groups this winter, which is not just simple harassment. As for the heavy snow blocking the roads, it is indeed difficult for us to transport supplies, but it also limits the large-scale cavalry of the northern barbarians. It may not completely stop their infantry from attacking. Historically, winter warfare has had successful cases. When Song Yixing finished speaking, the officials thought he was supporting Li Songping's idea. After all, Song Yixing had fought in battles and earned military merits. It was understandable that he wanted to rally the Ministry of War to support sending troops. Just as others were about to speak, he changed the topic. However, I also think that dispatching a large army from the capital now is not the best choice. First, the journey is long and costly. Second, because a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. General Chun has been stationed at Yanmen Pass for many years and is known as the pillar of the northern border. His North Guard army is also highly experienced in battle. Why, then, have we not received a single urgent request for help? Not even a request for supplies. Isn't that strange? Emperor Jia waved his hand dismissively and said, "Earlier, I already asked King Yu to prepare the military supplies in Ningzhou. There's no need to ask me again." This was a suggestion from his eldest son, so he hadn't received any urgent requests from that old man. Otherwise, the frequent urgent requests for grain and supplies would have annoyed him greatly. How could his eldest son forget about this matter so easily? Song Yixing looked around at the ministers with different expressions and slowly said, "In my opinion, there are only two possibilities. Either the threat from the northern barbarians is not as serious as imagined, and General Chun can handle it,
Or
Ningzhou can defend itself and keep the enemies outside the borders. Either way, there's no need for us to worry too much or rush to send troops, so as not to disturb General Chen's deployment in the north." Li Songping brushed his sleeve and secretly cursed. Fake. He really thought the eldest son was speaking up for him, but who knew he was just making a grand excuse. Although feeling angry inside, Li Songping suppressed his frustration when thinking about the upcoming difficulties at Yanmen Pass. He continued, "Your Majesty, the battlefield changes quickly, and we cannot delay important military matters. If Yanmen Pass is lost..." Li Aiqing, Emperor Jia interrupted him, unhappily. "The Crown Prince is right. General Chun has guarded the border for many years and has his own methods. Perhaps he is confident. If the court intervenes now, it might do more harm than good." Hearing this, Li Songping looked serious and knelt down. Behind him, Deputy Minister Ten also knelt, asking the emperor for support in the northern region. Other officials began to speak loudly. Some opposed, some tried to mediate, and some argued fiercely on the spot. The Emperor Jia was annoyed by the noise and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." Suddenly, the hall became silent. He quickly made a decision. "All right, the army will not be moved for now. But the court must show some response to avoid discouraging the soldiers at the border. Order Zhao Yuankai to be the general of Anbei, to oversee the troops, carry out my orders, and a batch of grain and weapons to Yanmen Pass to reward the soldiers and help defend. After assessing the situation, report back." Li Songping sighed deeply, knowing that further arguing was useless. He bowed and accepted the order. "I obey, Your Majesty. Getting some grain and weapons is not bad. Yanmen Pass is a cold, harsh place. Soldiers have to fight hunger and cold, as well as defend against enemies. Just thinking about it makes one sigh. Sending some supplies now is like helping in a time of need. Hopefully more can be sent." Zhao Yuankai looked grim. Besides the cold at Yanmen Pass, the current snow and ice, and the threat of the northern tribes forming alliances and attacking, the long journey alone was enough to worry about. He knew he wouldn't return before the new year. But with the emperor's command, he had no choice but to accept reluctantly. After the court session, the Emperor Jia felt of a heavy frustration in his chest. On a whim, he went to Yu Fei's moon-gathering pavilion. Inside, the air was filled with warm fragrance. Concubine Yu sat by the window at an embroidery frame, holding a silver needle, embroidering a half-open magnolia flower on plain white silk. She wore a light green palace dress that made her skin look as white as snow. Though nearly 40, she still maintained stunning beauty, with a gentle and graceful aura that made people feel pity for her. She was once a maid by the former empress's side and was favored by Emperor Jia for her outstanding looks, once holding the highest favor in the palace. Even after losing favor and struggling without support from her family, Emperor Jia, who disliked Song Yinian, never officially removed her from her position as a consort. Among his consorts, he still needed a beautiful figure to maintain appearances. It was this behavior that led many to believe he truly loved Consort Yu, fearing that Song Yinian might threaten the status of other princes, so he suppressed her harshly. This forced Song Yinian to learn to hide her light from a young age and act carefully, or she might not have survived to adulthood. When she heard the emperor suddenly arriving, Consort Yu quickly put down her needlework and stood to greet him, her face showing her usual gentle and obedient expression. "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you." Emperor Jia glanced at the unopened magnolia flower on the embroidery stand and angrily said, "All you do is play with these needles and threads every day. Can that feed you?" Consort Yu was startled by this sudden scolding. She lifted her moist eyes and looked at Emperor Jia in confusion, not understanding how she had angered him this time. She bit her lower lip slightly, looking pitiful. "Your Majesty, I am dull and unaware." "Humph, unaware? You people, besides fighting over favors and playing with poetry and music, what else do you know?" Seeing her weak and helpless appearance, the emperor seemed to find a vent and spoke more harshly. "North D barbarians are invading, and the court is in chaos. I am very annoyed. And you, hiding here in your leisure. Look at your moon-gathering pavilion. What kind of incense are you burning? Such extravagance. Consort Yu is usually frugal, and her expenses had already been cut back a lot. The incense she used was just common calming incense." Seeing him mention the incense, she understood. This was his deliberate anger venting. He dared not go after other palace consorts, fearing they would complain to their families. The new consort had to be appeased, so now he could only pick on her. As long as Yinian was safe, she thought, let him do as he pleased. She lowered her head softly and said, "It is my fault, Your Majesty. I caused you trouble. I am sorry." After venting his anger, the emperor found her always obedient and submissive boring. He snorted coldly, turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Long live the emperor. When the door closed again, Consort Yu stood up and walked to the window. She looked out at the cold, deserted courtyard. A single tear slipped silently down her cheek and was absorbed into her clothing. Her favor from the emperor was like passing clouds. She was used to it, but her heart still felt sad. She looked toward the distant north and whispered, "Nyener, since you have gone far away, please don't get involved in this mess anymore." Outside the capital city gates, General Zhao Yuankai of Anbei led 2,000 guards on horseback. Behind them, a convoy carrying supplies and weapons followed, but it was only a tenth of the size of the one that Wei Yun had once transported to Yanmen Pass. Meanwhile, at the training ground in Inding City, soldiers stood in neat rows. They wore new winter clothes made by the embroidery workshop, layered with leather armor. Their eyes were sharp, and their posture tall and proud. Compared to the city defense troops of the past, they looked very different. Though only 1,000 soldiers, their fierce aura and strict discipline still made people feel awe. Ahead of the team, several large carts covered tightly with thick oilcloth were pulled by mules and guarded carefully by elite soldiers. Inside, the most secret weapon of this trip was stored, gunpowder. Some new weapons, including telescopes, were also on board. Song Yinian, dressed in iron armor and wearing a black cloak, stood on the command platform. The cold wind blew his clothes, making them flutter loudly. Wei Yunyun stood beside him, wearing a moonlight-colored cloak. In the gray sky, she looked like a bright moonlight. She watched the army below, which had the style of a past era, and her heart was filled with excitement. All soldiers, Song Yinian's voice, strengthened by inner power, echoed across the training ground. "The northern barbarians, allied with Shixia and Donghu, have invaded our land and slaughtered our people. This is a national hatred, a revenge that cannot be ignored." His gaze swept over every determined face. "Raise soldiers for 1,000 days. Fight in a moment." Today, I fight with you to defend Yanmen Pass. If the pass holds, the people are safe. If the pass falls, we all perish. Ningzhou must not be invaded. Great Qian must not be bullied. Kill.
Kill.
Kill. The thunderous shouts soared into the sky, with snow and wind swirling around as a backdrop. Song Inian raised his hand to quiet the crowd. This battle is different from before. We have sharper swords, stronger armor, and new weapons. This time, we aim not only to defend the pass but also to show the might of Ningzhou, so that the barbarians will never dare to look south again. He took the bowl of wine offered by the guard, raised it high, and said, "With this wine, I honor the heavens and the earth, respect our ancestors, and salute the brave heroes of Ningzhou. We will win this battle. Win.
Win.
Win." The soldiers raised their wine bowls and drank deeply, then smashed them onto the ground, the sound of breaking glass like the beating of war drums. Song Inian turned around and looked at Wei Yunyan. All his words seemed to turn into just one. "Yunyan, take care." Wei Yunyan stared at his face, marked by wind and frost, showing determination. Moved by the moment, she felt a strange, hard-to-describe emotion. She had an urge to go to the border with him. After a moment of silence, she softly said, "Prince, please take care. I will wait for your return at the palace." "Yunyan, why are you always so distant from me? If I don't come back from this battle..." Wei Yunyan gently pressed her finger to his lips and shook her head. "That's impossible. With gunpowder and telescopes, even if the Allied forces doubled in size, it would still be a crushing defeat. If it could still be lost, then Ningzhou was doomed to fall, and they were all destined to die. Can you call me Inian?" Song Inian suddenly asked. His voice was very soft, carried away by the wind and snow. Wei Yunyan squinted slightly, looking at his familiar face. She suddenly remembered a dream she had a few days ago. It was a farewell like this. It was a feeling of reluctance. It was a snowstorm like this. She had never felt the weight of parting so deeply as she did now. The reluctance was carried away by the wind, filling her limbs with emotion. Her throat felt tight, and she suddenly reached out and grabbed Song Inian's hand. Their fingers clasped tightly, as if they had agreed, holding on with all their strength. She had come here, fighting fiercely all the way, never shedding tears easily in front of others. Now, with so many eyes watching, she couldn't show her feelings freely. Song Inian just looked at her quietly. It was like he was silently speaking to her. After a long while, she suppressed her feelings of sadness, opened her mouth, and with an attempt to lighten the mood, like the last time she teased him, she softly called out, "Inian Gij." This time, Song Inian was not as shocked as when he heard those 4 words before. Instead, he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly against his chest. "Yun Yun, since you married me, you have always been my loyal wife. If it weren't for you, my situation in Ningzhou would be much harder. But I often feel I owe you more. You are my wife, Song Inian. I should give you the best things in the world, so you can live a carefree life. Instead, you work hard every day and suffer so much. I want you to be like other women, free to cry when you want, to laugh when you feel happy, to get angry when you're upset, and to enjoy life without worries." This was the first time he spoke to her like this. In the snow and wind, his face gradually blurred in her eyes. In past movies and stories, saying these things at parting was considered unlucky. She couldn't help but stop him, saying, "Inian, in this cold land of Ningzhou, with the border under attack and war breaking out, supporting each other is already very precious. I don't feel tired. On the contrary, I am grateful for meeting you, grateful for your trust, and for your rare, unspoken affection. You don't need to say these things to me, nor do you need to feel guilty." The way she called him, Inian, was very natural, as if she had always called him that. Song Inian was momentarily stunned. After a while, he spoke again. His gaze softened a little as he looked at her. "This time going to the border, life and death are uncertain. There are some words I must say now, because I fear I won't have the chance later. Every day I live, I will treat you well." He said this, holding her tighter, as if he wanted to press her into his heart. The cold armor was hard and cold, pressing painfully against Wei Yunyun. It felt just like this moment of parting. "Are you feeling stuffy, Yunyun?" Noticing her discomfort, he gently pulled her away and carefully tidied her slightly messy hair. Wei Yunyun lowered his hand and softly said, "Everyone is waiting for you." She thought for a moment and added, "I'll be waiting for you in Ningzhou, Enian." Song Enian looked at her deeply one last time, then turned and strode down the command platform, vaulting onto his horse. When she turned around, her face had returned to calm. "Qing He, Chun Shui, servant is here. Send a message to General Gua. Everyone is armed. Pilot program in Yunzhong County can start now. Be quick and careful," Wei Yunyun ordered in a firm voice. "Yes, Your Majesty. Also, inform Lord Zhou to come see me." Song Enian left, and Wei Yunyun took her badge and went to the government office. Zhou Maokai hurried over, his hat covered with snow. "I bow to the princess." He approached Wei Yunyun and bowed. After returning the bow, she spoke directly. "Lord Zhou, I called you here to discuss two things. Please speak, Your Majesty," Zhou Maokai said attentively. "The first matter is about Lu Li Jade. The first batch of finished products has all been made into a 1,000-mile mirror." When Wei Yunyun mentioned the 1,000-mile mirror, Zhou Maocai's eyes lit up immediately. He nodded repeatedly. "Excellent. Your Majesty, this item is truly a masterpiece." Wei Yunyun smiled faintly and continued, "The military workshop mainly focuses on making weapons. I called you here to ask you to help build a larger Lu Li workshop, select reliable craftsmen, sign binding contracts, and offer high rewards. The glassmaking process is quite simple, but without binding contracts, the secret could leak out soon. The funds and materials needed will be managed by you. From now on, half of the income from the Lu Li workshop will go to the royal estate, 40% to the treasury, and 10% to you." Zhou Maokai didn't expect to get a share, and immediately responded seriously. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will do my best and not let you down." As he agreed, he quickly started calculating in his mind. Building the workshop, recruiting craftsmen, purchasing materials, these are all things he is good at. Although it will cost a lot, just thinking about the value of the Lu Li and especially the 1,000-mile mirror, he felt this investment was truly worthwhile. The second matter, Wei Yunyun shifted her tone and looked more serious, is about the task assigned to General Gua in Yunzhong County before the prince left. Zhou Maocai's expression became serious, and he sat up straight. General Gua's side needs financial support and coordination with local officials. Some special subsidies are also needed to motivate people. These expenses will be covered by the treasury. He knew that Guoli had received a task, but he didn't know the details. When he heard that money and supplies were needed, his brow furrowed immediately. Wei Yunyun didn't pay attention to his reaction and continued to give orders. "Use your name to ask the officials in Yunzhong County to fully cooperate with General Gua. No official is allowed to block this matter." Seeing Wei Yunyun's serious expression, Zhou Maokai didn't dare to refuse and quickly agreed. "I will handle the communication with the local authorities right away, and I will make sure the lady and General Gua have no worries." With Lord Zhou's words, "I am at ease," Wei Yunyun said with a smile. "You may go now." Zhou Maokai left, and Wei Yunyun's gaze fell on Song Enian's usual seat. She let out a soft breath and picked up a scroll about local products in Ningzhou to look at. Chun Shui and Qing He stood on either side behind her, helping to massage her shoulders. "Your Majesty, why don't you let the officials and the government handle these affairs?" Chun Shui asked with some concern. Since she followed the lady to Ningzhou, she had watched her busy all day without a break. She had solved one problem after another, from food and clothing to governance and military affairs. There was nothing the lady couldn't do, nothing she couldn't solve. Wei Yunyun smiled slightly. The officials in the government can't handle the lady's affairs. She is just here to look at the local products of Ningzhou. Chun Shui exchanged a glance with Qing He. Qing He immediately squatted down, massaging her arms and persuading her. "Lady, why not go out for a walk? I heard a new restaurant opened on East Street, with very special dishes and a storyteller." Seeing the hopeful expressions of the two girls, she suddenly felt that perhaps she should relax a bit. Moreover, going out for a walk could help her understand the real feelings of the people. Thinking this way, She put down the scroll and stood up. All right, then let's go out and take a look. Just as they reached the entrance of the restaurant, a familiar system prompt sounded in her ears. Current location: Drunken Immortal Building. Do you want to check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received the 9 turns rebirth golden pill. 9 turns rebirth golden pill? Wei Yunyan paused, opening the system interface. 9 turns rebirth golden pill, a special pill. Only one exists. Contains vitality and has special effects on people who are poisoned, near death, or seriously injured and hard to save. Healthy people who take it can live 10 more years. Is there really such a thing? Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. The sign-in reward, even more shocking than learning how to make gunpowder, surprised her. And at this moment, is this divine pill, which can save lives, just a coincidence, or? Your Majesty, Chuanxue gently called out when she saw her suddenly stop and her face turn slightly pale. At this moment, a young waiter with a white cloth on his shoulder approached, smiling broadly at their distinguished group. Please, esteemed guests, would you like to dine or have tea? We have elegant private rooms upstairs, quiet and refined. Wei Yunyan came back to herself, took a deep breath, and comforted herself. Nothing has happened yet.
Don't scare yourself now.
If something really happens later, I will take this pill. Since I came out to relax, I should think of nothing else. When trouble comes, we will face it head-on. Moreover, the items from the system sign-in are not always predictive. Entering Zui Xianlu, many guests are seated in the main hall, with lively chatter mixed with the clear calls of waiters. Following the young waiter's guidance, they climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor. The noise from downstairs was blocked by the upstairs, where a private room with carved wooden screens was partially open, ensuring privacy, while still allowing a view outside. Is the owner of this restaurant from the south? Wei Yunyan asked as she looked around and chose a seat with a good view. The young waiter bowed slightly and said warmly, You have good eyes, esteemed guest. Our new owner is from Jiangnan. And the head chef was also brought in from Jiangnan, especially skilled at making 8 treasures duck. The taste is exceptional. Would you like to try a portion? As he spoke, he handed over the menu. 1, please. Wei Yunyan said simply after glancing at the menu, then handed it to Chuanxue and Qinghe. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. At this moment, he was telling a story about a famous general from the previous dynasty who fought bravely on the battlefield. His voice was lively and expressive, with a unique charm. It is said that the general wielded a silver spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, charging straight into the enemy ranks, causing chaos among the soldiers. Just as he was about to capture the enemy chieftain's head, suddenly he heard a shout behind him. Watch out for hidden arrows, General. When the storyteller reached this point, he paused perfectly and took up a wooden block, striking it sharply on the table with a loud bang. Wei Yunyan's heartstrings seemed to be struck by that sound. The border. Silver spear. Hidden arrows. These words were like stones thrown into a calm lake, stirring her thoughts. She picked up the cloud mist tea she had just been served. The steam blurred her expression. After a well-timed pause, the storyteller continued. Next came the part where the general turned danger into safety, which drew applause from everyone. The tea guests clearly loved this story segment, and cheers and discussions filled the room. At this moment, the curtain of the private room was pulled aside. Standing at the door, Chunyu bowed and said, Your Majesty, Miss from the governor's residence requests to see you. Wei Yunyan was momentarily stunned. Miss from the governor's residence? Did she know her? She knew that this governor was recently appointed. The governor was responsible for grain transportation, commerce, water management, and other affairs in Ningzhou. The previous governor was just a figurehead, and when Song Inian was being investigated for neglect, he was dismissed. She had not interacted with this newly appointed governor, so why would a girl from his household suddenly come to see her? She set down her cup and said to Qinyu, Let her in. She was a bit curious. Soon, the curtain was lifted again. A young girl dressed in a lotus-colored brocade jacket, with a double-loop hairstyle typical of unmarried girls, entered. Your Highness, is it really you? Her clear voice was like a yellow oriole, full of surprise and delight. Wei Yunyan looked at her and quickly bowed politely. Young Lady Lin Weiwei, I greet the princess. Wei Yunyan tried to recall, but she had no memory of this girl. Do you know me? Lin Weiwei smiled gently. Your Highness, have you forgotten? I was also at the Plum Blossom Banquet at the Zhou residence last time. However, you left early that day, so you might not remember me well. That day, Wei Yunyan arrived quite late. After signing in and learning how to make gunpowder, she hurriedly left, showing little interest in the other guests attending the Plum Blossom Banquet. Hearing Lin Weiwei speak, she nodded slightly with a faint smile, showing no strong opinion. Lin Weiwei continued, My young lady saw someone who looked like you from afar in the private room earlier. Sorry for the sudden visit and the intrusion. Please forgive me. Your Royal Highness, there's no need for such courtesy. Miss Lin, please sit down, Wei Yunyan said, pointing to the seat opposite her, and the waiter added some snacks and tea. Thank you, Your Highness, for the seat, Lin Weiwei replied, perhaps surprised that the princess would offer her a seat. Her eyes brightened, and she suppressed her excitement, bowing slightly before sitting somewhat nervously across from Wei Yunyan. Wei Yunyan watched her movements and asked, Miss Lin often comes to this drunken immortal building. No, Your Highness. The original place was expensive and not very tasty. I visited once and never came back, Lin Weiwei answered. She then looked toward the storyteller's platform. Recently, the place changed owners, and the new storyteller is very good at telling stories about the old dynasty and frontier legends. That's why I've come a few more times. Miss Lin is also interested in frontier legends? Wei Yunyan gently blew away the tea leaves floating on her cup and took a light sip, asking casually. Lin Weiwei nodded firmly. Yes. Her previous nervousness seemed to melt away with this topic. I think soldiers who defend the homeland and fight bravely on the battlefield are the true heroes. They are much more admirable than scholars who only enjoy poetry and music, she said passionately. Just then, the storyteller's voice suddenly rose as he described a general in the midst of thousands of soldiers, saving a comrade. He was surrounded, shot with a cold arrow in his left arm, blood staining his armor, yet he fought on without retreating. Lin Weiwei clenched her handkerchief tightly, her face full of tension and worry. It looked as if the arrow was not a fictional story, but about someone she cared deeply for. Wei Yunyan understood and asked softly, Miss Lin admires the general in the storyteller's tale. Lin Weiwei snapped back to herself, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She lowered her head shyly. Your Highness, you're joking. I think this general is brave and loyal, and I find that very admirable. Her innocent face, full of youthful innocence, looked like someone experiencing love for the first time. She probably has fallen in love with the perfect hero in the storyteller's tale, the one who has been artistically crafted. Loyal and brave beyond compare, indeed very admirable, she said meaningfully, glancing at Lin Weiwei. But after all, it's just a story. Lin Weiwei was a bit confused, feeling that the princess's words seemed to carry a special meaning. Just as she was puzzled, a young waiter with a tray entered and announced the dishes in a lively tone. Your 8 treasures duck is here. Be careful, it's hot. Her attention immediately shifted. She looked at the steaming 8 treasures duck and whispered, Your Highness, although this duck is their signature dish, its taste is quite average. Actually, their drunken immortal chicken is truly exceptional. I heard that in their secret sauce, they add a special pepper called red mallow pepper from beyond the borders, which is spicy and fragrant. Very unique. Red mallow pepper from beyond the borders? Wei Yunyan's face darkened. With the 3 major forces pressing from outside the borders, how could Zui Xian Lu still get access to such a rare pepper? How did they get it? Who exactly is this new owner? Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistle came from outside the curtain. Before she could react, Qing He swiftly stepped forward, crossing to Wei Yunyan's side, spreading her arms, closing her eyes, and fiercely protecting her. Your Highness, be careful. Chen Shui also stood up, holding Wei Yunyan's head in her arms. In the chaos, they almost knocked over the dishes on the table. The words, 9-turn rebirth golden pill, suddenly appeared in Wei Yunyun's mind. Everything around seemed to freeze, inside and outside the private room. The usual laughter and clinking of cups suddenly stopped. The anticipated arrow did not pierce through the curtain. With a crisp sound of a wooden block striking, the storyteller's voice resumed. At that critical moment, a sharp whoosh broke the air, a wolf fong feather arrow, carrying the force of thunder, aimed straight at the enemy general's throat. This arrow was as fast as a shooting star, as swift as lightning. Everyone in the room was stunned. Outside, the frozen air suddenly melted away, replaced by relieved laughter and enthusiastic applause. Oh my! That scared me to death. This old master really knows his stuff. Excellent. That was a well-aimed shot. It was just right to scare those rough men like that. It turns out the storyteller was using voice tricks to imitate the sound of an arrow flying through the air. He made everyone believe it was real, just a false alarm. Qinghe and Chuanxue looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Your Majesty, I am sorry for my rudeness. Chuanxue said this, then released her hold on Wei Yunyu's head. Qinghe also spoke and stepped back to her original place. My Chuanxue and Qinghe, even at such times, are still thinking of protecting me. There's no rudeness in that, right? Wei Yunyu's voice was sincere. Lin Weiwei, still shaken, patted her chest and felt a bit emotional. It's really rare. I was almost scared to death by that storyteller. Although she said this, Wei Yunyu noticed that her gaze toward the storyteller's platform was not full of blame. Instead, after being frightened, her admiration and longing grew. This owner of Drunken Immortal Tower is truly a talented person. Wei Yunyu's fingertips rested on the edge of her teacup, and her eyes casually looked outside the window. Not only did he invite this highly skilled storyteller, but he also managed to bring in rare items like red vine pepper during a tense war outside the city and blocked trade routes. Miss Lin, do you know who he is? Seeing Wei Yunyu actively talking to her, Lin Weiwei's spirit lifted. Replying respectfully, she said, Your Majesty, I've only heard a few things. It seems the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower is a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan who came here a few years ago. I don't know the details very well. She smiled shyly. He came here a few years ago? Wei Yunyu nodded silently, picked up her teacup, and gently blew on the tea leaves. Outside, the weather grew gloomy, and fine snowflakes softly tapped against the window. It's snowing again. She seemed to speak to herself, or perhaps to everyone. With this weather, the roads will probably become even more difficult to travel. After a long while, she turned to look at Lin Weiwei, as if just making casual conversation. This year, there's a lot of snow. I heard that several sections of the official road outside the city are blocked by snow, affecting merchants and travelers, and even some official messages. Your father, the new governor, oversees grain transportation, water management, and courier services.
He must be worried about this.
Do you know if he has any plans to ensure the smooth flow of grain routes within the territory, especially after spring when the snow melts, to prevent possible floods and repair water facilities? Upon hearing this, Lin Weiwei looked confused. She blinked her clear eyes, thought for a moment, and shook her head sadly. These questions from the Empress. I really don't know. My father has been busy outside since he took his post, and when he comes home, he mostly discusses affairs with his advisors in the study. He never talks to me about these things. It's okay, I was just asking casually, Wei Yunyun said, withdrawing her gaze and ending the topic. Lin Weiwei secretly glanced at her. She had always heard that the Princess of Yu was a remarkable woman, skilled in politics and military matters. Even during a simple meal outing, she was asking about her father's official duties. It seems the rumors are not exaggerated. Unfortunately, she truly knew nothing. Maybe she could ask about it when she returned, and perhaps use this as an excuse to request a meeting with the princess. On the stage, the storyteller's story was nearing its end. Outside the window, the snow was falling more heavily, covering the distant street scene. After dinner, they left Zui Xianlu, and the cold wind, carrying heavy snow, hit them. Wei Yunyun adjusted her cloak and boarded the carriage. At the Lin residence study, Ningzhou's assistant, Lin Mingyuan, was holding a brush, and ink dripped onto the words, Princess of You, blurring into a black arrowhead. He stared at the ink blob, his throat moving. Send someone to summon the river workers, messengers, and warehouse officials overnight. Lin Weiwei happily returned to her home. She entered the warm pavilion of the main courtyard and couldn't help but rush into her mother's arms, her face full of joy and pride. Mother, guess who I saw today? Seeing her like this, Lin's mother smiled affectionately and pushed her back slightly. You're almost of marriageable age, but you don't look like a proper girl at all. Mother, I saw the Princess of You at Zue Xianlu today. Lin Weiwei pouted. Princess of You? Lin's mother was surprised, then her face showed a mix of shock and happiness. How do you know the princess? Seeing her mother's surprise, Lin Weiwei felt even more proud. She lifted her fair face, smiling happily, and told her how she unexpectedly met the princess at Zue Xianlu, how she gathered courage to greet her, and how the princess kindly invited her to sit together, embellishing the story with details. Oh, not just an accidental encounter? The princess talked with you for a long time? Mrs. Lin was even more surprised and asked, What did you all talk about? The young master had recently become the assistant magistrate of Ningzhou. If he could establish a connection with the royal family, it would greatly benefit his career. Lin Weiwei listened to her mother's question and tilted her head to think for a moment. She said, Well, the Empress first asked about the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower. I said he seemed to be a businessman from the south. Then she saw it was snowing and started talking about how the roads were becoming more difficult to travel. After that, she asked about my father. She recounted the story fairly completely, with a tone full of innocent girlhood wonder. However, after hearing this, Mrs. Lin's happy expression faded. She paused for a moment, then took her daughter's hand. Weiwei, the princess is not an ordinary woman. Since she asked about these things, she probably didn't do so casually. The former assistant magistrate was dismissed because of a mistake in official duties. If the princess is asking like this, it might mean something more. Lin Weiwei blinked, a little confused. She asked something more? Mother, do you think the princess is blaming my father? I think she was just asking casually. You don't know, the princess is really a kind and approachable woman. And she's especially beautiful. Seeing her mother silent, she shook her mother's arm and continued, Otherwise, you should let my father tell me about his plans. Then I can find a reason to visit the princess again. Maybe I can even help my father say a few words. Mrs. Lin gently patted her daughter's hand, her tone serious. Matters of government are complicated and tangled. You, a girl not yet married, shouldn't get involved. Your father is busy outside all day because of these issues. When he comes home, he's working late into the night with his advisors, exhausted. Don't bother him, and don't mention these things casually in front of others, especially in front of the princess. You must speak carefully, understand? Lin Weiwei pouted sadly and muttered softly, I just want to help my father. A mother knows her child best. Mrs. Lin could see what she was thinking and said gently, I understand your feelings. Making friends with the princess is a blessing for you. But dealing with someone as important as the princess requires knowing your limits. In this way, your mother will prepare some gifts for you. Find a suitable day to visit the palace and thank the Empress for her hospitality today. Yes, I understand, daughter. Although I am naive, I am not completely unaware of the world. Hearing my mother speak seriously, I obediently agreed. At this moment, a maid brought in soup. Miss, the weather outside is cold. Drink a bowl of soup to warm up. Lin Weiwei took the soup, drank a few sips, and immediately felt her body warm. Mother, I want to go back to my room to do embroidery. Since attending the Plum Blossom Banquet at the Zhou residence last time, I have become interested in embroidery. Mother nodded. Go ahead, but take this soup and finish it. Lin Weiwei carried the soup. When she was about to reach her room, she changed her mind and quietly headed toward the study. She still wanted to surprise her father. Even though her mother was right, as long as she behaved properly, making friends with the princess consort was ultimately a very good thing. Just as she reached the study and was about to knock, a very sinister voice came from inside. First, get the shopkeeper who out to gain the trust of the princess consort. Then follow our plan. I don't believe that a mere princess consort. Lin Weiwei stopped in her tracks, her hand trembling, and the soup spilled all over the floor. She quickly drank the remaining soup in her bowl, squatted down, wiped the traces on the ground with her sleeve, and hurriedly left with the empty bowl. Wei Yunyan returned to her bedroom, took out some paper, and was about to write something when she glanced up and saw the pile of yellowed papers in the corner. She couldn't help but lightly slap her forehead. She almost forgot about this. These papers had indeed taken quite some time to prepare. According to the method recorded in the previous, detailed explanation of ancient bamboo paper craft, she used alum, ammonium alum, and frankincense powder, mixed with specific proportions of clear water and wine to create a light yellow medicinal liquid. The details were much better than the current common techniques. After several hours, the paper was completely dry. The original yellow-brown color had faded significantly, and the whole sheet now looked soft and off-white. Wei Yunyan picked up the paper and looked at it closely in the light. The thick texture remained the same, only the color had changed. Your Majesty, just a simple brushing, and this paper has become so white and clean. Qinghe leaned in to look at the paper and exclaimed in disbelief. Wei Yunyan carefully stored the paper, a confident smile on her face, and said to her, "Let's tidy up and go to Luqiao Lane again." Qinghe nodded quickly. Now, Master Li's business could be saved. Your Majesty is truly amazing. In the workshop, Old Li was pounding pulp with the only helper in the family. Seeing Wei Yunyan and Qinghe, who had not been here for many days, a complex emotion flickered in Old Li's eyes. He put down the mallet, wiped his hands, and his tone was still firm. "Madam, wasn't the transaction settled last time? You came here today in the snow. Is there something else?" Wei Yunyan smiled slightly, and Qinghe took out the sheet of paper that had been bleached and turned white, handing it to Old Li carefully. "Master Li, please look at this paper." Old Li suspiciously took the paper, and the texture made him pause. He suddenly widened his eyes. "Good paper." "I knew it, madam. With your noble background, how could you use our rough paper?" "It should be this good paper." He pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I may not be able to make such fine paper, but I can tell good paper at a glance." "But I wonder why madam specifically came out in the snow to show this old man this paper. Could it be to humiliate him?" He remembered that he had already told this madam that his small workshop only produces rough paper, which is even annoying for window coverings. If she wanted to buy, then came back to bother him again. But this paper is really excellent. It would be wonderful if his workshop could produce such paper. "Master Li, this is your family's paper." He quickly spoke when she saw his misunderstanding. "What?" Old Mr. Li's hand trembled, and his voice became shaky. "This paper, is it ours? From the thick yellow paper you bought last time?" "Yes, Master Li, it's from those papers we bought last time." He immediately confirmed his suspicion. Old Mr. Li looked shocked. The assistant beside him was also stunned, scratching his head in confusion. "Madam, what kind of magic did you use?" "The yellow on this paper actually faded." Wei Yunyan smiled calmly. "It's not magic, just a little technique. I can teach you the formula to remove the yellow." Her words sounded light, but they hit like a thunderclap in old Mr. Li's ears. He shivered all over, almost dropping the paper in his hand. After a long moment, he trembled and said, "Madam, such a secret skill. Why would you share it with us, poor folks?" Since she knew this divine technique, she could easily use it to make money herself. Old Mr. Li seemed to suddenly realize something. He looked at Qinghe for a moment, then, before Wei Yunyan could speak, he hurriedly said, "Madam, Is it because this girl begged you? I know you're kind-hearted, but such a precious skill. How can we, with our humble status, just give it away so easily? This girl has a good heart, but the cost is too high. We can't afford it. Old Mr. Lee would rather keep working in his shabby workshop and endure hardships than let Ching He carry such a big debt of gratitude just because of a small favor. He didn't want this lady to make such and profitable sacrifice. Ching He was about to speak to persuade him, but Wei Yunyun raised her hand to stop her. Master Lee, you misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with Ching He. She slowly walked to the drying papers in the yard, holding up the unprocessed yellow paper and the shiny new sample paper side by side. Nowadays, the market's paper is either pure white and smooth, which is very expensive and out of reach for ordinary families, or it is inferior, fragile, easily torn, difficult to ink and quickly deteriorates or gets eaten by bugs. It's rare to find a paper like yours, made with good materials, durable for storage, rough but practical, and very tough. Her gaze swept over the neatly arranged tools in the yard. This skill of reducing yellowing is just a fancy trick in my hands, but in the hands of true paper makers who understand paper, value materials, and work hard, it can produce good paper that benefits more students from poor families. This is the greatest way to make this skill useful. She turned to look at Old Man Lee, her eyes sharp. Giving you this skill shows I trust your craftsmanship to do its best. I provide the technique and money, you put in effort and labor. Together, we make good paper and earn fair rewards. This is cooperation, mutual benefit, not charity. Old Man Lee wanted to argue, but his assistant tugged at his sleeve. Fearing the good opportunity might be rejected, he quickly stepped forward. Since Madam trusts our skills so much, he said before Old Man Lee could speak, kneeling with a thud. Little Stone, on behalf of the master and myself, thank you for your kindness. We will work hard, never cheat or slack off, and will develop this skill to make affordable, durable good paper as you wish. His kneeling and words shut Old Man Lee's words right back. Old Man Lee's lips moved, wanting to scold his apprentice for being rude and say more to refuse. But seeing Stone's rough hands from years of work and his hopeful eyes, and then looking at the two very different sheets of paper in his hands, the words about dignity and not wanting to owe anyone suddenly seemed pale and out of place. Ching He, standing nearby, spoke at the right moment. Old sir, the lady truly believes your skill is good. Stone understands this, so don't be stubborn anymore. With the lady's help, our workshop will surely prosper, making better paper that more people will praise. Isn't that better than clinging to this small stall and struggling? Old Man Lee immediately caught the nickname Ching He used.
You
are the princess? Old Man Lee looked shocked. Wei Yunyun smiled and nodded at his surprised gaze. Old Man Lee and Stone both knelt on the ground, heads bowed low, not daring to breathe loudly. Greetings, Your Royal Highness, the princess. I am old and my eyes are not so good. No wonder she has such skills. It turns out she is the princess who can make yellow water clear. The little doubts and worries in my heart instantly disappeared in the face of the princess's noble status. If it were just kind-hearted charity, why would the princess personally come down from her high position to speak with us? This is a great blessing and opportunity. Once I understood this, Old Man Lee no longer hesitated. He pulled the stone kneeling on the ground and, with the utmost respect, bowed deeply. Wei Yunyun gave Qinghe a quick look, and Qinghe hurriedly helped the two of them up. Old Man Lee, Brother Stone, please get up. The princess doesn't like formalities. Old Man Lee looked at Qinghe with a bit of annoyance. Why didn't she tell him earlier that this was the princess? He clasped his fists again, speaking sincerely and respectfully. Your Highness, I was foolish before and dared to guess Your Highness's intentions. I truly deserve to die. I swear to the heavens that I will do my best to master the skills Your Highness has taught me, to produce good paper. If I fail in my duty, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a bad end. Stone also quickly promised. Yes, yes. Your Highness, I will too. I have some strength, and I will listen to my master and Your Highness, work hard and never shame you. Good, Wei Yunyan turned to Qinghe and ordered, "Go find out and buy all the shops and houses nearby." "Yes, Your Highness." Old Manly looked at Wei Yunyan with more respect. She is truly swift and decisive in her actions. The convoy of the Marquis of Yu stopped before Yanmen Pass. Ganwen looked at the solemn fortress in the snow and sighed with relief. All along the way it was difficult. Wind, frost, rain, snow. Hard to travel. Harder than climbing to the sky. "Sir, we've finally arrived." Only then did Ganwen relax a little. Song Enian also opened the curtain of his sedan. This journey was indeed not easy. About 10 meters ahead of the convoy, a large crowd was already waiting. Seeing Song Enian step out of the carriage, Chen Hongfang knelt on one knee, his voice sounding cold and sincere in the snowstorm. "I, the subordinate, represent the people of Yanmen Pass to thank Your Highness of the Yu Marquis." "Your Highness, thank you for your hard work." He never expected that the Marquis of Yu would come to Yanmen Pass through such a heavy snowstorm. The dangerous mountain pass, if hit by an avalanche. I can't even imagine it. The soldiers behind Chen Hongfang all knelt down together. "Thank you, Prince Yu. You've worked hard, Your Highness." Song Enian approached Chen Hongfang. "General Chen, please get up. All of you soldiers, please rise." The cold wind carried snowflakes that slapped against the walls of Yanmen Pass, making a cracking sound. After standing up, Chen Hongfang instinctively looked at the several covered wagons behind Song Enian. "General Chen, have someone organize these explosives and new weapons." Song Enian looked in the same direction and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. With these, we are no longer afraid of the barbarians' attack. Let them unite. 1 kills 1. 1,000 kills 1,000. Chen Hongfang's eyes shone with excitement. He waved to Army Officer N. "Officer N, please count and distribute these supplies." It was already known in the army that Prince Yu would bring new weapons for support. Seeing this scene now, everyone was both amazed and touched. Officer N received the orders and led a few clerks and logistics officers to guide the wagons loaded with weapons to one side. Song Enian specifically asked Ganwen to follow and carefully explained the precautions for handling, storing, and using the gunpowder. After everything was arranged, Chen Hongfang clasped his fists. "Your Highness, traveling so far with the carriage and horses, and facing this heavy snowstorm, the road is long and difficult. It's truly hard work. We have prepared some simple food inside the pass to welcome you." Song Enian nodded slightly. "Thank you, General Chen, for your kindness. Please lead the way." Chen Hongfang led Song Enian and his group toward the camp. Just as they sat down, before they could even enjoy a hot cup of tea, Song Enian asked about the situation here. Chen Hongfang rubbed his rough face, which had turned purple from the cold, and began explaining the current situation. The Northern Di, Western Xia, and Eastern Hu tribes all have their own schemes. Currently, they send only small groups of elite troops to harass our supply routes and test the defenses at various passes. They want to wear us down with slow, steady attacks and find out where our weak points are. Recently, Northern Di cavalry have been frequently seen around Hafeng Gorge. Relying on their fast horses and strong bows, they are becoming more and more daring, targeting patrols and transport teams' weak spots. The cold on the road temporarily made him forget his thirst, but now the warmth of the campfire made him notice a sore feeling in his throat. He picked up the steaming cup of tea in front of him, took a sip, and was about to speak. But Lu Punkuan hummed and said, "These barbarians are like hyenas, very clever. They are hard to fight and impossible to chase away. It's really annoying." "Take me to see the map," Song Enian said, standing up. Chen Hongfang also stood up and led him to the map. "We can't be so passive." Song Enian looked at the map for a while, then pointed at a dangerous spot in Blackwind Gorge and said slowly, "Right here. Let's give them a lesson. Attacking first is a good way to break the deadlock. Blackwind Gorge is dangerous and good for setting traps. It also limits the enemy cavalry's speed. The location is perfect. The new weapons brought by the prince will give us an advantage." Military strategist Qiao Yan agreed, but looked worried. "The northern barbarians' horses are cold-resistant and fast. They come and go like the wind. Our horses, in both number and quality, are far behind. Although Black Wind Gorge can limit some of their advantages, if we can't defeat them all at once and some escape or reinforcements arrive, we might be in trouble. Without enough cavalry to chase and block them, we could fall into a passive position. To be safe, we will need more foot soldiers and cavalry to support from behind the pass. The big movement might ruin our surprise attack. In this snow and wind, the army moves slowly. If the enemy spies our plans, they could strike back. It would be very disadvantageous. Lu Pengkuan scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, "Strategist is right. Those northern dogs' horses are really fast. In this terrible weather, our horses struggle to run. If we can't finish them off quickly and they slip away, it will be a problem." Everyone's eyes focused on Song Enian. He remained calm, took a small flag, and stuck it in the position of Black Wind Gorge, speaking confidently. Strategist's advice is crucial, but it also points out the key to this battle. Our horses are no match for the northern barbarians, that's true. So, the main goal of this battle is trap them like fish in a net. His finger moved along both sides of the canyon on the map. We just need to observe their movements in advance, send the elite troops to sneak in early, and seize the high ground here. I am confident we can wipe out their vanguard in one strike. Lu Pengkuan supported the idea of taking the initiative, but instinctively doubted Song Enian's military strength. This young prince was brave to come to Yanmen Pass alone to support, which was rare. Moving troops and fighting relied on tactics and methods, not just pointing on a map casually. Seeing Song Enian ready to personally lead the elite troops, he quickly spoke. "An ambush is fine, but the timing of infiltration needs to be commanded by someone with precise military skills." He looked at Chen Hongfang and asked, "General, why not let me?" Song Enian raised his hand to stop Lu Pengkuan. "No, I will lead the team myself. Prince, you must not." "Absolutely not." Chen Hongfang was the first to refuse. "Prince, you are bringing the city guards and supplies to support us. We are grateful. We soldiers will handle the charge and battle. We dare not let you risk yourself." "Exactly, Prince, you just stay inside the pass." "I will bring back the head of that dog D." Lu Pengkuan agreed. Jiang Xiao, standing in the back, didn't speak but thought to himself, "Why are the Duke and Duchess of you both the same? They both love risking their lives." "All generals, I understand your good intentions," Song Enian said calmly, with a firm tone. "But this territory belongs to me. Ningzhou is my foundation. The court has entrusted me with the supplies for the Northern Army. Ningzhou is also where you all live and depend on. The wolves and strange tribes outside the pass will need us to face them together. I have no retreat." His voice suddenly grew louder. "I, Song Enian, with all of you, with the tens of thousands of soldiers at Yanmen Pass, and the tens of thousands of people in Ningzhou, are one body. We share honor and disgrace, life and death together. I must personally understand what soldiers need when fighting in the freezing snow, what they fear. If one day the supplies run out or the enemy presses in, I will be the first to stand up. Not just any of you. I, Song Enian, will stand before you all." Qiu Yan stared at him blankly, with a complicated look in his eyes. "Prince Yu." Chen Hongfang also looked steadily at Song Enian, speechless, unable to speak. He hadn't expected that in today's court, there was still such a brave royal family member. Lu Pengkuan patted his thigh, clasped his fists and bowed deeply, his voice like a muffled thunder. "Prince, based on your words, from now on, wherever you point, Old Lu, will go there without hesitation. But this time, the vanguard needs to be led by me." The soldiers were inspired by these heartfelt words and all pledged together. "We will follow the prince to fight off enemies. We share life and death." In the end, it was decided that Lu Pengkuan would lead 1,000 men equipped with new weapons, along with another 1,000 soldiers brought by Song Enian, to attack together. On the night before the attack, Song Enian quietly led 500 men out of the pass without making a sound. Shang Xing led 10 of his brothers, holding a telescope, riding ahead to watch for the North D cavalry's movements in the dark. Not far from the Black Wind Gorge, on a windward, a campfire flickered, and guards moved slowly. The North D cavalry was overconfident, thinking that the troops at Yanmen Pass wouldn't dare come out. They believed this was their easy hunting ground. From several miles away, Shangxing clearly saw their movements. He signaled to his brothers behind him and quickly went to meet the prince. "Prince, I found their trail. They've set up camp to rest, about 800 people." After hearing Shangxing's report, Song Yinian made a quick decision. "Ganwen, lead 50 men with gunpowder and up their horses."
"Li Tiezhu."
"I'm here," led 100 men with sabers to block their flank. Li Taizhu looked excited and responded, yes. He was very good at cutting horse legs. Last time at the mine, they were beaten badly by those North D cavalry. This time, they would make them pay. "The rest of you follow me and charge head-on. When the gunpowder explodes, attack immediately." Song Yinian clenched his sword tightly. The noise of 2,000 soldiers leaving Yanmen Pass was too loud. Since ambushes are possible, a surprise attack would be just as effective. 500 against 800, that's enough. Ganwen led 50 men, each carrying a firecracker wrapped in oilcloth. Using the snowstorm and terrain for cover, they circled around to the side and back of the cavalry camp. Through the telescope, they saw the area where the horses were. Most of the North D guards were focused on the camp's perimeter and the canyon entrance, and they were surprisingly lax about the safe area behind them. Led by Ganwen, the 50 men were among Song Yinian's original guards, experts in stealth and concealment. Like experienced hunters, they patiently waited until the campfire dimmed and the voices quieted. Only snoring and the occasional neigh of horses remained. Ganwen signaled with his hand. Suddenly, 50 shadows sprang into action. They threw explosive packs into the densest part of the horse herd and lit the fuses with fire sticks. The fuse hissed as it burned, masked by the wind. Then came a loud explosion, shaking the earth and lighting up the sky, swallowing many horses in flames. The frightened horses cried out loudly, struggling and smashing against their tethers, which were torn from the ground. At the same moment, Li Taizhu shouted fiercely, "Brothers, attack!" 100 strong men, wielding heavy swords, emerged from the rocky bushes on the north side of the enemy camp, like fierce demons rising from the ground. They aimed to cut horse legs, not people. Bright blades flashed in the dark, slicing through the air. Bones cracked loudly as they broke. Horses that weren't caught in the explosion were quickly attacked, their legs cut, and they fell, screaming in pain. The explosion and the screams woke the North D soldiers from their sleep. Enemy attack. What are the sentries doing? Where's the alarm? Where are the horses? Most soldiers were unarmored and disorganized, clashing with each other, horses trampling people, and in the chaos, they couldn't find their weapons. The camp was in chaos. Song Yinian led the remaining 350 men to charge. Crossbow bolts shot first, killing officers and soldiers trying to resist. Sharp spears and swords crashed into the enemy ranks. Cavalry without horses were like lambs to the slaughter, with no threat at all. Even though some of Song Yinian's 500 men were fighting the North D for the first time, it didn't weaken their fighting spirit. The North D cavalry commander, barefoot, looked around the battlefield in panic. Horses lay dead or kicking in the snow, some with broken legs, crushing anyone in their way. He quickly ordered, "Abandon the camp, break through." About 100 riders gathered around him. One of them held a short dagger, seemingly taken from somewhere. He quickly grabbed the bow from the person beside him and shouted at the cavalry, "No sword left? Use your teeth to find a way out." Li Tiezhu's 100-man cavalry formation had already sealed off the escape route. They lined up in 3 horizontal rows, with blades close to their knees, leaning forward like silent gates, waiting for the defeated cavalry to crash into them. With a low shout, Song Yinian's archers simultaneously raised their composite bows. The front North D soldiers were pierced through, their bodies crashing back into the formation, knocking down those who had just mounted their horses behind them. Seeing the path blocked, the North D commander turned his horse sharply and headed toward the deep black wind gorge. The area was dimly lit by firelight, with thick snow and fog, resembling a dark, giant mouth. "General, over there is Broken Soul Cliff," the deputy shouted. Cliffs are easier to cross than a mountain of blades. The North D commander leaned close to his horse's neck, whipping it with an iron whip, leaving bloodstains on its belly. More than 30 riders followed him into the night. Song Inian watched the small breakout team coldly. Take 20 men and pursue. Should we aim to kill or capture? Doesn't matter, life or death. Gonwin understood and mounted his horse, chasing into the darkness. Suddenly, the wind shifted direction, carrying sparks and the smell of blood, rushing toward the depths of Black Wind Gorge. The North D commander heard the hoofbeats behind him, like a death drum, sometimes far, sometimes near. He dared not look back, fixating on the bottomless cliff ahead. Falling rocks tumbled at the edge, making faint sounds in the dark. The moonlight barely illuminated the outline of a few withered trees by the cliff, swaying like ghostly shadows in the wind. Charge through. Jump over it, he shouted, pulling his horse. The horse neighed loudly, rearing upright at the cliff's edge, its hooves knocking stones into the abyss below. Gonwin stood 10 jong away from the cliff, raising his hand to stop the soldiers behind him. He took his bow, knocked a flaming arrow coated with oil, and lit it. The fiery arrow whistled through the night sky, landing on a withered tree at the cliff's edge. The commander's cavalry couldn't react in time. Both man and horse fell into the abyss, their screams echoing off the cliffs, lingering for a long time. Shangxing lowered his bow and coldly waved his hand. 20 men formed a crescent shape, surrounding the cliff edge, ready with bows drawn and swords unsheathed. The lone commander stood at the edge, his horse pawing the air wildly, stones continuously tumbling down. He looked back briefly. The night sky near Yanmen Pass was glowing red from the fire, looking like a glowing red sickle hanging upside down at the edge of the grassland. Suddenly, he smiled, but his voice was hoarse and full of the sadness typical of people from the northern lands. People of the Great Dynasty. You have won, but only for tonight. He drew his sword, turned it around, and cut the reins of his horse. Then he flipped off and landed on the ground. Loose stones at the edge of the cliff slipped under his feet. Gonwin squinted and whispered. Arrows shot through the air, streaking with light in the fire, chasing his figure into the darkness below the cliff. Gonwin turned his horse around and looked into the distance. Song Inian stood there, his cloak fluttering in the wind, like a sword stuck in the snowstorm. He raised his hand and gently pointed toward Gonwin. Gonwin squinted and whispered. Arrows shot through the air, streaking with light in the fire, chasing his figure into the darkness below the cliff. Gonwin turned his horse around and looked into the distance. At the main camp of Yanmen Pass, Chen Hongfang and his men lay on simple travel beds, their brows furrowed, clearly not sleeping well. Suddenly, the tent flap was pulled open. Cold wind and snow blew in. A soldier hurriedly reported. General, something's wrong. The prince. Chen Hongfang woke up instantly, quickly grabbing his armor from the bedpost and putting it on. What happened? Was it an enemy night attack? The soldier panted. The prince led his 500 soldiers and opened the west gate, and left. Left the pass. Chen Hongfang paused, fastening his armor. When did this happen? Which way did they go? About an hour ago, the scouts saw them disappear toward Heifeng Gorge. Chen Hongfang's heart sank. Heifeng Gorge, wasn't that the ambush spot discussed today? Why did the prince leave alone tonight? He only took 500 men. Send orders. Chen Hongfang's voice was urgent. Order Deputy Commander Liu to gather 1,500 cavalry immediately, all lightly armed, with bows and crossbows ready. Send them out of the pass now. Also, send the remaining scouts of the reconnaissance team to infiltrate toward Heifeng Gorge. No matter what, find out the prince's whereabouts and the enemy's situation. As soon as there is news, send a fire arrow immediately. Close all city gates. No one is allowed to leave or enter without my order. Keep the entire army on alert to prevent the Northern D from attacking the pass. As soon as he gave the order, a scout rushed in. General, Prince Yu, Chen Hongfang's heart immediately tightened. What happened to Prince Yu? Quickly, tell me. General, Prince Yu. He won. A great victory. Chen Hongfang almost thought he heard wrong and took a step forward.
One?
Clarify, is the prince all right? Were there any casualties among the soldiers? The scout quickly reported. When we followed the trail to Blackwind Gorge, the battle was already over. The 800 vanguard cavalry of the Northern D tribe were completely wiped out inside the canyon, at the one-line sky. I saw with my own eyes, the ground inside the canyon was covered with corpses. Our troops are now clearing the battlefield. From what I see, the prince's forces suffered fewer than 100 casualties. Fewer than 100, Chen Hongfang repeated instinctively. Even though he was seasoned in battle and used to life and death, he was still shaken by such a low loss ratio. 500 versus 800, still infantry against cavalry, night ambush, and they nearly achieved a complete victory with minimal losses? This was an unprecedented achievement for the founding of Great Qin, a victory against the Northern D tribe never seen before. The scout continued. The prince is safe and sound, currently on his way back. I report first, so please rest assured, General. Chen Hongfang let out a breath, his tense shoulders relaxing. General, what's going on? Did the D-dogs attack in the middle of the night? Before Lu Pengkuan arrived, a rough voice had already spoken. Military advisor Qiu Yan and Captain Zhang Xiu followed closely behind. General, what happened? Is it about the prince? Chen Hongfang raised his hand to signal them to stop questioning. Everyone, now come with me to welcome His Highness Prince Yu back in triumph. We can talk more on the way. Dawn was approaching, and it was the coldest part of the night. The tightly closed side gate of Yanmen Pass opened again. The sound of the gate hinges turning was especially sharp and clear in the quiet before dawn. Chen Hongfang, Lu Pengkuan, Qiu Yan, Zhang Xiu, and a group of soldiers holding torches stood quietly inside the gate. Song Yinian led the way on horseback, his black iron armor stained with large patches of dried black blood. His messy black hair fell across his forehead, and bloodstains on his face made his narrow eyes look like a fierce wolf in the snowfield. The tattered cloak fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag, carrying the lingering aura of violence. When they appeared within the glow of the torchlight, Chen Hongfang stepped forward first, lifted the hem of his battle robe, and knelt with clasped fists. Your Majesty, I welcome your triumphant return. Behind him, the generals and soldiers all knelt in unison, the sound of armor clinking like metal striking metal. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Song Yinian reined in his horse and waved to those behind him. Ganwen stepped forward, threw a blood-stained cloth bag onto the ground, and as it opened, a fierce-looking head rolled out. It's the leader of the Northern Barbarians' vanguard. Ganwen loudly announced, the 800 vanguard soldiers of the Northern Barbarians in Hafeng Gorge have all been eliminated. We captured over 100 well-kept horses. Our army suffered 47 casualties and 41 injuries. The cost was less than 100 men hurt or killed, but the enemy's elite force of 800 was completely wiped out. Lu Pengkuan raised his head and saw Song Yinian, bloodied but standing tall, jump down from his horse. He clasped his fists and shouted, My lord, you're too harsh. We agreed to attack together. Why did you go secretly? Halfway through, he suddenly changed his tone. Old Lu admits defeat. I am convinced. Qiu Yan stood up and looked at Song Yinian with admiration. Your Highness, with thunderous force, you have restored our border's spirit. This victory will be remembered forever. Song Yinian's face remained calm. The success of this battle was largely thanks to the gunpowder, which performed even better than he expected. He softly said, Stand up. The soldiers need rest, and the wounded must be treated immediately. Hang this head above the city gate. He looked up toward the eastern horizon where the first light of dawn was appearing. Let the northern barbarians see clearly what happens to those who invade our land. With this surprise attack, Song Yinian had gained great respect within the northern army. General Zhao Yuankai from Anbei was also on his way here. Outside Anding City, near a newly built workshop, the crowd was lively. A long line stretched from the workshop door to the side of the main road, mostly women with clothes washed pale, filled with hope. A notice was posted on a wooden sign, Priority for female workers. Skilled in making pastries will be paid well. Our princess has opened a big workshop, hiring workers. Good pay and meals provided. Next to the line, some men who had been told clearly that they couldn't work as men gathered together, looking unhappy. What's going on? This isn't a spinning or weaving workshop. We men can make pastries too. Why only women? Exactly. They pay good wages and provide meals. Why are they taking all the jobs? Women going out and showing themselves off, what a disgrace. The princess's rules are too strict. Sigh. A burly man spat toward the line and cursed. What can a bunch of women do? Aren't all the pastry chefs in restaurants men? This workshop won't last long if it keeps going like this. But they only whispered complaints from the side, not daring to cause trouble in front of the manager. Among the people in line, one figure stood out. She wore loose, rough cloth clothes and an old, washed-out headscarf wrapped around her head, covering most of her face, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. She was taller and stronger than most women, walking awkwardly and pushing forward in the line, making others turn away or frown to avoid her.
Hey, miss. Slow down.
Why are you pushing? A woman behind her scolded after being stepped on. Sorry, sister. I'm in a hurry to start work. My kids are waiting for rice at home. Her voice was high-pitched and sounded fake, with a strange awkwardness. The woman frowned in annoyance and turned away, muttering, "Where did this strange person come from?" It was her turn to push forward. The person in charge of hiring was a serious-looking manager. He looked her over and saw that she had a rough face, dark skin, and big, knobby hands, things that didn't seem suitable for making delicate pastries. "Go away," the manager waved dismissively, like swatting a fly. "With your looks and hands, why come to this pastry workshop? You probably can't even knead dough properly. Don't scare the other workers or ruin the precious sugar and flour." "Next, please, sir," the woman begged, her voice sharp and almost breaking. "I have strength and learn quickly. Please give me a chance." "No means no. Move along and don't delay the others," the manager said firmly. This scene was just seen by Wei Yunyan as she arrived at the workshop. She watched from a distance as the woman, who had been rejected, hesitated and refused to leave. A clear understanding flashed to her eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her lips.
Still.
Quite interesting. Wei Yunyan softly instructed Qinghe, "Go and ask the steward to bring that young lady here." Qinghe nodded and left. Soon, the person was brought to Wei Yunyan's carriage. Seeing the luxurious carriage and the guards standing around, the person was so frightened they knelt on the ground with a loud thud, had bowed low, trembling slightly, and dared not make a sound. Wei Yunyan stood in front of her, speaking with authority. "Lift your head." The woman looked up, showing fear on her face. "Tell me, why did you dress as a woman to work? Do you think my workshop's rules are a joke, something you can deceive about?" Hearing Wei Yunyan's words, despair filled the woman's eyes. "Your Highness, forgive me. I was truly desperate. My mother is seriously ill at home, and I urgently need money for medicine. I heard your workshop pays well and provides meals, so I had no choice. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Her voice returned to its original deep male tone. The steward beside her turned to look at him, surprised. "Are you a man?" He had thought she was an ugly woman, but never expected a man to disguise himself as a woman to sneak in. Quite a filial son, and quite clever. This person was willing to admit his mistake honestly and showed no shame. But rules are rules. Women are not allowed in the workshop. The man's eyes immediately dimmed, and he kowtowed heavily. "Yes, I understand. I will leave at once." Being allowed to leave without punishment was already a mercy from the princess. He struggled to stand up and leave, thinking about other ways to help his sick mother. A cold voice sounded again, causing the man's hesitant steps to stop. "Your Highness, do you have any other instructions? I know of a place that might help you in your urgent need." But, hearing this, the man's eyes suddenly lit up. "Please, Your Highness, guide me. As long as I can earn money to save my mother, I will do anything." Wei Yunyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Even signing a binding contract." Hearing this, the man's face turned pale. He dressed as a woman to come here because he did not want to sell himself. But when he thought of his mother lying weakly on her sickbed, selling himself to the palace was better than selling himself to those greedy landlords. He hesitated for a moment, then made a firm decision, bowing deeply with a resolute tone. I am willing. I, Jition, am willing to sign a life debt contract. Wei Yunyun nodded.
Chuanxue.
Servant is here. Chuanxue quickly stepped forward. Give him 10 taels of silver, and tell him to go home and take care of his mother, she said, then turned her gaze to Zuaruasia. Send 2 people with him. Once everything is settled, take him to see Lord Zhou, and say it's the order from the palace. Yes, your majesty. Zuaruasia responded with a fist salute. Ji Tian was overwhelmed with gratitude. He hadn't done anything yet, and the lady was willing to give him 10 taels of silver. This money would support his mother for a long time. He knocked his head several times, his forehead turning red. Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness. I will take good care of my family and go to work immediately. I will work hard. Wei Yunyan nodded without saying more, then turned and walked into the workshop surrounded by people. The workshop was spacious and bright, with the floor paved with blue bricks. Large windows allowed plenty of light and ventilation. Female workers, dressed uniformly in aprons and wearing matching cloth hats, were busy working in different areas in an orderly manner. The air was filled with a rich, sweet smell. In the middle of the workshop, female workers gathered around a large work table, kneading dough vigorously. They used special molds to shape the dough into various delicate forms. Your Majesty, please look, the head maid carefully introduced. These molds are made according to the designs you provided. The pastries they produce look very unique. Wei Yunyun picked up a raw pastry stamped with a Ning character emblem, examined it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. The pattern is clear, the thickness even. Very good. She walked around, occasionally stopping to ask the female workers about some details. Her gaze fell on a young female worker decorating pastries. She was using sugar glaze and jam to draw patterns. The worker became nervous when she saw her, her hands trembling slightly. Don't be nervous, Wei Yunyun said gently. You're doing very well. What did your family do before? The female worker was surprised and whispered, Your Majesty, I used to paint porcelain molds. Is that so? Your family has a strong tradition. No wonder your hands are so steady, Wei Yunyun nodded approvingly. Keep up the good work. If your skills improve, your wages can increase. Thank you, Your Majesty. The female worker blushed with excitement. After inspecting the workshop, she was generally satisfied with its overall condition. However, when her gaze fell near the entrance, she frowned. There were some raw materials placed there, and workers outside were moving them to the door. Then some stronger women carried them inside. They wore thick cotton clothes, and their noses were red from the cold. Wei Yunyun paused and said to the stewardess behind her, The workshop is running well. You've done a good job. I don't dare to take credit, Your Majesty. It's just part of my duties, the stewardess replied respectfully. But, Wei Yunyun continued, the weather is getting colder. Everyone needs to take better care of their warmth. Go to the estate and withdraw some silver. Use it to buy thick cottony pads and warm hand holders for all the female workers. Also, prepare more hot tea at the rest area. The expenses will be covered by the estate. The stewardess was surprised but smiled politely and said, Your Majesty is kind. On behalf of everyone at the workshop, I thank you. After leaving the workshop, Wei Yunyun looked at the gray sky as snow began to fall again, thinking she should get some heating supplies. Previously, she thought about the large fireplaces used in the army. But she shook her head. Those consume a lot of coal and are too big for civilians. Maybe the northern-style heated brick beds could work. But she was from the south. She didn't know how to make those. Perhaps she should ask Lu Qing for advice? Go to the military workshop. Hearing the order, the carriage turned around and headed in a new direction. In the Lin family study, Lin Weiwei tiptoed inside carefully. She quietly moved behind the desk and quickly glanced over the mountain of official documents. Her hands trembled as she gently opened a drawer, revealing neatly stacked letters. What exactly was her father plotting? What was his connection to the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower? The unfamiliar words in the letters made her dizzy. She put them back and looked toward the bookshelf behind her, her eyes falling on a dark, unusual box on the top shelf. She tiptoed, trying to reach for something. Suddenly, clear footsteps sounded at the door. "How is everything going?" Her father's familiar voice reached her ears. Lin Weiwei was so frightened she almost lost her breath. Her hand froze, and a cold shiver ran from her feet up to her head. A creak sounded as the study door was pushed open. Lin Mingyuan stepped inside, walking straight to the desk and sitting down. He habitually rubbed his forehead. The butler followed behind him. "Master, the county magistrate Zhou sent someone again to ask about the detailed plans and budget for dredging Heishui River after spring and ensuring the western grain routes. It seems the Wang family is very interested." Hiding in the corner of the cabinet, Lin Weiwei's ears perked up when she heard Wang family and grain routes. Lin Mingyuan sighed heavily. "I know the Wang family cares. This matter concerns the stability of the border. The prince is fighting on the front lines, and the grain routes are vital. But it's not easy to handle." He tapped on the documents in front of him, frowning. The previous official was caught up in this. "Sigh, the plans are still being calculated. Tell County Magistrate Zhou that I am working on it urgently and will not delay." The butler hesitated before speaking. "Master, I think you should ask the Princess Consort of the Marquis of Yu for advice." "Princess Consort of the Marquis of Yu?" Lin Mingyuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Yes, sir." The butler recalled how the young lady had met the Princess Consort a few days ago. "I heard the Princess Consort is very clever. During the drought, she came up with that water pressure device to solve the water shortage and help with displaced people, right?" Lin Mingyuan stood up irritably and paced in front of the desk. "Those clever tricks probably won't help much with the grain routes." At that moment, his gaze accidentally swept to a corner of the desk. His brow suddenly furrowed. The originally smooth map of Ningzhou had a tiny curl at the edge, as if it had been hurriedly touched. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes sharp as he scanned the entire study. "Has someone been in the study?" The butler was startled by a sudden change in expression and fierce look. He quickly looked around. The windows were closed, and everything was in its usual place. No signs of anything unusual were found. He nervously said, "Master, there is nothing. The servants clean strictly according to schedule, and the old servant is watching. No one would dare to move things." Lin Mingyuan didn't speak. He carefully looked over the bookshelf and behind the chair. He noticed that the gap between the old books cabinet and the wall seemed darker than usual, as if something was blocking the light. He quickly walked toward the cabinet. Just as his hand was about to touch the edge, a figure suddenly jumped out from inside. "Father." Lin Weiwei's hair was a bit messy, and her cheeks were flushed from holding her breath. Lin Mingyuan was surprised to see his daughter suddenly appear. "Weiwei? What are you hiding here for?" "You scared me." Weiwei looked up, pouting her little mouth, and explained sadly. I didn't mean to. Last time, I met the princess at Drunken Immortal Tower. She asked about your work, and I couldn't answer anything. When I got home, I asked my mother, but she said I shouldn't interfere in these matters and told me not to bother you. I just wanted to know what you do every day and why you're so busy and tired. That's why I sneaked in to see." Her voice got softer and softer, and her head drooped, like a child waiting for scolding after doing something wrong. Lin Mingyuan looked at his daughter's sad and curious face, and didn't want to blame her. He sighed, reached out, and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "Silly girl, if you want to know what I'm busy with, just ask me directly. Why sneak around? Do you think I can hide things from you? It's just that these official duties are complicated and boring. I worry you'll find them dull, and I also worry your mother will say I spoil you too much and make you unruly." He looked at her brightening eyes and smiled helplessly. "But some things really are not something for you girls to worry about. The princess. She's a rare and extraordinary woman, very different from others. You should just stay happily in the house and be a cheerful little girl. This time, I'll let it go, but in the future, you must not sneak into the study again, understand?" "Yes." Weiwei smiled through her tears and nodded vigorously. Father is so good. He probably wouldn't do anything bad. After she left, Lin Mingyuan's face grew serious. He instructed the butler, arrange for 2 people to watch the young lady. Find out who she has been talking to and what she has been doing. Report everything in detail. Yes, sir. Inside the military workshop, Wei Yunyan was discussing the hotbed with Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng held a charcoal pencil, and his eyes lit up. Your Majesty, your idea for the hotbed is really clever. Of course, it's just an idea. There are many difficulties in making it real. Master Lu, do you have any good suggestions? Lu Cheng pointed to the bend in the smoke pipe on the drawing. In my opinion, if we can change the pipe to a gentle curve here, the smoke will go out more smoothly. It will be less likely to cause smoke buildup and easier to clean later. Also, for the bed surface, if we add 2 more hidden supports at the base, it will bear more weight. Even if some young kids jump on it, it won't collapse easily. That sounds good. Let's make those changes, Wei Yunyan said, picking up a charcoal pencil and marking the modifications on the original drawing. Lu Cheng couldn't help but sigh. If this hotbed is promoted widely, the people of Ningzhou will suffer fewer cold injuries this winter. But, Your Majesty, he added hesitantly, we need to find a bricklayer for this. Those of us who work with wood can't do this kind of work. Wei Yunyan rolled up the drawing and smiled. Of course. We will test it first in the rest area of the military workshop. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Lu Cheng quickly waved his hand. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Just having a safe place to live and being able to use my skills is already a great blessing. He thought about the best decision he had made in his life, staying in Inding City instead of fleeing south. His mind drifted back to a few months ago. His tone was full of emotion. To be honest, before I met you, we craftsmen had no land of our own. We relied on taking jobs to survive. When times were good, we could make enough to eat. But during bad years or times of war, everyone tightened their belts. We were the first to go hungry. Wood and iron prices soared, but wages stayed low. Sometimes, after a whole month of hard work, we couldn't even earn enough for our family's basic needs. Back then, who looked up to us dirty workers? He looked up at the lively military workshop and then at his own clothes, covered in wood shavings. A dreamy smile appeared on his face. If it weren't for Your Majesty giving me the opportunity to earn a living, I wouldn't be able to use our humble skills, he said. Now, when he's outside, everyone politely calls him Manager Lu. He's over 30 years old, and there's even a matchmaker knocking on his door, trying to introduce him to a young bride who has just come of age. In the past, such things would have been unimaginable. Wei Yunyan saw Lu Cheng's eyes turn red and spoke gently. From now on, your efforts will still be needed in the military workshop. When testing the fire stove, you can also visit the carpentry workshop. Understanding different crafts is good. As the military workshop expands or builds special sheds and storage rooms, you'll need to work with bricks and stones. Your Majesty has thought everything through carefully. I will learn well, he replied. The 800 elite cavalry from Black Wind Gorge were all defeated, and the head of the commander was hung above the gate of Yanmen Pass. This news spread like cold wind carrying ice shards, shocking the alliance forces on all sides. Tua Yao's face turned pale, and veins bulged on his forehead. Not a single one of the 800 elite soldiers escaped. This was not only a loss of strength, but also a humiliating to their pride. Ha! Shisha's general, Yi Litsang, entered with a sneer, clearly amused. He stroked his ivory dagger and spoke sarcastically. I've heard that the Northern D cavalry roams freely across the plains, unstoppable. How did you end up making such a big mistake here in Black Wind Gorge? 800 wolf cubs, not even a sound was heard before they were caught. Could it be that young Chun Hongfang cast some magic on you? If Lord Tuoba's troops are so weak, perhaps this alliance should disband early, so 20,000 troops don't waste their supplies here. As soon as he finished speaking, Mao Gao, the leader of the Donghu tribe, sneered coldly. Great Lord Tuoba, you once swore that the Yanmen Pass defenders were weak, and with the 3 sides working together, they could take the rich lands of the northern border. Now it seems this isn't the soft bone you claimed. Could it be that the Great Lord has become old and confused, or that the intelligence was wrong? Or perhaps the Northern D warriors have been riding comfortably for too long and have forgotten how to wield their swords, although the other leaders of the Donghu tribes didn't dare to mock openly, like Mao Gao. Their eyes flickered with suspicion, and they whispered among themselves. Everyone's reaction clearly hurt Takbat Liao deeply. His fingers holding the golden cup turned white. As the ruler recognized on the plains, he had never been so humiliated before. He forcefully threw the cup to the ground, stood up suddenly, and his scarlet eyes swept over Yi Lichang and Mao Liao. He shouted angrily, "Yan Mingwen, Chen Hongfang, and you, short-sighted fools, wait and see what happens to you." Yi Lichang was publicly called short-sighted, and his fake smile immediately faded. As a general of Western Xia, representing the pride of a nation, he could not accept such insult. He quickly withdrew his ivory dagger and sneered, retorting, "Takbat Khan, you are so angry. Are you perhaps hurt by what I said? 800 vanguard soldiers have all been defeated, that's a fact. Do we not even have the right to ask questions? If your northern warriors are truly as brave and invincible as the legends say, why did they suffer such a bad defeat at Blackwind Gorge? I think it's not some magic from the generals of Dakian, but rather someone being overconfident and rushing in, falling into a trap, and then taking it out on us." Mao Liao was already unhappy with the dominance of the northern. Now, seeing the Western Xia envoy speak first, he added sarcastically, "General Yili, you're wrong. Takbat Khan is a talented and wise leader. How could he be careless? Maybe he's deliberately risking the lives of these 800 brave soldiers to test the strength of Ningzhou's army? But the cost. TSK, it's too high. I wonder how many more lives the Khan plans to sacrifice next? Our Donghu tribe is small and weak. We can't afford such reckless actions." The other tribal leaders in the tent discussed more loudly, their respect for Takbat Liao decreasing and doubts growing. No one wanted their own people to be sent on what seemed like a suicidal mission.
You
all. Takbat Liao trembled with anger, wishing he could draw his sword and cut down these two men immediately. Helen Dubé, the Northern's chief priest, quickly stepped forward and held Takbat Liao's hand, which was reaching for his sword. "General Yili Mao Liao, in the face of this great battle, why argue over a little setback? If we ruin our alliance over words, won't that benefit the Dakian people, letting them sit back and profit?" Hearing this, the two men snorted coldly and temporarily held back their words. Helian Chua turned to Tuoba Liao and slightly bowed. "Great Khan, please stay calm. General Yi Li and the leader Mao Liao are also worried about the war and are speaking urgently. The most urgent matter is not to argue, but to use the enemy's blood to wash away the shame of our northern D warriors. We must win a victory to strengthen the confidence of our army." He leaned close to Tuoba Liao's ear and whispered quickly so only they could hear, "Great Khan, now is not the time to fully break with the Western Xia and Donghu. But we must strike back immediately. Send the best wolf cavalry, using the fastest and fiercest methods, to destroy several villages of the Great Qi and display their heads as a warning. Let those uncertain guys in the tent see clearly the cost of provoking the Northern D. Only then can we scare the weak and regain control of the situation." Helian Chuabai's suggestion temporarily suppressed Tuoba Liao's anger. He loosened his grip on his sword and sat down.
Good.
You want to see justice, right? I will make it clear to you. Since the Great Khan is so confident, we will wait to see the result you give." Yili Chang looked at them and turned to leave. Mao Liao looked at Helian Chuabai again and said, "The Northern D's royal priest is very wise. You won't send my men to die for revenge, right? We will leave first, hoping the Northern D warriors won't disappoint us again." After Mao Liao left, the other leaders in the tent also followed one after another. Tuoba Liao pointed at their departing figures, furious. "When we take Yanmen Pass, I will be the first to deal with you." He Lian Chuabai brought a golden cup, filled it with wine, and handed it to him. "Great Khan, why argue with these petty people?" Tuoba Liao drank a big gulp and ordered, "Send my golden wolf order. Gather 300 wolf cavalry teams, each with 2 horses, and bring oil. Head straight to Yunzhong County.
No survivors, no prisoners.
I want you to burn.
Kill.
Burn those villages of the two-legged sheep to the ground, and pile their heads up for me. With their blood and heads, tell the great Chi and everyone else that the fury of the grassland eagles is unbearable. Yunjong County Governor's Office. Guoli, dressed in military uniform, was talking with the county magistrate Chui Haomiao. General Guo, regarding the everyone is a soldier policy, I have already issued orders to all counties, towns, and villages. Men aged 10 to 50 have been registered as militia. The soldiers you brought and the retired veterans are responsible for training them. Most of the watchtowers and wall reinforcements in the villages are over 70% complete. Some of the bows, crossbows, swords, and spears allocated by the government have already been distributed to key villages. Chui Haomiao pointed at the map of the county spread out before him, feeling a rare sense of relief after many years. In previous years, when facing the unpredictable raids of the northern barbarians, he could only close the city gates, strengthen defenses, and desperately seek help. There was nothing else he could do. The court ignored these issues, and the long-standing helplessness had been tormenting him. Now, at last, a policy has been put in place. Although it is complicated and stressful, it is at least a sign of hope. At least. At least he knows that they are not abandoned. Guoli nodded calmly and asked, "How is the training going? Small drills every 5 days, larger exercises every 10 days, without interruption." "No, that's not enough," Guoli frowned. "The intervals are too long. Training should be daily, especially for night alerts and signal passing. Rehearse repeatedly until it becomes instinct." He remembered the instructions the princess had repeatedly given him and continued, "What about the underground escape tunnels in each village? How is the progress? This is a matter of life and death. When the alarm signals are sent, the elderly, women, and children must evacuate quickly and hide. They must not be exposed to the barbarians' blades." Chui Haomiao quickly replied, "Rest assured, General. The underground tunnels are personally overseen by me." As soon as the order was given, we organized villagers and soldiers to dig. We followed your instructions, deep, hidden, and connected. We dug shelters large enough for all women and children, with entrances hidden behind stoves and firewood piles. Additionally, each village has connected escape routes leading to the forest and hidden ravines outside the village. They are simple, but can save lives in critical moments. And what about the arrangements for women and children? Hiding alone is not enough. The princess explicitly said that everyone should be made into a strength, not a burden. Chui Haomiao's face stiffened. He hadn't paid much attention to this matter. Besides organizing their hiding, he hadn't focused on this aspect. Guoli saw his reaction and knew he hadn't done it properly. He understood, too. If Princess Wang hadn't repeatedly emphasized it before, he might not have paid attention to this detail. "Implement this immediately," he said, picking up his cloak and heading outside. "You and I will go together to inspect the key villages." At Heishan village, far from the county town, dozens of young men had just finished training. Despite the cold wind, sweat was still on their foreheads. One man wiped his sweat with a cloth and said with a smile, "What do you think the officials are thinking? Letting us, simple farmers, handle swords and guns and still giving us grain. The officials said it's for our good. When the northern barbarians came before, we could only run. If we couldn't escape, we'd die. Now the government gives us grain, weapons, and teaches us skills. When those barbarians come again, we can fight back." An old man who had experienced several raids spat and looked angry. "If they dare come again, I'll fight with all I've got to bite a piece of them. I won't let our women and children suffer that anymore." Next to him, a young boy waved a sharpened stick excitedly.
"Dad.
"I learned how to spear today. The instructor said I'm steady. When the barbarians come, I'll be on the wall." "Stinky kid, don't your pants if they really come." Suddenly, a soldier on horseback rushed over quickly, kicking up dust. He shouted loudly, "Who is the instructor of Heishan village?" 2 burly men stepped out of a simple house. "It's me." "What's the matter?" one asked. Heishan village is far from the county town and is a key village, so 2 instructors came. They are skilled guards. The new government rules say training is now once a day. Anyone able to move, children, women, and men, must join the training. The physically strong will form the logistics team. Those familiar with the terrain and shorter in stature will join the message team. Anyone able to move must be prepared for war. There's also a night emergency alarm. Additionally, each month, villages will be evaluated. The county magistrate will visit to check. Those who perform well will receive 100 jin of grain and 5 taels of silver as rewards. The soldiers looked at the gathering villagers and raised their voices, saying, "The county magistrate and the city guard have ordered that during this critical time, everyone must follow strict rules. No mistakes are allowed." After speaking, their eyes turned to the 2 teachers and they said seriously, "You two are responsible. The northern barbarians' swords might be at our throats any day now." Before they finished, a sharp, urgent whistle sounded from the watchtower outside the village. Then, a villager responsible for lookout shouted desperately, "The northern cavalry is coming. Black mass in the north, heading straight for us." Immediately, all the villagers, the 2 teachers, and the soldiers on duty changed their expressions. The first teacher to react shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Beat the drums. Follow the drills. Men, arm yourselves and hide. Women and children, get into the cellar. Hurry. Fast." A loud, different-sized bronze gong was struck wildly. As soon as the alarm sounded, several preset gong points at the north, south, east, and west rang out in quick succession, creating a frantic wave of noise that swept through the entire mountain village instantly. A girl at home, busy mending clothes, immediately put down her work. A woman cooking fire and food threw aside her firewood and spatula without hesitation, rushed into the inner room, grabbed her money pouch, picked up her swaddled baby, and ran toward the corner of the yard where a disguised cellar entrance was hidden among a pile of firewood. Some others slipped inside through a seemingly ordinary hatch near the stove. A young boy, holding a wooden stick, was filled with excitement. He wanted to follow the adults and grab a weapon, shouting, "I'm going to fight the northern barbarians." Before he finished, his father harshly slapped the back of his head. "You little brat, get inside." Without hesitation, his father grabbed his collar roughly, like catching a chick, and shoved him into the cellar. As he closed the hatch, he told his wife inside, "Watch him." Then, he quickly covered a nearby hole with a thatched roof and hid on the other side, clutching a waste knife, ready to attack when the northern barbarians stormed in. The old man who had just vowed to fight the barbarians with his teeth and claws was now as agile as a monkey, quickly disappearing behind his house. There, he had set up a deadly trap filled with sharp bamboo spikes and ropes, waiting for the attack. The 2 commanders quickly separated and organized their troops to prepare. The messenger soldiers did not leave. Instead, they hid the horses and took bows and arrows to climb onto the wall. A tripwire was set at the village entrance. The Northern D cavalry did not act all at once. Only 100 men came to the mountain village. This group had raided before and was used to charging straight in. The villagers of the Great Qin dynasty saw them as helpless lambs.
Oh.
No, they were easier to kill than lambs. Lambs at least struggled. They wore cruel, wicked smiles and charged directly toward the quiet mountain village. The first dozen riders sped forward without slowing down, heading straight for the seemingly sparse fence at the village entrance. A few faint mechanical sounds sounded, and the tripwires hidden in the dust snapped up. Clink! The war horses cried out painfully. The cavalry on horseback had no time to react. They and their horses were thrown forward forcefully, with the sound of bones cracking painfully. The following cavalry hurried to rein in their horses, causing chaos in their formation. Militia hidden behind the low wall and rooftops of the village fired their bows and crossbows on command. Although they had only recently trained and their aim was not perfect, the close distance still caused significant damage. More than 10 Northern D cavalrymen screamed as they fell from their horses. Ambush! Be careful! The captain leading the group waved his curved sword to block the flying arrows, glancing at the villagers' figures flashing past. This village dared to resist, and they even had bows and crossbows? He didn't rush in blindly, but ordered the cavalry to split up and attack from different directions, preparing to clear out each house and set it on fire. 2 Northern D cavalrymen entered a courtyard, when suddenly a pile of firewood nearby shifted, and a waste sword struck one of the horse's legs. The horse whinnied in pain and collapsed, throwing the rider off. The man knew he couldn't handle both enemies and quickly took advantage of his familiarity with the environment to slip away after a precise strike. Once inside the narrow village houses, the horses couldn't be used effectively. These Northern D soldiers could only dismount and search house by house. But often, they hadn't even seen anyone before being injured. Those two-legged sheep never fought face-to-face. They just struck and ran away. In another yard, a Northern D soldier kicked open the door and cautiously searched inside. Suddenly, he fell into a hidden pit with a loud splash. The sharp bamboo sticks at the bottom pierced through him, making him feel cold all over, and he let out a short, painful cry. The old man who had threatened earlier was now crouched behind a low wall behind his house. His cloudy eyes stared fiercely at a few Northern D soldiers trying to surround him from behind. One soldier's ankle was caught by a strong rope, and he was suddenly hung upside down. Before he could struggle, sharp bamboo spears on both sides stabbed him harshly. The old man cursed loudly, grabbed a slingshot, and aimed a small arrow coated with a toxic plant juice. He took his chance and shot the arrow into one soldier's neck. The shot was successful. The soldier fell, and the old man quickly slipped into a cellar entrance and disappeared. The defeated Northern D soldiers retreated. More than 10 were dead, and at least half were injured. They had lost many but hadn't even touched the villagers' clothes. The captain's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. He ordered, "Fire rockets. Fire rockets now. Burn all these houses. Let's see where they can hide." Soon, rockets with black tails flew like fireflies toward the thatched roofs. When the rockets landed, the cracking sounds of burning houses reached through the earth, making the villagers underground feel tense. 2 leaders quickly signaled to gather the villagers hiding inside the tunnels. "Quick, follow the planned route and evacuate." A woman covered her child's mouth tightly, her eyes filled with pain as she watched her home burn. The old man who used his slingshot to shoot poison arrows spat and said, "I'll make sure to use your heads to honor my house someday." On the ground, the fire grew bigger, and the entire mountain village was engulfed in flames. The captain of the Northern D cavalry stood outside the village, satisfied as he watched the glorious scene, waiting to harvest the victory. But apart from the cracking sounds of burning wood, nothing else happened. No fleeing figures, no desperate screams. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Until the fire weakened and the ruins became visible, not a single person was in sight. "Go in and search," he impatiently ordered. They entered the still-smoking ruins again, kicking aside charred wooden posts and turning over hot debris. However, apart from a few bodies of North D soldiers and charred animal remains, they found nothing else. The entire village seemed to have vanished in the big fire, as if all the villagers had disappeared into thin air. "Captain." "No one. Not a single person," a squad leader reported in disbelief. "This can't be true." The captain rushed into the ruins and found it completely empty. Only some deliberately hidden tunnel entrances could be seen after the fire. He suddenly realized something. A cold shiver ran from his feet to his head. Tunnels. They dug tunnels. Everyone has escaped. The captain was so angry he trembled all over, feeling like a clown being toyed with by these 2-legged sheep in his eyes. They lost many soldiers and gained no real victory, only burning down a village that was already emptied. In the distant forest, villagers from Koshantan, led by 2 instructors and the village chief, looked through the gaps in the trees at the towering flames and thick smoke rising toward their home. Many had red eyes, women quietly crying. "The house is gone, but we can rebuild. As long as we are alive, Koshantan remains. This debt, the North D dogs must pay with blood." The instructor wiped the black ash from his face, checked the injured villagers, and said through clenched teeth, "That's right. Today we made them suffer a heavy loss. We saved our lives. That's victory. We will remember this revenge." The soldier giving orders put away his weapon. His horse couldn't be brought out. "Everyone, I need to report back." Now that the village is destroyed and there's nowhere to stay, why not come with me and see how the Lord arranges things? That officer makes sense. The houses are burned, but we're still alive. Let's pack up, support each other, and go to the county town with the officer. The government will have arrangements. The crowd stirred briefly, but soon calmed down. Women dried their tears and held their children tightly. Men took injured people on their backs and helped the elderly. Under the coordination of the instructor and the village chief, they quickly formed into groups. The messenger, seeing this, sighed secretly. This policy. Today, it truly saved hundreds of lives. Just back from outside the city, Guo Li and Cui Haomiao received urgent news that North D cavalry had raided and looted. Thanks to the defenses and tunnels, the villagers successfully evacuated. Only when the houses burned did the two breathe a long sigh of relief. Glad everyone is safe. I'm glad everyone is safe. Cui Haomiao said repeatedly, then immediately gave orders.
Quick.
Prepare porridge stalls, temporary shelters, and medical supplies. All villagers evacuated from House Han Tun must be properly settled. No mistakes allowed. Su Wenyuan carried sugar, preserved fruits, and embroidered goods produced by Ningzhou Workshop and went again to the nearby prefecture city. Inside a private room at a restaurant, merchants gathered everywhere. They didn't want to come, but Su Wenyuan always brought official documents from the government and the royal palace, so they had no choice but to attend.
Sir.
What kind of sugar is this? A major salt and sugar merchant held a small white porcelain jar, as if holding a priceless treasure, his hands trembling. He leaned in to examine it carefully, even checking it against the light, and couldn't help but marvel. It's so white, so delicate, with no impurities at all. How is this possible? He couldn't wait and took a small taste, then froze completely. His face suddenly lit up with joy. He grabbed Su Wenyuan's sleeve, excitedly saying, "Mr. Su, how much is this sugar per jean? I want to buy this entire jar." "No. I want to prioritize all future supplies from you. Name your price. Just name it." Su Wenyuan subtly moved his hand away from the other's grip and smiled faintly. He remembered that this salt merchant from Hangzhou had almost been driven out the last time he visited. Another elder from Beijing picked up a piece of white sugar, sniffed it gently, then tasted it carefully. Compared to this, ordinary tribute sugar was like clouds and mud. The color and flavor of this are not ordinary. This is a symbol of status. If placed in a more exquisite glass container and displayed at banquets. He looked at Su Wenyuan with eager respect and said, "Mr. Su, please prioritize supplying this to my Beijing shop." The price. We can discuss the price. The merchants all started to get excited. Su Wenyuan pressed his hand to signal them to stay calm. "Everyone, this item is called Ningzhou White Snow. Its production is limited, and the craftsmanship is unparalleled. Personally supervised by Princess Yu." He signaled a servant to bring out 2 delicate jewelry boxes. "But everyone, take a look at these 2 items." The jewelry boxes were opened. One contained brightly colored preserved fruits, and the other held finely embroidered fabrics. This is a carefully preserved candied fruit made with Ningzhou White Snow, which is very sweet and can be stored for a long time. The Ning embroidery was created by a talented embroidery girl from Ningzhou. It features scenic northern landscapes painted in a unique style. The salt merchant suppressed his greed and forced a smile, speaking in a friendly tone. "Mr. Su, no, shopkeeper Su, I apologize for not recognizing your worth earlier. How about this? Would you honor us with a visit to my humble home? I've arranged some light wine, and we can have a good talk." A proper talk. An elderly man from the capital was not happy. He stepped in front of him. "Why make things so complicated? This is the best restaurant in Hangzhou." He then called out to the staff outside. "Waiter, bring out your best drinks." Then he looked at Su Wenyuan. "Shopkeeper Su, if you can prioritize supplying these 3 treasures from your place, I promise long-term cooperation with Ningzhou. I will handle the transportation and sales. Please give us a chance." Early winter in Ningzhou was cold, with sharp winds. The fields and trees had lost their leaves and were covered with frost. Outside in Ding City, Old Sun held the newly acquired copper coins, his wrinkled face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Old Lee, see that? He patted his money pouch, proud and confident. In previous years, around this time, our wild persimmon and sour jujube trees would drop their fruit and rot on the ground. It was heartbreaking to see. But this year, the workshop run by the prince's estate took everything. Those crooked, ugly fruits, and yet we sold them for a good price. He held up a few fingers, showing off proudly. That's right. My wife picked some mountain red berries the other day. They're small and sour, meant for pig feed, but the workshop bought them all. The price is a bit lower than pears and jujubes, but it's still income. Now, the children's new clothes and my wife's cotton shoes are all taken care of. Not just clothes and shoes. A woman who had just finished selling fruit joined in. I heard the workshop is still hiring. They're looking for women quick and skillful enough to wash and dry the fruit. They pay daily, and it doesn't interfere with cooking at home. In this cold winter, having a steady income is truly a blessing. She spoke with tears in her eyes. In previous winters, besides managing the household, she had almost no other income. The steward responsible for collecting fruit and recruiting workers listened to everyone's conversations and felt proud. The workshops run by Princess Wang have helped many people earn a living by providing jobs and raw materials. Aunt Zhang, try this. In the city, Aunt Zhang, who had just finished shopping and was about to go home, was handed a small piece of bright, orange-yellow dried apricot by a familiar neighbor. New Ningzhou candied fruit, sweet but not too greasy, with a nice fruit aroma. I heard they're made from local mountain fruits. Aunt Zhang hesitated but took a bite, her eyes lighting up immediately. Oh, this tastes really good. Much fresher than the overly sweet dried fruits from the south. How much does it cost? The price is fair. It's 30% cheaper than southern products. Come on, the Ningji shop ahead sells it. It's a royal business, with good ingredients. They walked toward the newly opened Ningji specialty shop, where the clerk was enthusiastically greeting customers. On the counter, various candied fruits and dried snacks were neatly displayed. Amber-colored persimmons, golden apricots, dark red dates, and even brightly colored fruit leather and dried fruit pieces made from mountain red berries and small sour jujubes. Each item was labeled with its name and price. Give me half a jean of apricots and some of this fruit leather. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The clerk quickly weighed and packed the items. Our candied fruits are made from high-quality, Ningzhou, white snow, pickled fruits. Look at the color and appearance. Perfect for eating or giving as a gift. They've been selling very well lately, not only among civilians, but candied fruits also appeared in military camps and large workshops. Baskets of individually wrapped candied fruits were distributed as supplies for soldiers and worker benefits. Even Song Inian, who was far at Yanmen Pass, received a basket. Hey, this stuff is good, sweet and tasty, and I don't have to worry about it freezing in my pocket. Lu Pingkuan inside Song Inian's tent casually popped a piece into his mouth. He reached into a bamboo basket and grabbed a handful of candied fruits to stuff into his bag. Song Inian's expression changed as he reached out with his sword-hilt hand to stop him. Lu Pingkuan skillfully dodged and grinned. Your Highness, you can't eat all of it yourself. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report. Prince, General Liu from the court has arrived with supplies. He is now at the gate. Should we send someone to welcome him? Song Inian's eyes darkened. That useless Zhao Yuankai? He had only gained favor in the capital army through family connections and was sent to the Western Front for training a few years ago. During a minor skirmish with the Chang tribe, he acted recklessly out of greed for credit, ignoring the deputy general's advice, which caused 1,000 troops to fall into an encirclement. If the commanding officer hadn't sent reinforcements in time, the entire army might have been wiped out. Afterward, instead of reflecting on his mistakes, he shifted the blame onto some mid-level officers, causing them to be unjustly punished. Back in the capital, he even covered up that disastrous defeat by using family ties in the Ministry of War to spin it as a victory, defeating the enemy's attack and stabilizing the front, and thus earned a modest military honor. He often boasted about it shamelessly. At that time, Song Enian disliked him and gave him a beating. He was a poor fighter but excellent at scheming, flattery, and vying for power. Now they wanted him to be the Northern Peace General? A cold smile played on Song Enian's lips. His father was really getting more forgetful with age. Lu Pengkuan also seemed to have heard of Zhao Yuankai's reputation and immediately looked displeased, spitting out, What kind of trash is this? Has the court lost its mind? Sending such a guy? Are they sending food to the northern barbarians or just adding trouble for us? Song Enian raised his hand to stop him. Prince, should we see him or not? Lu Pengkuan lowered his voice, clearly reluctant. They didn't come when they needed supplies, but now that they don't need them, they're sending people. Song Enian stood up, his dark iron armor making a dull scraping sound. Order Captain Jiang to open the gates and prepare to welcome the official guest. Let General Zhao and his men enter the city. He emphasized the words official guest. Lu Pengkuan received the order and left. The tent curtain fell. Song Enian's gaze returned to the candies and preserved fruits sent by Wei Yanyan, who had specially sent someone to deliver them. At the bottom of the basket was a thin letter. He reached out, his fingertips brushing the rough envelope gently, with a soft touch. I took out the letter and unfolded it. The familiar, somewhat hurried handwriting appeared, certainly not very neat. The letter was clear and straightforward, just like Wei Yunyun's usual style. She first wrote about the preserved fruit ingredients being genuine, with enough sugar to quickly restore energy when soldiers are exhausted, and that it stores well, suitable for military use. Then she mentioned she was working on a more portable dried food to improve the current hard, dry rations in the army. At the end, there was only one sentence, wishing you great victory and a swift return. There was no longing or worry about the border defenses. The words were filled with genuine support. Song Enian's finger paused over the line about military supplies. She always saw the most practical needs and thought of ways to solve them. His gaze lingered on the roughly written name at the signature, a slight smile of gentle affection appearing at the corner of his mouth. He whispered to himself, good ideas and quite capable. But this handwriting really shows no improvement. He carefully folded the letter again, then tucked it into his chest, close to his heart. After finishing, he stood up and tidied his armor. He ordered softly, put away the preserved fruit. Then he strode out of the tent. He needed to discuss with General Chen about promoting Wei Yunyun's new training method in the Northern Army and how Zhao Yuankai should handle it. General Chen Hongfang was studying a battlefield model when Song Enian entered, looking serious and rising to his feet. Prince Zhao Yuankai. Zhao Yuankai's matter can wait. I have other important things to discuss with you. He approached the model and pointed to the Black Wind Gorge. Do you want to know how I managed to face 800 northern barbarians with only 500 infantry? Chen Hongfang's expression turned serious. He pondered and said, Your Highness, fighting with fewer soldiers and defeating more is indeed a classic battle. I've thought carefully, besides your wise decision-making on the battlefield, the long-range suppression and armor-breaking power of the new crossbows, the use of the 1,000-mile mirror to anticipate the enemy's moves, and the sharp insight into enemy positions. The most powerful weapon is the gunpowder. While powerful, it's not the only key, Song Enian interrupted him. Even the best crossbow bolts need soldiers who are not afraid of arrows and can stand firm to fire. And even the clearest 1,000-mile mirror requires scouts who are brave enough to risk danger and hide behind enemy lines to gather intelligence. General Chen, the success of this battle depends on the people, on our soldiers' discipline and swift obedience, like a body part moving as one. He tapped heavily on the edge of the sand table, his voice serious. Have you seen how our soldiers, once given the secret orders, stand firm like a rock until the right moment? Have you seen how archers fire immediately upon command, with perfect timing, covering the enemy with a rain of arrows? Have you seen how small enemy squads face charging cavalry, holding their formation without panic, only revealing their strength at the last moment? And have you seen how each combat team, after entering the enemy lines, does not seek glory or rush forward blindly, but works closely together like a single unit to defeat the enemy? If Zhang Meng were here now, he would find these words very familiar. When the princess was persuading him before, she used the same series of questions. I brought 1,000 soldiers who have experienced the new training methods promoted by the princess in Ningzhou. New training methods? Chen Hongfang looked at him with curiosity. Song Enian nodded and praised. Through strict drills, we rebuild discipline, strengthen teamwork, and make every soldier understand their role in different battles so they can act without hesitation. This is the foundation that allows 500 infantry to hold tightly against 800 northern barbarians in a small area and eventually wipe them out. Without this kind of discipline, even the best weapons and clever strategies are just castles in the air. Hearing this, Chen Hongfang squinted and thought carefully. After a long moment, he nodded. Your Highness is right. So, are you planning to implement this new training method in the army? Exactly. Song Enian turned to look at him. I want to select the best officers in the Northern Army and fully promote this method. Not only will we replace old weapons, but we will also update training rules, issue strict commands, and strengthen small unit tactical drills. We must make sure every squad leader and team leader knows how to command, and every soldier becomes a precise and reliable part of this war machine. This is crucial for improving our future combat strength. Chen Hongfang bowed deeply. Your Highness's wisdom is admirable. I have only seen the power of the new weapons, but I overlooked the importance of the people wielding them. I support this plan, but I need to inform my officers first. Once approved, I will personally oversee the implementation, select capable officers, develop detailed training plans, and ensure this is quickly carried out in the army. Good. Song Enian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
As for Zhao Yuankai,
I will personally go meet him. Su Wenyuan carried long-term contracts signed with merchants from nearby states and several heavy boxes of silver deposits. He was on his way home. This trip was very successful, far beyond his expectations. The reputation of Ningzhou white snow, sugar, and various candied fruits was now well known. Thinking about the task the princess had asked him to complete, he felt a bit excited. His horse's steps also became lighter. The carriage and horses rumbled along. After crossing the mountain ridge ahead, they entered Ningzhou's territory. In the forest above, 200 people were hiding in ambush. Among the bandits, a man with a scruffy look hurried over to the big, bearded man in charge. Pointing at the convoy below, he excitedly lowered his voice.
Boss.
Fat sheep. I recognize them. They are merchants from Ningzhou. They just did business with several big merchants in Hangzhou City, selling very white sugar and candied fruits. I heard they are very valuable. Look at the tire marks on their carts. Heavy. They must be carrying a lot of silver and gold. They're rich. The big boss's eyes gleamed with greed. He licked his dry lips. Merchants from Ningzhou? Humph. Coming to our territory to make money without asking if we agree. Brothers, get your weapons. Kill the men, take the silver and goods. Everything belongs to us. Suddenly, sounds of fighting erupted in the forest. Over 200 bandits brandished various weapons, shouting as they charged down the hill. The guards protecting the convoy were carefully chosen and well-trained. As soon as the bandits appeared, they acted instinctively, as if they had practiced this many times. There was no unnecessary noise, only swift, precise movements. They quickly formed a tight circle around the loaded silver carts. The front guards crouched half-squatted, steadying their crossbows. The rear guards held shields, fingers on their hidden blades, eyes fixed on the approaching enemies. Before Su Wenyuan could react, the team leader of the guards shouted low, "Aim! Fire! Whoosh!
Whoosh!
Whoosh!" The terrifying sound of crossbow strings vibrating. Unlike ordinary bows and arrows, these improved crossbows shot short, fast arrows straight, and with incredible penetrating power. The bandits at the front were like hitting a wall of arrows, and instantly fell down. The crossbow bolts easily pierced their clothes, causing bursts of blood to spray from their bodies. Screams echoed one after another, and the bandits' charge slowed down. What kind of crossbow is this? How is it so fast? The bandits looked in horror at their companions who had been easily shot through. Seizing the moment when the bandits were distracted by the crossbow attacks, a few guards quickly took out several dark clay pots from their belts. These were small, palm-sized bombs, made in limited quantities at the military workshop, quite different from the gunpowder Song Inian brought to the frontier. They were filled with iron spines and a small amount of gunpowder. Though not very powerful, they were very intimidating. They used fire lighters to ignite the fuses and threw them into the densest part of the enemy. A loud explosion echoed through the valley, flashes of fire flickered and disappeared, black smoke spread out, and broken pottery shards and iron spines flew everywhere. Magic! They are using magic. Grandpa Thunder is angry. The bandits immediately panicked and turned to run. The captain of the guard saw this and quickly ordered, Group A and Group B, attack the flanks. Group C, stay on guard. Group D, cover with crossbows. Su Wenyuan was startled. He had heard of this gunpowder before, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Recently, the guards following him were personally chosen by the lady, but their speed and coordination were astonishing. He watched as they split into two groups, 3 people each, like sharp blades drawn from sheaths, cutting into the chaos of the enemy ranks. They worked together perfectly. One with a sword and shield in front to block and attract attention, another with a spear stabbing from behind to target vital points, and the third with a crossbow shooting and covering. Their team tactics maximized each person's strengths, making them highly efficient. From the moment the bandits appeared, in just a few breaths, the situation turned completely in their favor. The bandit leader stared in shock at the scene. His proud 200 men were no match for the enemy's less than 50, and they were so easily defeated. This coordinated killing team. This was no ordinary for a caravan. They were more like elite warriors, even more deadly than border soldiers. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The bearded man, trembling with fear, abandoned everything, silver, goods, and fled into the forest. The leader ran quickly, causing the already injured bandits to scatter, like frightened animals. They left behind dozens of bodies and injured people crying out in pain, fleeing into the dense forest in a state of chaos. The fight lasted just over a minute from start to finish. Su Wenyuan slowly relaxed the small dagger hidden in his sleeve, looking at the battlefield now filled with smoke and the smell of blood. He calmed his restless mind, feeling both shocked and proud. Quickly leave this place and head into Ningzhou territory. Yes, Mr. Su. The guards responded in unison. Wei Yunyan had just finished reading a letter urgently sent by Guo Li's people. Several border villages in Yunzhong County had been attacked by northern nomad cavalry in revenge. The policy of everyone fights helped stop the enemy, saving the villagers. But the houses were burned, people lost their homes, and some villagers were injured or killed during the resistance. She was frowning and deep in thought when she heard the sound of spring snow outside. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Soon, Chuan Shue came in happily, saying Mr. Su is back and waiting outside to see you. Wei Yunyan put away the letter in her hand.
Quick. Let him in.
Su Wenyuan hurried in, looking excited and restless. He bowed respectfully and said with excitement, Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission. I signed long-term agreements with 12 major trading companies across 3 nearby provinces and 6 prefectures. Here are the details. He presented a thick ledger, returned with 50,000 taels of silver, plus banknotes worth over 100,000 taels. The reputation of Ningzhou white snow and preserved fruits has begun to spread, and samples of Ning embroidery have caused a big stir. Orders are booked until late summer next year. He paused, his tone becoming even more enthusiastic, especially the white sugar, which has been priced at more than 3 times the tribute sugar. All merchants say they will buy whatever is available. Listening to the report, Wei Yunyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good job, Mr. Su. You've done well. You've worked this journey. Su Wenyuan hesitated for a moment, but then mentioned the ambush he encountered on the way. Were there any injuries? He shook his head. The guards you chose are very skilled. Before the bandits got close, they were defeated and scattered. Wei Yunyan suddenly stood up and said to Qinghe, Go immediately and ask Magistrate Zhou to come here. When Zhou Maokai arrived, he saw piles of silver boxes, and his eyes widened in shock.
This,
Lord Zhou, urgent news from Yunzhou Prefecture. Northern barbarian cavalry are ravaging the area. Many villages have been destroyed, and civilians are injured, displaced. General Gua and Magistrate Li are doing their best to handle the aftermath. She pointed to the silver and coins brought back by Su Wenyuan. From the funds brought back by Mr. Su, allocate 100,000 taels of silver to be sent to Yunzhou Prefecture. Tell them not to hold back the silver. The top priority is to settle the people, give them homes, clothes, and food. Treat the wounded and comfort the deceased. Let all the civilians who shed blood to defend their homeland know that the royal resident stands with them and will never let them shed blood and tears in vain. Hearing her orders, Zhou Maokai looked at the stacked silver and banknotes.
But,
Your Majesty, the silver and money brought back by shopkeeper Su, according to the rules, cannot be stored in the royal treasury. Wei Yunyu raised her hand to stop him. The royal treasury is the same. Since arriving in Ningzhou, how much silver and supplies have left her treasury? Your Majesty cares for all the people, and I admire that. I will go right away. The 100,000 taels of silver will be sent to Yunzhou Prefecture as quickly as possible, without fail. Zhou Maokai dared not delay. He immediately ordered his officials and servants to count, pack, and arrange for guards to the shipment. After Zhou Zhifu and his team left, Wei Yunyu looked at the orders in her hand, a smile that couldn't be suppressed on her face. Sugar and candied fruits are popular for their novelty, but these embroidery works are somewhat lacking. Most of these merchants only ordered the embroidery because of the sugar and candies. How can embroidery be innovative? Previously, the embroideries Su Wenyuan brought included patterns of Ningzhou scenery. Why not let this feature shine? Instead of common flowers, use painting techniques to depict the proud soaring eagle in the autumn sky, the silhouettes of soldiers under the city walls, and the silent border fortress beneath the snow-capped mountains. This would convey a grand and tragic atmosphere. It would become a unique feature of Ningzhou. Shopkeeper Su, she suddenly called out. Your Majesty, what are your commands? Wei Yunyu said. Order the embroidery workshop to abandon the typical Jiangnan cherry blossoms, spring rain, and traditional flowers and birds. Su Wenyuan looked confused. If not embroidery, then what should we do? Wei Yunyan immediately saw his doubt and explained, what we want to do is not just sell an embroidered item. Does the princess have any ideas? She stood up and walked over to a painting of soldiers defending the border hanging in the hall. We are selling a story from the northern land, a frontier feeling, a unique taste, and symbol of status. Let this Ning embroidery blend with the spirit and character of the northern land, so that every buyer feels that owning it is like possessing a piece of the unique northern scenery. Each piece will come with a carefully designed silk box, decorated with gold-foiled paper, telling the story behind the embroidery, local legends, or the origin and meaning of the poems inscribed. Hearing her idea, Su Wenyuan's eyes brightened. In this way, Ning embroidery would go beyond ordinary clothing or handkerchiefs. It would be like the paintings of famous scholars, worthy of framing and hanging in halls or study rooms for appreciation as art treasures. Its value and significance would naturally be incomparable. The princess is truly talented and clever. I am truly impressed, Su Wenyuan sincerely praised her. When the princess asked him to pretend to be a grain merchant to stabilize grain prices, he was just as daring and creative as he was now. Throughout this journey, he had been deeply impressed by her clever ideas. Then, we will also need a group of skilled painters, especially those who understand and can depict the spirit of the northern land and frontier scenery. She returned to her seat. You used to be a scholar, so you should know some literati. Also, you can spend some silver to buy paintings. Understood, I will take care of it right away, Su Wenyuan said, and stood up to leave. After finishing these tasks, Wei Yunyan wrote a letter to the prefect of Hangzhou, sealing it with her official stamp. The new military training method received full support in the Northern Army, much smoother than when it was first introduced in the new barracks in Anding City. In the Jiazi camp, unlike traditional formation drills, the training ground was divided into several zones, each conducting targeted exercises. They held new-style bows and crossbows, shooting quickly in turn. The rhythm of drawing, aiming and firing was so fast it was dazzling to watch. Small Xiao led 100 soldiers to stand at attention under her command. General Zhao Yuankai, who was properly settled, had his tent not far from the camp of the 1st Battalion. When he arrived, he was only greeted by a small officer. He didn't see General Chen Hongfang from the north, not even a deputy general. He was here to support with supplies, but he couldn't even enter the main command tent. His frustration and sense of superiority from the capital couldn't be vented anywhere. Unable to hold back, he took a few of his personal guards from the capital and wandered near the training ground. Seeing soldiers inside practicing strange moves with enthusiasm, he couldn't help but sneer. He straightened his clothes and swaggered inside, but a soldier at the gate stopped him with a blank face. "General, please wait. This area is in training. Unauthorized persons are not allowed in." "Unauthorized persons?" Zhao Yuankai was amused and pointed at himself, raising his voice. "Open your eyes and see clearly. I am the North General officially appointed by the court. How can I not see the training of the North Army? Step aside." The guard soldier still refused, repeating, "General, military orders are strict. No one is allowed to enter the training area without permission. Please do not make things difficult for us." "Military orders? Nonsense. I am the military order." Seeing his words ineffective, Zhao Yuankai reached out to push the soldier, intending to force his way in. The soldier staggered back, but quickly regained his footing, spreading his arms to block him. "General, you cannot go in. You're asking for trouble." Zhao Yuankai shouted angrily, turning to his guards, "Get this ignorant person out of the way." His guards immediately stepped forward, grabbing the soldier's arms from both sides and pulling him out. "General, breaking into the camp is against the law," the soldier shouted loudly. Zhao Yuankai shot a cold glance at the soldier, snorted, and confidently strode toward what he found most ridiculous: the group of Xiao Xiao and the 100 soldiers standing like wooden posts. "Humph." Zhao Yuankai snorted through his nose. "So this is the famous new tactic? Turns out it's just standing like a wooden stake. What a joke." Wu Xiaoxiao and the 100-man squad seemed to ignore Zhao Yuankai's words, continuing to stare straight ahead. Being ignored made the proud General Anbei even more annoyed. He said, "Training is about fighting skills. It's about teamwork in battle. It's about being good with bows and horses. You stand here like dead trees, wasting time. What can you learn like that? Are you just going to stare at the enemy and hope they get scared?" His soldiers behind him chuckled softly. Wu Xiaoxiao glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and calmly replied, "General Anbei, this is military posture training. It teaches discipline and calmness, even when facing danger." Sweet words and false appearances, Zhao Yuankai interrupted her, pointing at the sweaty soldiers. "Discipline? Calmness? Look at them, sweating and stiff. Compared to the sharp soldiers I saw in the capital, they are just ordinary men. Real elite soldiers rely on courage and bravery, not just standing still like fools." He felt proud and stepped forward, almost close enough to touch the front soldiers' faces, shouting, "Are you just going to let your squad leader fool around? Where is the fighting spirit of the Northern Army? Doing useless drills here is shameful for the border troops." The soldiers in front twitched their cheeks and blinked rapidly, clearly angry at his words. What nonsense is this general talking about? Their squad leader is one of the top fighters in the armor unit, brave and unmatched. If he hadn't been in the armor unit for a short time, he might already be a captain or officer. And now, a spoiled brat from a powerful family questions their squad leader? But the soldiers in front just clenched their teeth and stood straight, not moving at all. Wu Xiaoxiao's sharp eyes looked at Zhao Yuankai, and her voice turned cold. "General Anbei, watch your words. Insulting me is one thing, but undermining our morale and slandering our soldiers is a serious offense. We are here practicing under orders from General Jinbei. If you have any questions about the training methods, you should speak to General Chen. Not disturb us here." "How dare you speak to this general in such a manner?" "General Chen? I want to ask, was Chen Hongfang really like this when leading troops? Allowing subordinates to talk back to their superior?" As he spoke, he swung his sleeve and headed straight to the main tent to confront Chen Hongfang. I don't believe the Northern Army would really ignore me, the honored North Anbei general, who was sent here with supplies, and treat me like an outsider. General Anbei, such a commanding presence. Song Enian, dressed in dark armor, stood a few steps behind him, his deep eyes coldly watching. Song Enian, what are you doing here? Zhao Yuankai's tone lacked the respect owed to a royal relative, showing only surprise at Song Enian's appearance. If he had paid more attention to the camp situation, he could easily have learned about Song Enian's recent actions, especially since the head of the Northern Cavalry was still hanging outside. Song Enian clenched his fists with a creaking sound and walked straight toward him. Before Zhao Yuankai could react, Song Enian's fist was already heading for his face. He felt a sharp pain across his nose, stars danced before his eyes, and tears of pain uncontrollably welled up. The soldier in front immediately brightened his eyes. Well done. That's satisfying. Zhao Yuankai covered his bleeding nose, shocked and frightened, pointing at Song Enian and shouting loudly. You. This is a military camp, not the capital. You. A discarded prince. On what grounds do you hit me? A general personally appointed by the emperor? He grew more frantic, clearly recalling what Song Enian had done in the capital. Aren't you afraid of being impeached by the censorate? You might lose your title as a prince. Song Enian was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and threw another punch. This punch is for your disrespect to military discipline and for barging into the camp. His fist struck Zhao Yuankai's hastily raised arm, causing him to grimace in pain. This punch is for your reckless words and insulting my soldiers. Another punch, breaking through his futile defense, landed his stomach. Zhao Yuankai let out a groan, his stomach churning violently, almost vomiting on the spot, his waist bending like a shrimp. This punch is for your parasitic existence and reckless interference in military affairs. Song Enian moved like lightning, sidestepping Zhao Yuankai's wild swings, and delivered a heavy uppercut to his ribs. Zhao Yuankai clearly heard the cracking sound of his bones, which made his teeth ache. The intense pain swept through his body instantly, causing him to scream loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. He fell to the ground, hoarsely shouting to the soldiers around him, "Hurry up and come help me pull this madman away." A few of his personal guards wanted to step forward to help, but they were immediately blocked by Gan Wen's men. Back in the capital, Song Enian was the same. When dealing with disobedient young men, he would act directly and without hesitation. Gan Wen was used to this. Zhao Yuankai had already been beaten by his prince before. The soldiers who were training were stunned. They had never seen the usually calm and reserved prince, who kept to himself, show this side. General Anbei, Song Enian's attack slowed a bit. He looked down at Zhao Yuankai, who was curled up on the ground, covered in blood, unable to stand. Someone who can't even handle one of my moves is not fit to pretend to be a general here. He leaned down and whispered so only two people could hear. If you dare cause trouble in the Northern Army again, I wouldn't mind letting you die unexpectedly on the front line in the north. Zhao Yuankai stiffened all over. What did he mean? Could it be that the entire Northern Army was already colluding with Song Enian? He dared to threaten him like this. Was he trying to turn the army against him? Or had the 10,000 soldiers here already rebelled? Was Song Enian planning to rebel? This thought shocked him. No, he must inform his family about this. His face changed repeatedly, but his swollen face made it impossible to see his true expression. Song Enian stood up straight and coldly uttered a single word. Several guards carefully carried Zhao Yuankai out. Song Enian looked around and fixed his gaze on Wu Xiaoxiao, nodding slightly. Get your soldiers ready. Wu Xiaoxiao immediately straightened up, eyes shining with determination. Yes, Prince. County Magistrate Sun Yonglian put down his letter, his face full of disdain. Just a bandit, and they make such a big fuss.